Disclaimer: this show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello. Welcome again to the Finding Gnosis show. We are doing I would say deep dive, but it's more of a casual look at prophecies that shape human culture. Prophecies where humans, through religion or esoteric means, predict what is going to happen in the future and maybe how these prophecies shape our cultures, our outlook, even our psychologies. Okay, so I will share a link in the chat. If you want to come on here, please do. Join the discussion panel and, as usual, have your say, because this is a show for everybody to try and find Gnosis. So the link should be in chat now. Do come on and say hello if you want to. And we can take it from there. We will explore together the prophecies that are out there, and we will try to find some Gnosis. And by Gnosis, I mean knowledge that may be helpful in figuring out what the hell is going on in this strange existence that we find ourselves in. Hopefully, knowledge that will liberate us somehow. That is always the endeavor here on this channel, to find helpful knowledge for us as individuals and collectively as a group, and dare I say it, for humanity, and even for all sentient beings in this world and in the universe through time and space forever and ever. Amen. So do say hello if you are there, and we will get going very, very shortly. In the meantime, whoever is there, I do hope you are exceedingly well. And I'm looking forward to seeing who pops on tonight and where the discussion goes. It's always interesting to hear perspectives from all around the world as to what is going on. Because I'll be honest, I haven't a clue. I haven't a clue what is going on in this strange existence. That is why I started this show. A selfish endeavor to find out what is happening, what is going on, why are we here. But hopefully my solipsistic concerns will strike a chord with you, and you may well also have the same concerns, and you will also find it rewarding to try and figure out what is going on. So do say hello if you're there. Welcome if you're new. I know we've had a good few subscribers that have joined recently to the channel, so hello to all the newbies. You're most welcome. Divine is already here. She says hello and welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. Hit that like button for D&W, not just for me, for everybody. It would be a good idea to like the show now for the algorithm, but also to share it. Share it now, folks, on your social media, in your community posts, on your Facebook, your Twitter, your Reddit, whatever you're on. Share the show. Share it on your YouTube posts so that we might get newcomers here who will expand our understanding and help us to find Gnosis. So, please do that. That would be good. I will now share the screen that we were reading last time. I mean, we were looking at Wikipedia, and we will continue our look at Wikipedia. And we were looking at eschatology, which I believe was a study on end times, the end of the world. Eschatology concerns expectations of the end of the present age. Okay. Now I'm going to turn off this music because I know that some of you don't like that. and I am a considerate fellow, so I'll turn down the background music to naught, and we will just read the Wikipedia page. And as usual, please feel free to come on at any moment. The link is in chat now. Have I pinned it? Let me just see if I have pinned it. Yes, I have just pinned it just now. Okay, so yeah, please feel free to come and join me at any moment on the discussion panel to air your views. We will open up the show completely to discussion later on, but for the meantime, we will just read, I suppose, this Wikipedia page on eschatology. So eschatology concerns expectations of the end of the present age. By the way, can you please let me know that you can hear me loud and clear? That would be a good thing to know. Hello to Kaz. Great to have you with us, as always, brother. I do hope you are exceedingly well, sir. So, yeah. And hello to all of you on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So, yes, eschatology concerns expectations of the end of the present age, human history, or the world itself. The end of the world, or end times, is predicted by several world religions, both Abrahamic, so that's like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and non-Abrahamic. So you got the Brahman religions, and the Hindu, the Indian religions, the Dharmic religions. Sorry, loud and clear. Divine says we're loud and clear. Lovely, jubbly. So the religions from the Indian subcontinent also have predictions for the end of the world, and these teach that negative world events will reach a climax. And yeah, it's not an orgasmic climax. It's a brutal, horrifying, terrible climax. And there is a belief that the end of the world is imminent, and that is known as apocalypticism. Apocalypticism. Yes, apocalypticism. 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 Something like that. Apocalypticism. Apocalypticism. We'll say that. And that's the belief that the end of the world is nigh. It's imminent. Okay. We'll have to look at that in a bit, I suppose. Apocalypticism is the religious belief that the end of the world is imminent, even within one's own lifetime. This belief is usually accompanied by the idea that civilization will soon come to a sorry, guys, my head is not screwed on today. Tumultuous end due to some sort of catastrophic global event. Okay. Right. Okay, and over time, folks, these views on the end of the world have been held by both members of mainstream religions and also by doomsday cults. Okay, that should be interesting to look at later. Doomsday cults. So in case you aren't aware, doomsday cult is a cult that believes in apocalypticism and millenarianism, including both those that predict disaster and those that attempt to destroy the entire universe. Sociologist John Laughlin coined the term doomsday cult in his 1966 study of a group of members belonging to the unification cult. Okay. In the context of mysticism, the term refers metaphorically to the end of ordinary reality and to the reunion with the divine. Many religions treat eschatology as a future event prophesied in sacred texts or in folklore, while other religions may have concepts of renewal or transformation after significant events. The explicit description of a new earth is primarily found in Christian teachings. This description can be found in chapter 21, of the book of Revelation. The book of Revelation, Chickpea's favorite book. Okay, so the book of Revelation, or the book of the Apocalypse, is the final book of the New Testament. That's the Bible, if you don't know, the new book of the Bible. Written in Greek, its title is derived from the first word of the text, apocalypsis, meaning unveiling or revelation. The book of Revelation is the only apocalyptic book in the New Testament. Okay, thank you for that. The Abrahamic religions maintain a linear cosmology with end time scenarios containing themes of transformation and redemption. Okay. Spiritual transformation, guys, involves a fundamental change in a person's sacred or spiritual life, or the spiritual way of being of all souls, the divine plan. And redemption, guys, is an essential concept in many religions, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And the term implies that something has been paid for or bought back, like a slave who has been set free through the payment of a ransom. There you go. In Judaism, the term end of days makes reference to the Messianic age. Okay. The Messianic age is the future eternal period of time on earth in which the Messiah will reign and bring universal peace and brotherhood without any evil. Many believe that there will be such an age, and some refer to it as the consummate kingdom of God on earth. Okay. And the Judaic view on the Messianic age that I just mentioned includes an ingathering of the exiled Jewish diaspora. Okay, so Jews from all over the world will get together. And then there'll be the coming of the Messiah. Okay, now the Messiah, in case you didn't know, in Judaism is a savior and liberator figure in Jewish eschatology, okay, who is believed to be the future redeemer of the Jews. The concept of messianism originated in Judaism and in the Hebrew Bible. A Messiah is a king or high priest of Israel, traditionally anointed as somebody who's going to save everybody's asses. Okay. So there'll be the coming of the Messiah, the resurrection of the righteous. Okay, this is what the Jews believe. So basically, general resurrection or universal resurrection is the belief in a resurrection of the dead or the resurrection from the dead by which most or all people who have died would be resurrected. Various forms of this concept can be found in Christian, Islamic, Jewish, Samaritan, and Zoroastrian eschatology. Okay, so a load of zombies walking around the place, but happy zombies, because they've finally reached the kingdom of God. Okay. And the world to come. Okay, in Jewish eschatology. Okay, so Jewish eschatology is the area of Jewish theology concerned with events that will happen in the end days. Okay, that's what we're reading now, so I don't have to read that definition. We already know that. Okay, Christianity depicts the end time as a period of tribulation. Okay, in Christian eschatology, the Great Tribulation is a period mentioned by Jesus himself in the Olivet Discourse as a sign that the world that would occur at the end of the world, in the time of the end. Okay. And this precedes the second coming of Christ. So first of all, there's going to be a real shit show before there is the second coming. And the second coming is a Christian and Islamic belief that Jesus Christ will return to earth after his ascension into heaven, where he is apparently right now. Okay, and the idea is based on messianic prophecies and is part of most Christian eschatologies. Okay. Anyway, Christ himself, Jesus, also referred to as Jesus Christ, Jesus of Nazareth, etc., etc., was a first century Jewish preacher and religious leader. He is a central figure of Christianity, the world's largest religion, folks. Okay, we all heard of that fella. He's very, very famous. Anyway, Jesus will face the rise of the Antichrist. In Christian eschatology, the Antichrist refers to a kind of entity prophesied by the Bible to oppose Jesus Christ and falsely substitute themselves as a savior in Christ's place before the second coming. The term Antichrist is found 4 times in the New Testament. Okay, so guys, during this end time, the period of the Great Tribulation, there will be an Antichrist reigning on planet Earth, pretending to be the Messiah. But Jesus will come back apparently and kick his ass. Okay, and the Antichrist will be apparently empowered by a team of false prophets and an evil power structure. So in religion, guys, a false prophet or pseudo prophet is a person who falsely claims the gift of prophecy or divine inspiration, or to speak for God, or who makes such claims for evil ends. Often someone who is considered a true prophet by some people is simultaneously considered a false prophet by others. Yes. So, for example, Muhammad is viewed as a false prophet by people who are not Muslims. Okay, let me have a look here, see who's here. Okay, there's about 10 people tuned in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Do come on if you want to. Okay, so the Antichrist will be here. And that is a necessary thing in Christian eschatology because it will usher in the kingdom of God. That will be the time when, Jesus will reign on earth and peace will be upon us all. In later traditions of Islam, separate hadiths detail the day of judgment. Okay. Now, in Islam, the promise and threat of Judgment Day is when all bodies will be resurrected from the dead and all people are called to account for their deeds and their faith during their life on earth. Okay. So basically, they will be judged for what they did or didn't do. And if they didn't do the right thing or say the right thing, they will burn forever in hellfire. And they won't get to join the party with all the other happy zombies in the kingdom of God. When the dead rise and party like no party before. Anyway, there are separate hadiths in Islam that detail the day of judgment, and these are preceded by the appearance of the Masih ad-Dajjal. Okay, let's have a look what that is. I've never heard of that. Al-Masih ad-Dajjal, otherwise referred to simply as Dajjal, is an evil figure in Islamic eschatology who will pretend to be the promised Messiah and later claim to be God, appearing before the day of judgment according to Islamic eschatological narrative. Okay, so basically similar to the Christian Antichrist. Okay, it's going to be some fella pretending or stating that he is the ultimate power, God, but it will be a falsity. And then, just like in Christianity, there will be a dissension of what the Muslims called Isa, which is Jesus in Christianity. Now, the Muslims don't believe that Jesus was God, but they believe he was a messenger. He was the penultimate prophet in their view. They also believe that Muhammad was a prophet. So it's kind of like the Muhammad before Muhammad was here. Yeah, and they think that Jesus is going to come back, just like in Christianity. Jesus is going to come back, and Jesus will, in Islam too, triumph over the false Messiah, the Masih ad-Dajjal, or in Christianity, the Antichrist. And his defeat of the Antichrist will lead to a sequence of events that will end with the sun rising from the west and the beginning of that very scary day, it's if you've been a naughty boy or girl, which is Qiyamah. Qiyamah in Islam is the promise and threat of Judgment Day, in which all bodies will be resurrected from the dead and all people are called to account for their deeds and their faith during their life on earth. It has been called the dominant message of the Holy Book of Islam, the Quran. Okay. And then we'll go on to the Dharmic religion, so those that originated in or around the Indian subcontinent. Okay. Dharmic religions tend to have more cyclical worldviews, with end-time eschatologies characterized by decay, redemption, and rebirth. Though some believe transitions between cycles are relatively uneventful. In Hinduism, the end time occurs when Kalki, the final incarnation of Vishnu, let's have a look at this Vishnu character. Vishnu, also known as Narayana and Hari, is one of the principal deities of Hinduism. He is the supreme being within Vaishnavism, one of the major traditions within contemporary Hinduism. Yeah, I've heard of Vishnu before. He's the old, he's top man, top G. Yeah, top god in Hinduism. Anyway, he descends apparently atop a white horse. Okay. And if we look here, white horses have a special, this is outside of Hinduism, white horses have a special significance in the mythologies of cultures around the world. And they're often associated with the sun, chariot, with warrior heroes, with fertility, or with an end of time savior. But other interpretations exist as well. Well, let's go down this rabbit hole, shall we? Yes, white horses have a special significance in the mythologies of cultures around the world. They often associated with the sun chariot. Okay, this is a solar deity or sun god. Okay, so it seems that the symbology of a white horse has had an important impact on humanity from long before we had our contemporary religions. Yes, from the earliest times, white horses have been mythologized as possessing exceptional properties, transcending the normal world by having wings, like Pegasus. We've all seen that, the flying horse from the Greek myth. Pegasus is a winged horse in Greek mythology, usually depicted as a white stallion. He was sired by Poseidon in his role as a horse god, and foaled by the Gorgon Medusa. Pegasus, okay, so Pegasus was the brother of Chirosaur. Okay, anyway, it's basically, yeah, white horses. They've been all around the place, including in Greek mythology, and also, we've seen them popping up here and there as unicorns. Okay, um, as part of its legendary dimension, the white horse in myth may be depicted with 7 heads. Okay, or 8 feet, and sometimes in groups or singularly. There are also white horses which are divinatory, whose prophecy is a warning of danger. Okay. As a rare or distinguished symbol, a white horse typically bears the hero or god figure in ceremonial roles in a triumph over negative forces. Okay, so that's the overriding symbol here, guys. A white horse is symbolic of triumph over negativity, good over evil. Okay, and it seems to have been something with us from our Indo-European times, as when we were one people coming out of Africa, maybe even in Africa. I don't know where it originated. But it's been there for a very long time, and it's in more than one tradition. In some, the white horse carries patron saints of the world, or the world's savior to Earth. such as in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And it's associated with the sun or the sun chariot Ozetia. Okay. And it bursts into existence in a fantastical way, emerging from the sea or as a lightning bolt. Okay. Anyway, even in Celtic, okay. In Welsh mythology, Rhiannon, a mythic figure, okay, rides a pale white horse. Now, Rhiannon is a famous, Welsh figure. She's one of the top women in Welsh Celtic mythology. Okay. Anyway, she used to ride around on a pale white horse, apparently. Okay, and because of this, she's been linked to the Romano-Celtic fertility horse goddess Epona. So you can see, guys, I know I'm just reading these names and, I'm going through this quite fast. So the point is, white horse is very symbolic, and it's been in lots of different cultures, even in Norse cultures. In Norse mythology, Odin's eight-legged horse, Sleipnir, was the best horse among gods and men, and described as white or very light gray. Okay, and in Slavic mythology, okay, there's another horse there, a white horse. Okay, Hungarian, Iranian, Indian, Buddhist. Wow. So in Buddhist mythology, according to Buddhist legend, Kanthaka was a white horse. Okay, and that was a white horse. That was a royal servant and favorite horse of Prince Siddhartha, who later became Gautama Buddha. Okay, that's the most famous Buddha. Okay, he was a wandering ascetic and religious teacher who lived in South Asia during the 6th and 5th century BCE and founded Buddhism. So there you go, guys. The founder of Buddhism, the Buddha himself. Apparently, he had a very loyal servant and favorite horse by the name of Kanthaka. Okay, and the Jews have their white horse. Okay, the Christians in the New Testament, the four horsemen of the apocalypse, include one seated on a white horse and one on a pale horse. The white horse carried the rider conquest, traditionally pestilence, while the pale horse carried the rider death. 1 second, guys. I've got a knock at the door here, so I'm going to have to go and check that out. I'll be right back. Yeah, so I'm back now. Let me just check here what I was reading. And yeah, and here we go. Okay. So I can't remember where I was, but anyway, Dharmic religions tend to have more cyclical weren't there? We were talking about the white horses in all of them. The white creature called Al Burak, who apparently brought Muhammad to Jerusalem during the night journey. Okay, he to go to journey, to go on a journey to Jerusalem. Is anyway, there's loads of it. There's loads of it, even in Native American, guys. There was a deity called Iso Imstan, who's white in white clothing, who rides a white horse. There you go. That's from Native American Blackfoot mythology. Ah, this is interesting. Anyway, we can just see that white horses. Why is that? Well, because I suppose we all came from one people here or there, and therefore the story was probably one story, and it changed here and there as it went around the world. But white horses seem to pop up everywhere. So there you go. Hello to Vegan Equilibrium. Hello to Chatom. Nice to have you here. Right. Where were we? Okay, so Dharmic religions, yes, yes, yes. Um, Dharmic religions tend to have more cyclical worldviews, with end time eschatologies characterized by decay, redemption, and rebirth. Though some believe transitions between cycles are relatively uneventful. In Hinduism, the end time occurs when Kalki, the final incarnation of Vishnu, descends atop a white horse and brings an end to the current Kali Yuga. Okay, the Kali Yuga in Hinduism is the fourth shortest and worst of the four yugas. Okay, so these are basically cycles of time. Okay, anyway, completing a cycle that starts again with the regeneration of the world. So they believed in eternal recurrence, by looks, maybe not eternal recurrence, but an eternity of being. So it's cyclical. In Buddhism, the Buddha predicted his teachings would be forgotten after 5,000 years, followed by turmoil. It says a bodhisattva named Maitreya will appear and rediscover the teachings of the Buddha Dharma, and that the ultimate destruction of the world will then come through seven suns. Okay, oh, there you go. Since the development of the concept of deep time in the 18th century, okay, if you remember what deep time is, guys, deep time is the concept of a geological time that spans billions of years, far beyond the scale of human experience. And it provides the temporal framework for understanding the formation and evolution of Earth, the development of life, and the slow moving processes that shape planetary change. Okay. I say, since the development of the concept of deep time in the 18th century and the calculation of the estimated age of the planet Earth, scientific discourse about end times has considered the ultimate fate of the universe. Theories have included the Big Rip, Big Crunch, Big Bounce, and Big Freeze. Now, we did look at those last time, so I won't look into them again today. Um, and social and scientific commentators also worry about global catastrophic risks. Okay, global catastrophic risks are hypothetical events that could damage human well-being on a global scale, endangering or even destroying modern civilization. Okay, we'll have a look at those in a while. And scenarios that could result in human extinction. Okay, sorry, I've just been handed something here. I can't have that, sorry. The word eschatology arises from the ancient Greek term eskastos, meaning last, and logy, meaning the study of. First appearing in English around 1844. Okay, so we're going to look at the global catastrophic risks, okay, because these are what social and scientific commentators worry about. Okay, this might be interesting. Okay, a global catastrophic risk or a doomsday scenario is a hypothetical event that could damage human well-being on a global scale, endangering or even destroying modern civilization. Existential risk is a related term limited to events that could cause full-blown extinction or permanently and drastically curtail humanity's existence or potential. Okay. In the 21st century, a number of academic and non-profit organizations have been established to research global catastrophic and existential risks, formulate potential mitigation measures, and either advocate for or implement these measures. Okay, so I'll share this page now. Okay, there we go. You should be able to see this, right? I'm reading about global catastrophic risks here now. Hello to Yvonne. Nice to have you with us. So, defining global catastrophic risk, the term global catastrophic risk lacks a sharp definition and generally refers loosely to a risk that could inflict serious damage to human well being on a global scale. Humanity has suffered large catastrophes before. Some of these have caused serious damage, but were only local in scope. For example, the Black Death. If you remember that, guys, the Black Death was from in Europe from 1346 to 1353. So bubonic plague carried on the fleas of rats, apparently. And it was one of the most fatal pandemics in human history. As many as 50 million people perished, perhaps 50% of Europe's 14th century population. It was caused by a bacterium that was transmitted by fleas from rats, apparently. Anyway, um, this there's some conflicting information here because the Black Death here they're saying it may have resulted in the deaths of a third of Europe's population. In the other definition, it said 50%. Um, just 1 second. 10% or 10% of the global population at the time. 10% of the global population times. Some were global, but were not as severe. For example, the 1918 influenza pandemic killed an estimated 3 to 6% of the world's population. Okay. Most global catastrophic risks would not be so intense as to kill the majority of life on Earth. But even if one did, the ecosystem and humanity would eventually recover, in contrast to existential risks. Okay. Similarly, in. Okay, 1 second, guys. Similarly, in catastrophe risk and response, Richard Posner singles out and groups together events that bring about utter overthrow or ruin on a global rather than on a local or regional scale. Posner highlights such events as worthy of special attention on cost benefit grounds because they could directly or indirectly jeopardize the survival of the human race as a whole. Okay, and we have a chart here. Okay, you can see here the severity here on the bottom axis and the scope of the effects of it on the vertical axis there. And yeah, you can see recession in one country is local and endurable, so you can get through that. But what is terminal? Well, genocide on a local level is terminal for the people that have been genocided. But if you go to a more global impact of something, well, that's here signified by the X. So that's got extreme terminal likelihood. Okay. And it's also got a transgenerational and global impact. Okay. So that is an existential risk. Okay. Right. Okay. Potential sources of risk. Okay. Potential global catastrophic risks are conventionally classified as anthropogenic or non-anthropogenic hazards. So that basically means they're caused by humans or not. Examples of non-anthropogenic risks are asteroids or comet impact events, supervolcanic eruptions, and natural pandemics, a lethal gamma ray burst from the sun, a geomagnetic storm, okay, from a coronal mass ejection from the sun, destroying electronic equipment, natural long-term climate change, hostile extraterrestrial life coming here to, end us, or the sun transforming into a red giant star and engulfing the Earth billions of years in the future, as will happen. In fact, I read an article today, and they said that in a billion years, the sun will cause oxygen to be depleted to such a degree on planet Earth that life as we know it will be extinct. That's just a billion years. Yeah. So, anthropogenic risks are caused by humans and include those related to technology, governance, and climate change. Okay, so technological risks include the creation of artificial intelligence. We've spoken about that a lot before on this channel. Misaligned with human goals, or perhaps aligned with some particular human goals that are evil, or uh, for a set minority. Uh, Biotechnology and nanotechnology, okay, are possible anthropogenic existential risks for us all. Insufficient or maligned global governance, okay, creates risk in the social and political domains such as global war and nuclear holocaust, okay, biological warfare and bioterrorism, using genetically modified organisms, cyber warfare, and cyber terrorism, destroying critical infrastructure like electrical grids, or radiological warfare, using weapons such as large cobalt bombs, a type of salted bombs, a nuclear weapon designed to produce enhanced amounts of radioactive fallout intended to contaminate a large area with radioactive material. Okay, basically making it unlivable after the bomb has exploded. For anybody, unfortunately enough, who finds himself still to be alive, not a nice place to be. Not a nice way to go. Other global catastrophic risks include climate change, environmental degradation, extinction of species, famine as a result of non-equitable resource distribution, human overpopulation or underpopulation, crop failures, and non-sustainable agriculture. Okay. Right. There we go. Lack of historical precedent. Okay. This is interesting. Humanity has never suffered an existential catastrophe, and if one were to occur, it would necessarily be unprecedented. Therefore, existential risks pose unique challenges to prediction, even more than other long-term events, because of observation selection effects. Okay, so observation selection effects. That's the proposition that a range of possible observations could be made about the universe is limited by the fact that observations are only possible in the type of universe that is capable of developing. Okay. Unlike with most events, the failure of a complete extinction events to occur in the past is not evidence against their likelihood in the future, because every world that has experienced such an extinction event has gone unobserved by humanity. Regardless of civilization collapsing events frequency, no civilization observes existential risks in its history. These anthropic issues may partly be avoided by looking at evidence that does not have such selective effects, such as asteroid impact craters on the moon, or directly evaluating the likely impact of new technology. Okay. To understand the dynamics of an unprecedented, unrecoverable global civilizational collapse, the type of existential risk, it may be instructive to study the various local civilizational collapses that have occurred throughout human history. For instance, civilizations such as the Roman Empire have ended in a loss of centralized governance and a major civilization-wide loss of infrastructure and advanced technology. However, these examples demonstrate that societies appeared to be fairly resilient to catastrophe. For example, medieval Europe survived the Black Death without suffering anything resembling a civilizational collapse, despite losing 25 to 50% of the population. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see if there's anybody else here. Hello to Yvonne. If you want to come on here, mate, please do. We'll go back to this tab. Okay. So, eschatology arises from the ancient Greek term eschatos, meaning last, and logic. We've done that already. The etymology, that is. Have we read this? Okay, no. So we're going to look at linear cosmology now for eschatology. Okay, so Judaism, guys, the main tenets of modern Jewish eschatology, in particular order, include God will redeem Israel from the captivity that began during the Babylonian exile. Okay, for those of you who don't know what the Babylonian exile is, the Babylonian exile was a period in Jewish history during which large numbers of Judeans from the ancient kingdom of Judea were forcibly relocated to Babylonia by the Neo-Babylonian Empire. Okay, there you go. In a new exodus, so God will redeem Israel from the captivity that began during the Babylonian exile in a new exodus. God will return the Jewish people to the land of Israel, apparently. God will restore the house of David and the temple in Jerusalem. Okay. The house of David refers to descendants of David who established the house of David in the kingdom of Israel and Judah. In Judaism, the lineage is based on the text from the Hebrew Bible as well as on later traditions. Okay. Very, very important house, apparently, if you're Jewish. And I suppose if you're Christian and and if you're Muslim, I suppose. Anyway, it's a Abrahamic thing, if you're into that. The third temple refers to a hypothetical rebuilt temple in Jerusalem. It would succeed the first temple and the second temple, the former having been destroyed during the Babylonian siege of Jerusalem in circa 587 before Common Era, and the latter having been destroyed during the Roman siege of Jerusalem in 70 AD. Or I suppose the CE if you're Jewish. Yeah. So God will restore the house of David and temple in Jerusalem, apparently. This is what the Jews believe. And then God will raise up a regent from the house of David, okay? The Jewish Messiah, okay? So there's going to be a king from the house of David who God will raise up to lead the Jewish people and the world, apparently, the world as well. Oh, okay. And to usher in an age of justice and peace, the Jewish version of the Messianic age. Okay. Yes, a period of time on earth in which the Messiah will reign and bring universal peace and brotherhood without any evil. Okay. And it says here, non-Jews will recognize that the God of Israel is the only true God. Isn't that nice? And then it says, God will resurrect the dead. So we'll have a load of zombies running around the place. And God will create a new heaven and earth. Okay. In the world to come, the age to come, heaven on earth, and the kingdom of God are eschatological phrases reflecting the belief that the current world or current age is flawed or cursed and will be replaced in the future by a better world, an age or a paradise. Judaism usually refers to the end times as the end of days, Aharit Hayamim, a phrase that appears several times in the Tanakh, okay, the Hebrew Bible. The end times are addressed in the book of Daniel in numerous and other prophetic passages, in Hebrew scriptures, and also in the Talmud, particularly tractate Avodah Zarah. Okay, so that's the end times, guys. The Avodah Zarah is the name of a tractate of the Talmud located in Zezikin, the fourth order of Talmud, dealing with damages. Okay. Anyway, it talks about the end. The end. Let's have a look at that, shall we? We'll quickly have a look, see what it's about. The Avodah Zarah. Okay. Can we get a synopsis of it here, guys? Let me have a look here. The Avodah Zarah, or foreign worship, meaning idolatry or strange service, is the name of a tractate of the Talmud located in the fourth order of the Talmud, dealing with damages. Okay. The main topic of the tractate is laws pertaining to Jews living amongst Gentiles. Okay. Someone who's not Jewish. Okay. All right. Whatever. Okay. Okay. The idea of the Messianic age in Judaism, an era of global peace and knowledge of the Creator, has a prominent place in Jewish thought and is incorporated as part of the end of days. A well-known passage from the book of Isaiah describes the future condition of the world. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not lift sword against nation, and they will no longer study warfare. Okay. And Bam Ram, I think his name is Rambam. That was his nickname anyway. We learned that the other day. I'll have to look him up again. What's his name? Rambam. Rambam. Anyway, Rambam, who is also known as Maimonides, further describes the Messianic era in the Mishneh Torah. And at that time, there will be no hunger or war, no jealousy or rivalry. For the good will be plentiful and all delicacies available as dust. Okay? The entire occupation of the world will be only to know God. The people, Israel, will be full of great wisdom, apparently, and they will perceive the esoteric truths and comprehend their Creator's wisdom, as is the capacity of man, as is written Isaiah 11:9, for the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of God as the waters cover the sea. Okay. Okay. Right. Anybody want to come on here, please do. I'm just going to go and close a window here. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. And the Kabbalah. In the Kabbalah, the Zohar maintains that the 7 days of the week, based on the 7 days of creation, correspond to the 7 millennia of creation. The seventh day of the week, the Shabbat, day of rest, corresponds to the 7th millennium, the age of universal rest, okay, or the Messianic era, okay. The 7th millennium begins the year 6000 AM. When's that? The Hebrew year 6000 marks, according to classical rabbinical Jewish sources, the latest time for the initiation of the Messianic age. Okay, let's have a look and see when. Anyway, that's the latest time the Messiah can come. So they might come any time before then, or they might leave it till then. A number of early and late Jewish scholars have written in support of this, including the Ramban, that man again, Ramban. Okay, Isaac Abarbanel, Abraham Ibn Ezra, and all these other fellows, these rabbis and Jewish blokes. Anyway, let's have a look and see the year 6000. When is that? In Hebrew, the Hebrew year 6000 marks, according to classical rabbinical Jewish sources, the latest time for the initiation of the Messianic age. The Talmud, Midrash, Pirkei, the Rabbi Eliezer, and Zohar specify the date by which the Messiah will appear is 6,000 years from creation. Okay, well, so they have these beliefs, that we were created a few thousand years ago, but we do believe that that's not the case. Anyhow, the according to tradition, the Anno Mundi calendar started at the time of creation and is placed at 3,761 years before Common Era. Okay. The current Hebrew year, guys, is apparently 5,785. There you go. So we only have 215 years to go before, and in this period, the Messiah will appear, apparently, according to the Hebrew calendar. So, yeah, one would say we are in the end times, less than, just over 2 centuries to go before the Messiah should appear in this time, apparently, according to the Jews. So yeah, by this calculation, the start of the 6,000th year would occur at nightfall on the 29th of September, 2239. And the end would occur at nightfall of the 16th of September, 2240 on the Gregorian calendar. Okay. So there you go. If you're a Jew and this is what you believe, or if the Jews are right, we only have 215 years to worry about before shit really hits the fan. And it could happen at any moment during these 215 years if the Jews are right. But yeah. Okay. Zoroastrianism. Okay. So it's an Iranian religion. Well, I've heard of it before. Okay. I think I was going to say Freddie Mercury. I know he was born in India, but I'm not sure if he was one. Let me have a look. He had some strange religion that not many people have. That's a bit ignorant of me to call something a strange religion just because I don't know much about it. Anyway, I suppose, guys, we'll leave it there for the reading. And if you want to come on here, please do. Links in chat, and we can continue our conversations about prophecies, premonitions, what you think is going to happen. It's interesting there to learn that tonight, guys. That the Jews believe that there's only about 215 years left before the end of this world, the end of the current age, before the messianic reign. So in that 215 years, it's I suppose, does that mean we'd have to have the Antichrist appear during that period? If you are to take that seriously. Interesting. Anyway, if you want to come on here, please do. Link is in chat. I'm waiting for conversationalists to come on now and get the conversation going. That's where the funnel starts, That's where it all unravels. That's where we really begin to learn what is going on, how fucked we are, what is good about this reality, how we can expand our understanding, develop our horizons, become more connected to those we should connect to, become more disconnected from those that we shouldn't connect to, how we can rise up from our own personal struggles to a state of contentment and self-assurance, well-being, hopefully. So yeah, the link is in chat, guys. Don't leave me hanging for too long. Do come on, and we will get the conversation going. I will share the link again. Yvonne, are you coming on? Divine Hazel, are you coming on? Vegan Equilibrium, Shatom, Kaza, whoever else is there. The link is in chat, so do come on and say hello. And we'll see where it goes. I'd be interested to hear any of you who have any connection to anything I've spoken about this evening. Any of you who are Jewish talking, what do you know about the year 6000? What are your views on that? Any of you who were raised as Christians or Muslims as well, what are your views on the apocalypse, the book of Revelations, the messianic age that is coming, perhaps the end times before that, the Antichrist, all these things, the mark of the beast, all these things? This is something you worry about? Do you find it interesting that ancient people did prophesize the end of the world? Sometimes I find that interesting because a little bit like they were talking about there before. No human has ever experienced the end of civilization, the ultimate end of everything. So it was interesting that we actually theorized that that was going to happen. I suppose, and scientifically, it is right. The world will come to an end. I suppose you could argue that's linked to our own life experiences of failure and breakdown and death, but also local like calamities that have happened where peoples or empires or tribes or clans have been eradicated by time, by other human beings, by nature in some manner. So I suppose it's not too far fetched for people to, look at that and say, hey, this could happen on a grander scale. This could happen to all of humanity. All humanity could go extinct or could suffer some extreme calamity. Um, yeah, I mean, I am interested in hearing your thoughts on this. I did like the kind of dharmic view on it, though. I thought that was interesting, that they kind of viewed it a little bit more peacefully, that it's not going to be such a terrible shit show. It's going to be almost a peaceful, you know, cyclical turning off the wheel from one eon to the next, without too many which without much fanfare. It's just a continuation of whatever this is, this existence, somehow or other, without the Antichrist, without the Messianic age, without the reign of God on earth. The Dharmic interpretation is that things will just continue as they always have, and as they always will, in some form or other. And yeah, that's interesting to me too. I mean, that vibes with my own views on reality. I mean, I think that we do live in a universe that might come to an end, but will also be born again. And it will just keep going on and on and on, forever. Quite scary when you think about it. Quite scary to think that whatever this is could go on forever and ever without any salve. That is the terrifying bit. Without any salve. But anyway, we have Yvonne here. Yvonne, how are you doing, sir? Have you got any comments to make?
Oh,
Go on.
not much. Just saying hello. And what's the prophecy for today?
Well, we're just looking at general prophecies. I was reading the Wikipedia. It wasn't anything too deep. It was more of a casual dip into religious prophecies out there. I just found it interesting that the Jews believe that the end times are going to start before 6000 AD. Sorry, not AD. Before the year 6000 in the Hebrew calendar,
In their
and
calendar.
apparently that's only 215 years away. So
Okay.
if ever there was a time of living in the end times, we kind of are living in it. If you take that view,
Yeah, yeah. We kind of always live in the end time.
yeah,
Like it's
yeah.
always the end.
There's always something to worry about.
Yes, yes. But I think it's from old stories to people get transfer like history with stories, and we don't do that much anymore. Well, I think we do it too much because there's too many books. So there's one thing. But yeah, we I think we wrote our story as when we goes along, and there's nothing that's gonna change the flow of nature.
Hmm. So it is what it is. It will just keep happening, and whatever this is it's more powerful than us. Is that your view?
But we have our own, we can have our own fate on what we do right now. But on the ultimate scale, we don't have much chance.
Hmm. Okay.
What?
Well,
Yeah.
that's a bit sad. Sorry, Yvonne. Have you heard any interesting prophecies out there? Maybe not mainstream ones. Maybe more kind of esoteric. Maybe even in your daily life, you've heard someone make a prediction about the future of existence, of humanity, of the world. Or
Yes,
indeed,
there's
do
one.
you? Sorry, go ahead.
There's one that I follow. I really like what the Jews making of the red calf. What they call it? The red cow with no blemish. They have five right now to call upon their saviors or the Antichrist awakening or something. And that's one of their prophecy. Like you're saying, we live in the end time, and but that's their version of the end time. I'm sure other country or other like religion have their own end time, but it's about all the same. And yeah, what's called it? The red. I'm
I've
gonna look
heard
it up.
something about the prophecy of the red cow, and apparently there was like a red cow delivered to the Jews from America recently or something. I don't know why, but yeah, I mean, I've heard something about this. Maybe someone who knows something about it can come on here and tell us about it. Uh, but yeah, there's a few things lining up. It would appear that
Hmm.
do the red heifer. Yeah, the
Yeah,
red
yeah,
heifer.
it's called the
Okay,
red effer. Yeah.
Gaia, would you like to come on and tell us about that? The red heifer. So heifer, I believe, well, it is a virgin
Mhm.
cow, isn't it? It's a cow that hasn't been deflowered by a bull, right? So,
Yes.
Gaia, would you like to come on here and tell us about that, please? I would appreciate that. And we might be able to see if that makes any sense for our current predicament in this world. Um, hmm, interesting
I
times.
don't know if it make any sense, but this is what they believe. It don't matter what you or me or whoever believe, but in their story, they believe that really much, and that put like the all like people put their intention into that belief. So it's most likely it could happen by putting your intention into an object, or it's like black magic or spiritual magic. I don't know what you call it, but it's the law of intention or attraction.
Right. Gaia, are you able to come on here, mate, and explain and kind of talk to us about the red heifer prophecy, please, if you can? That'd be appreciated. Just let us know if you can come on, mate. Hello, if you've just joined, this is the Finding Gnosis show. So we just basically try and discuss existence, what is happening in this reality, and yeah, we try to analyze it, converse about it, and try to find what we call gnosis. So that's knowledge about what is going on, knowledge that might be beneficial to us somehow or other. I laugh because it's a very difficult task. We've got Noodles here. Noodles might well be the man who can help us. He is our kind of personal messiah in this regard, I believe. He might know about this because Noodles knows a little bit about Jewish stuff. Isn't that right, Noodles? Would you be able to tell us at all if you know anything about the red heifer prophecy, if possible?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Either.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, I've got this here now that this is what Gaia has shared.
If I
So,
was if I was really a good Jew, I would come up with something really funny to say to that.
yeah, yeah. Um, hmm. Can you hear
I
me,
saw.
guys?
Yeah, yeah,
Can you
yeah.
hear me?
We hear you. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm just going to read this. This is what Gaia shared. It's the Wikipedia page. So the red heifer is was a reddish or brown cow sacrificed, unfortunately, by temple priests as a purification ritual in biblical times. Sounds pretty evil, but that's what they did all over the world back in those days. They
Is it?
sacrificed animals to God for some
Well,
reason. It-
people are still doing that to this day.
They are blood. They are. You're absolutely right,
Except
brother.
in India. In India, it's a god. The cow is a god. They start doing that. Yeah.
No, Indians are full of shit.
Oh
They
yeah, they
treat
still
cows like
doing it. Yes,
uh,
but
they treat cows like shit there, and if they have to get murdered, they just march them over the border
yeah,
to do it. So
I've heard that. I've heard that. Um,
yeah, it's
the
true.
red heifer offering is described in Numbers 19. Okay, so the Torah specifies that the heifer in question must be without spots or blemish, never yoked or milked. Okay, it is slaughtered and burned outside of the camp. Cedar wood, a herb called ezov, and wool dyed scarlet are added to the fire, and the remaining ashes are placed in a vessel containing pure spring water. Okay, anyway, what's this got to do with the modern day? I don't. Modern day. Here we go. The Temple Institute, an organization dedicated to the reconstruction of the Third Temple in Jerusalem. Okay, so they want to build this thing again. The Third Temple refers to a hypothetical rebuilt temple in Jerusalem. It will succeed the First Temple and the Second Temple. So yeah, that was the ones destroyed by the was it the Babylonians and the Romans? And if they rebuild this, it would usher in, I suppose, the Messianic age. In their view. Anyway, they want to rebuild that temple, and they have identified red heifer candidates consistent with the requirements of Numbers 90. So there's actually people out there going around the world looking for these
Yep.
flawless red heifers and trying to bring, and that's why they're going back to Israel, because I've heard stories and videos about these red heifers being sent there.
Mhm.
I mean, this is probably happening all the time. There's probably these religious
And
zealots who
and
are.
do you remember the Socrates? I think the cave, hermit cave, but the Jews doing the same thing where their people they close them into like building and they don't see the world at all. They only live into their own world until the ceremony is supposed to happen, and
So
they only live. Yes.
so you're saying they're in the Platonic cave? I mean, lots of people are in the Platonic cave, not just Jews, but not just Jewish zealots. I mean, lots of
Mm-hmm.
people, people who are very strict Muslims or Christian, whatever their religious
Yes.
out,
Yes.
they're all in Platonic caves. Anyway,
Yeah.
in recent years, the institute thought to have identified it's thought to have identified two candidates, one in 1997 and another in 2002. Okay, but they declared. The Temple Institute had initially declared both blemishless, so no blemishes and they were able to be sacrificed for burning, but later found them to be defective in some way or other, and they were removed from sacrifice and burning. Or lucky cows, eh? Um, the institute has been raising funds in order to use modern technology. Oh my god, this is another level of fucking weirdness, man. They're going to
That's
use
black
modern
magic.
technology. No, they're going to use modern technology to produce a red heifer that is genetically based on the red
Mm-hmm.
Angus cattle. So they're kind of genetically modifying a cow so that they
Yeah.
can slaughter it for this
Yes.
for the reason to usher in the end times.
Like
Anyway,
I was saying about making your own fate from your own text, they're gonna
yes,
generate it. It will
in
happen by them.
in September 2018, the institute announced a red heifer candidate was born, saying the heifer is currently a viable candidate and will be examined to see whether it possesses the necessary qualifications for the red heifer. In September 2022, 5 red heifers, yeah, this is the ones I heard about,
Mm-hmm.
were imported from the United States and transferred to a breeding farm in Israel for the sacrifice and burning. But rabbis have found the cows blemishless for the sacrifice and burning. So they're basically trying to breed the Uber cow, the Uber red heifer, to kill it basically, and then to burn it in
Yep.
order to usher in the end times. Sounds like a strange preoccupation, but there you go. That's what religion does.
Mm-hmm.
So, oops,
They
I'm
already
sharing.
have all the materials to build the temple.
I mean, it's not hard to build a temple, is it? What do you need?
Well, a bunch of stone, gold,
Yeah.
and tear down
I
the
mean, that's
golden
quite
dome.
simple. That's quite
Well,
simple.
but what's sitting on top of where they want to build that temple?
The rock,
Yeah,
the
the uh
the big rock.
the mosque.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. So that's a big point of contention then. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
but what
And
what
and that mosque, what's the significance of that mosque, Noodles?
It houses some. I think what I don't even remember. It houses a stone that they believe to be from. I actually don't remember the story. There was
So,
some holy stone there that
yeah.
they say.
So basically, it's highly significant for Muslims, is it?
No, no, no. It's for Jews. The Muslims are like they're they're just
No, no,
keeping.
no. I'm just wondering what is the like is the mosque that the Muslims have there? Is that a highly significant mosque in Islam? That's what I think it might be.
It only because I'm probably going to catch flack for this, but only because they're preventing the Jews from rebuilding the temple.
Okay, okay. Well, that's their
Yeah.
prerogative, I suppose. They don't have to kowtow to the Red Cow Brigade, I suppose, if they don't want to.
No, I on the one hand I agree, but on the other hand I'm just like it's. I mean, if anything, I just like to point it out that the most holy place for Jews in the whole world is basically under the is in Israel
Is a mosque.
under the possession of Islam, and Israel hasn't touched it. They're not pushing them out or kicking them out.
Well, I suppose it would be a very dangerous thing to do, actually,
Yeah, I
because
guess
I'm
it would look
sure.
bad. It would probably look
No,
bad.
no, I'm sure they'd probably, if they tried to push them out, they'd probably blow the stone up or something. So on the way out, so it
Yeah,
probably wouldn't.
I don't know exactly what the. Should ask someone who knows, but
It's about the Temple Mount.
Sorry, Yvonne.
yeah.
It's about the Temple Mount. The temple on top of it, it could be in any religion right now because there are three surrounding the rock. It is where the last those last fathers built their own civilization, and they kept the rock because spiritual significance, I guess. But there was many flood at that place. There's a many earthquake. So we cannot really pinpoint which one at what point it was, but
Okay, okay.
yeah,
Well, seeing as we have Noodles here, aside from that, the red heifer thing there, Noodles, I was quite amazed about the year 6000 and its importance in Judaism, and the fact that it's not that far away, really, when you look at the grand expanse of time and how long we've been here. I mean, it's only 215 years away, and in that time, I suppose we've got to have a lot of shit hitting the fan, right?
Let's all meet up in the year 6000. Maybe
Yeah,
we'll land in some poop.
you like that song, but yeah, that was a year 3000. But yeah,
It
you should
all
do a cover. You
applies.
should do a cover of that one. You should do a cover of that one.
I really should. I actually
But
want
then again,
to.
then again, noodles, you have gone mainstream. If you forgive me for saying so, and
Well, I
I
can do a reggae cover of it.
yeah, but is it too dark? You don't want to go too dark. I don't know if it
I
is that.
actually, I know I like dark.
Yeah, but you don't want to go uber dark, considering
No, I want to go. I want to go uber dark.
that one. Yeah, if I remember rightly, that one was about basically. If anybody doesn't know it, you can look it up on this channel. It's like Let's All Meet Up in the Year 3000. It's the name of a song, and it's about basically meeting up when we're gone extinct and we're just dust floating around, mingling with each other, and we're blowing here and there. And it was just a kind of whimsical comedic song sung about our extinction. So very fitting for this this show tonight. Actually, maybe I should look it up. That's what I'll do now. I might even play it.
And it will be from what calendar?
Sorry.
It will be from which calendar? Because like, ooh, what time are we in really right now?
Well, apparently we've only got 215 years in our Gregorian calendar that we use. We've only got 215 years until the Hebrew calendar's 6,000 year 6,000.
So it's 5,000 something.
No.
Okay.
It's only 215 years away, bro.
Yeah, but that's me. We are in the year 5,000.
Oh right, yeah. We're in like
750
we're in like
or
5,000
745. Yeah,
5,000
745.
5,785 or something we're in at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently.
Thanks for sharing my testimony on your channel.
Yeah, no, you did very well there, mate. I thought you did extremely well. It was actually. Do you want to tell the listeners what you did? Because basically, I'll tell them what I saw anyway. Because apparently, they're trying to build octopi farms in. Is it around you? Somewhere in the Boston.
It's octopus farms, but yeah.
Octopus farms, yeah. And basically, you stood against it, and you've and there's been is there some kind of application to try and prevent it somehow or other? Was it you that did that?
It's just as a resident, any resident of Massachusetts can testify to the House committee. This is where it takes understanding government and knowing about trying to stay informed about what's going on, like where it becomes really important. The thing is like they said when they at that hearing when they called up the bill, they said that this bill had gotten more has gotten more attention and more pushback there was more advocacy for the bill than like anything else that was on their docket.
Advocacy for.
Ban octopus farms.
Well, so basically, there's advocacy for stopping it. Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. So what I noticed,
and
though,
it's not just it's.
So go ahead.
It's not just from like vegans either. So.
Yeah. I mean, even people who eat animals, they do have this kind of view that we shouldn't eat highly sentient beings, you know, and they view some animals as having less sentience, something, you know. I mean, I don't think there's many people that would want to eat a chimpanzee, right? Although I suppose we'd be surprised. But Needles, what I was interested in was the replies, because there was a kind of the lady running the house or whatever it was. She said thank you for your statement. She seemed very cordial. But other than that, there was nobody had any reply to you. What happened afterwards after you'd made the statement? What effect did it have?
Oh, that's because there had already been like so many testimonies, and on that bill in particular, there was such an overwhelming turnout for. I know you didn't see a lot of people in the room. That's because most of them signed up to do the virtual testimony, so they were on the screen in there. But there's just like they didn't really have. One guy asked a question like to one of the testifiers before me, like, what's the difference between like an octopus's nervous system and other cephalopods, and she didn't like have a great answer, but I kind of answered it in my testimony. So um, it was yeah, it was, and the thing is, there's such an overwhelming turnout for them. They're definitely gonna pass the bill. And and there was there was a politician that, and they give all state representatives and politicians like first dibs at testifying for anything, and they don't time them either. And yeah, these animals are sentient, blah blah blah. It would be like really bad to like keep them in confinement, and but but what was kind of weird is like he was just like, yeah, you know, it would be like really, they would suffer a lot, you know, from,
We're
Something wrong
losing
with your
you. We're
microphone?
losing you, Noodles.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
we're losing
can you
you.
hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Driving through my neighborhood. Yeah, so no, I mean, they'll probably pass that bill, but there was like another bill on the docket that I didn't even know about. H133, which is the promotion of dairy farms in Massachusetts. So now I want to try and work with some people to get a bunch of testimonies that to go against that bill. I'm assuming that, so when I first learned about the octopus bill, it was someone from Animal Rights Initiative that asked me to turn out for it. And I'm assuming that Animal Rights Initiative is focused on that bill because it's a preventative bill and it's something that hasn't happened already.
We're losing you again, Noodles. Hopefully, you'll be indoors soon and you'll be able to talk to us properly. So, in the meantime, while we're waiting for your reception to improve, does anybody else want to come on? Please let us know in the chat so we can get the show really going. You know, we have about 9 or 10 seats here, so there's plenty of room. And it would be good to, you know, extract more wisdom from more minds, you know, for the benefit of us all. So Gaia, are you coming on, brother? Or is it too early? Do you have to wait a while? Unfortunately, brother Marcus said, if he is listening, I hope you're well, brother. He said he had some sad news. So I'm definitely thinking of brother Marcus and I wish him well. And I hope that whatever the sad news is, I hope somehow or other the sadness, I can't say has a good effect, but I hope that there is some healing from it very soon. And that's all I can say on it, you know. I hope there's some healing from it, whatever it is. That's my wish for brother Marcus. Guy says he's going to be on. Yippee yay! That's good. He says he's just finishing his tea. Well, you know, you're welcome to drink your tea on the show. I do all the time. What tea is it? What tea is it, Gaia? I like red bush tea. Yvonne, are you a tea drinker?
No, I'm coffee.
Coffee. Okay.
Yes, yes. I drink some tea, but it's mostly my wife. She drink tea.
Okay. Okay.
When I feel down, like some tea can be good to like heal some like illness, like kind of thing. But you mostly coffee.
That's true, actually. Yeah. That's true. Gaia has Oh, very posh. He has black tea, vanilla chai. Lovely. Sounds lovely. I'm well gel, as they say over here. Well gel. Jealous. Sounds delicious. Mm. So
Yeah, because in your country, tea it's a national thing, right?
yes. I mean, it's definitely. I don't know if it's as popular as it was, but yeah, I mean, people
Okay.
drink a lot of tea, but it's not. Obviously, there's more. There's a greater array of beverages. I mean,
Yeah.
years ago, you didn't have much choice, did you? you know, you paid an arm and a leg for your fizzy pops,
Yes.
and
Yes.
basically, it was tea or water or
Yes.
cordial, orange squash or something.
Yeah. You make
Um,
your own juice, but it's mostly water. They had. Yeah.
Divine Hazel says she has a migraine for the last 2 days, sharing too much brain power. Sorry to hear that, Divine. Are you sharing it with us? Is that what are you complaining that you've given us too much of your
Oh,
inner self? Is that it? Sorry to hear that, Divine. Do if you can manage it, do come on and I don't know. Do you have any? I don't get migraines myself, but they sound horrible. So my heart goes out to you, and I do hope that yeah, I hope that it goes away. Do you get migraines, Yvonne, ever?
no, no migraine.
No.
No, the only thing I have is
It does seem to be unfortunate that women get a lot of migraines. It's a kind of woman thing, and I'm not saying men don't get them, but it seems to be a lot of females get migraines. You know,
yes, should be
unfortunately,
hormonal or something.
hormonal probably. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. No
Mm,
doctor.
no, no. Is there a doctor in the house? Is there a doctor on the airplane? Yeah, no, there's no doctors here. Um,
But sometimes a troubled mind can make you think too much, and but it's mostly hormonal. I think it's from the body. When you get tired, you're easily to get sick or in pain. It go with the sun too. When the weather is down, you feel the pressure, and then that affects your mood.
yeah, yeah. So, hello to whoever has just joined. This is the Finding Gnosis show. We were talking about prophecies and thoughts in relation to predictions for the future of humanity, and we were looking at it. Well, we've been looking at it from a religious viewpoint. We've also dipped a little bit into esoteric as well. So you're welcome to come on and talk about that. That is the kind of main theme. But if you'd like to talk about other stuff, then please do. I mean,
Our next
uh,
gen's gonna be transhumanist. We're gonna fuse with the machine
yeah,
because you know that like the you that you name you, it's not the body that you're wearing right now. The body is controlling the you for the linear like biology of the nature. But as soon as we get rid of the all the disease, and we're gonna live like what at least 300 years old.
you
That'd
think
be a
so?
good start. Oh yeah, that'd be a good start for now.
I've heard the kind of maximum that a human can live at the moment. Like if they could somehow help us with our health problems, it would be about 125 to 150 years. But obviously, life extension would like because one of the biggest problems I heard is telomeres. So every time your DNA
Mm,
replicates,
yes, yes,
yeah,
yeah,
the telomeres shorten, and the telomeres are basically the instructions for your DNA as to what to do. So as you age, your body rejuvenates, it heals itself and cells replicate. And with every replication, the information in the telomeres is shortened. So as you get older, that's why you start falling apart because
yeah.
you haven't got the instructions to heal yourself. And that's why people get cancer, unfortunately, or they're more likely to get cancer as they get older because the body hasn't got the instructions in its cells to heal itself, unfortunately. Gaia, welcome to the show, brother. Lovely to have you on. How is your tea? Have you drank it or are you still enjoying it?
Oh yeah, no, I drank that. Might have another cup, but I nah, you crack me up. I got to drink the tea before I get the tea experience, man. I got to get the caffeine load to wake up. Then I
Savor
can
that
sip on the
flavor. Yeah,
tea.
yeah. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. You got to get that caffeine hit, and it does help. It does help. I'm not going to lie. It does help. It helps the brain. Maybe that's my problem tonight. I haven't had enough caffeine today.
Mm.
David says, hello, David. If you want to come on here, please do. David says, AI huge. Currently, money system fails. Crypto, Bitcoin takes over. Trump looked back on as a great leader who saved the world from disaster. Psychedelics becoming more prominent. This is his views, his predictions for
Interesting
humanity.
little prophecy.
David, you got a nice little bag of
Uh,
predictions there. Do you want to come on and tell us about that, please? That'd be good. Great. There's lots of ingredients there for a good conversation. So, David, do come on and give us your opinions. So, Gaia, have you had any more thoughts on the future? Any prophecies you'd like to enunciate to the world today? Any predictions or anything that you've maybe looked into since we last spoke?
And I had some, but yeah, they're just escaping my mind at the moment. They might come back on to me and come back to me. The longer we talk, though.
Okay. David says he'll stay in chat for now. One day he'll come on. Okay, David, no problem. But as I say, you're most welcome. We're a friendly bunch, and it is just taking that first step, isn't it, Gaia? You did it
Yep.
not too long ago. Gaia did it not too long ago, and now he is, he's well able to talk on here. In fact, it's more or less his show most of the time because he just takes over because he is so knowledgeable and wonderfully able to articulate himself, Gaia. So we are privileged to have you here,
Oh, well, thank you
Gaia.
for that.
I mean that. So
Yeah.
and if anybody listening wants to come on and they're a bit shy or a bit nervous, don't worry. This is a place to test your communication and a place to grow. So we're a friendly bunch. So hopefully we'll help you flourish in some way or other. David said he'd be interested. Well, he'd be interested in Gaia's experiences with nitrous oxide.
Oh,
Could you tell us about nitrous oxide? Is that laughing gas or
yes,
something?
that's laughing gas.
Yeah.
Nitrous oxide is laughing gas.
David, do you want to come
So,
on then? You don't have to
oh,
talk. David, come on, mate, if you want. If you're in a position to talk at all, come on. Go on then, Gaia. Tell us about your experiences with laughing gas. By the way, guys, I do not condone the taking of nitrous oxide illegally. Go ahead, Gaia. Tell us about what you've been up to.
oh, well, what I used to be up to.
Oh, right. Okay.
No, yeah, the laughing gas, that was one of the only things I've ever had sort of a problem with. I've never had any sort of addiction type feel with anything, but laughing gas was the only thing I've ever had that with. And, they sell these little whipped cream
The
chargers, these
capsules, yeah.
canisters, and that's what people use off the streets to get their, hits off the nitrous oxide. And I was freaking abusing that stuff for a few years, but my
Wow.
goodness, that stuff it's so addictive. It's like the nicotine of the hallucinogen world because it's such short acting, but such a strong effect. And since it's so short acting, you can't help but go, oh my goodness, man, I still got time in my life. I'm not that busy. Let me get another hit, man. But no, the laughing gas is very fascinating because it's a dissociative and it's a very extreme dissociative for it not being like a pill you take. It's just a gas, but uh,
So it's a dissociative. So explain how that manifests, please.
okay, so dissociatives normally have that disconnection from your mind and body. So when you take laughing gas, a lot of times you'll feel this disconnect from your body. All of a sudden, your consciousness and your body feels like a rubber band, and all the noises get elongated, and you hear flanging a lot of times. The distinct wah 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 wah. That's the archetype with the nitrous oxide. Everybody talks about the wah wah wahs. So, everybody loves their dubstep and stuff with their nitrous oxide. But anyway, a nitrous oxide I just found to be a very short but powerful experience that was highly addictive. But the energy I got off of it was marvelous. It was full of, little those DMT machine elves, full of little jokers and jesters. But everybody looks at these joker and jester archetypes as negative or dangerous or evil, and I don't see it that way. I had good experience with these spirits. If it wasn't for the fact that the substance wasn't so damn addictive, I wouldn't, criticize in any way, shape, or form. So, as DNW says, as someone that's actually used this, I will expand and say, even as someone that's used this, even if it is legal, I would still not, advocate for the use of this stuff.
Okay, sounds like you had a kind of harrowing experience there, Guy. I'm glad you got over it, because being addicted to something is no good.
No, it's one of those things where, if we had
Sounds like a
more.
kind of horrible. You made it sound horrific, though, to
Well, the thing
dissociate.
the thing about it is it's about the social dynamics, like
Oh,
for instance, it's really addictive, but it's also in these, food grade canisters full of lubricants and oils, and people don't filter their laughing gas. They're inhaling all these fucking WD-40s, lubricants and industrial. It's just nasty,
oh,
like
horrible,
I
horrible, horrible
I
stuff.
literally
Stay away from that, folks.
yeah, no,
No,
that's
but
where people don't even do that, and that's where the very bare basic of harm reduction with nitrous oxide would to be to get one of those whipped cream containers for actually making whipped cream with the canisters, and then you stuff it with some
yeah,
washcloths. So when you
yeah,
fill up the chargers, the
yeah.
pressurized gas has to get filtered through the washcloths. But I would not recommend getting into it. Or, if you've never done it, don't get into it. If you're into it,
Okay.
try to find a way to titrate, get off of that, find something else. There's many beautiful, wonderful things in life to enjoy and explore with. So, actually, I'll say one more thing about that experience. I had my literary awakening at the same time when I was getting off of the nitrous. And I found this one book that this weird alternate Bible of the Wild West. I found this book from the 1800s, and the second I started reading this, I had this literary awakening, and at the same time, I was getting this vibes where I was like, these are the exact same vibes I get off reading this book as I get off nitrous. Why the hell do I need to do drugs when I can read drugs?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, there are
Uh,
good natural highs, and feeling content and well through natural means is, I believe, something one should aim for. Guys, I'll be right back. You guys can keep the conversation going. David says it's shown him there's no free will. There you go. I mean, that's
Oh, your
interesting,
experience with
David, I'd love you to come on and tell us about that. I mean, that bloody hell, that
what
would
the
be
heck?
a
Hopefully everything's
fascinating
fine.
topic. Yeah. Okay. I will be right back, guys, but keep talking. I'll be right back. Okay.
Am I here?
yeah, I can talk right now. There's somebody at the
Can you hear
door.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh man, my alarm went off on my phone. I thought it completely disconnected me. That's
Yeah,
good.
I'm gonna go get a drink and that, and I'll be right back. But you guys can keep talking. David said that laughing gas showed him that
Yeah,
there is
no,
no
that's
free
a
will.
really interesting one because I've never gotten that off laughing gas because the little joking deities have been too much fun being distracting me, having their fun. The only thing I've got that from was that Salvia Divinorum. I got the express feeling that exact same thing when I did Salvia Divinorum. It was holy shit. My goodness, the spirit of this plant is telling me that, there's eternal reoccurrence, there's infinite amount of past lives and future lives. There is no escape, and it's all meaningless. But then I took mushrooms and I got the message that Jesus Christ is real and that the Christ consciousness is in all, and that that there's this unifying factor that's within all of us, that we can all become one. So that's where I always say that each one of these drugs really is one of their own drugs, and just like people, you don't listen to just one person and follow everything they say, like gospel. You look around, you think with your brain, you make your own decisions.
Okay, that's That's an interesting way of looking at it. David says reality is definitely eternal. There you
Oh
go.
yeah.
Keeps on going. Keeps on going.
Right.
David, how do you feel? How does he feel since I'd love David to come on and tell us how he feels since he had this kind of feeling or revelation that there's no free will. So I'd really like to hear how that has left him feeling. Divine says entity attachment is why anyone would feel there is no free will. They are just looking for a host body. That's what Divine thinks. So Divine thinks it's just a kind of a perspective problem, a spiritual problem, that there is free will. That's an interesting way of looking at Divine. Guys, if you could just keep the show going for a second, I'm just going to go and get a drink from the kitchen, as I said. So I'll be right back, okay?
No, the way I see it, free will is, I always laugh at the metaphor with free will. Everybody, uses chess as an example, and they, okay, we got free will or we got determinism, and everybody uses chess as the determinism, oh, you have this chess board, you can't move beyond the board, that is fate. And, and then they say, well, that shows proof that free will doesn't exist. My perspective is that, well, what if the boards on the pieces are sentient? They can, look around and think, but they can't move for themselves. They still have that free will in the sense of their thought power and in the effect of, how they react to their world. Some god makes them move this direction and take out another piece. Then are they then respond to it, with, oh my god, I just, unalived the enemy soldier, I feel terrible? Or are they then to go, okay, this is what was commanded me by the divine mission or whatever? Like, I don't know. It's just, I always find it fascinating though, that why can't it be both? Like, why can't there be free will and, fate? Like, I just laugh at that. Yvonne, you there? Oh man, I just got, what was up with that, boys? Come on.
Yvonne isn't here at the moment. He's gone somewhere. But yes, that's an interesting way of looking at it, Gaia.
Yeah,
What
I
am I
just see it
getting?
as a
What am I
paradox to
getting? What am I
solve. I don't
getting
see it
from
as a
this?
contradiction.
Yeah, I'm trying to vibe with what you're saying. There seems to be no free will mechanistically, but there
Well,
is. I'm not saying there is free will in our imagination, but our
mhm.
imagination does give us a lot of freedom.
Yeah, you know what I'm
You know,
talking about, those
I'm
feedback
not saying we
loops.
have free will in it, but
Hmm.
the expansiveness of our imagination does help us to break out of this world sometimes. And as in, like,
Yeah,
if you want to call it meditation, if you want to just use it, call it like creative imagination, uh, thinking about things. Thoughts are powerful. I'm not saying they solve our material plight, but they definitely at times help you escape it. I'm
no, I
not saying
totally
I'm not saying they totally help you escape it all the time.
yeah.
I'm saying at times.
No, I get what you're saying. They help, you psychologically unravel these ideas, because that's where I use that as the chessboard as a, really small metaphor, but the really grand metaphor is the, heat death of the universe or whatever, like, we have people already trying to, not only escape their own death, but, escape our species' death. And it's one of those things, where fate says that, we can't, completely alter the laws of, the fundamental laws of nature and get past this universe, or, that we're limited to this universe. But at the same time, the fact that we're able to even think about these things is such it's just it's mind-bogglingly the fact it's just a trip that we could think about things that are so complex that we have no ability to actually change.
Yeah, yeah. But Yvonne says he's got a guy there installing a home camera. Okay, so he's doing some work there. So he'll be right back. So okay,
All right.
so it's good to get your security sorted
Yeah,
out. So good luck with that.
definitely.
Um, yeah. Okay, Gaia, have you come across anything interesting in the news? Even if not, have you had any philosophical or spiritual thoughts that you'd like to share with us? Nothing at all, Gaia, to keep the conversation flowing.
Oh, I did just see a thing on the news. Smithsonian Magazine. Archaeologists say they've discovered a hidden chamber where elites used hallucinogens 25,000 years ago, or 2,500 years ago.
Where was that?
Unearthed in Peru, the small underground room may have been used for rituals involving psychoactive drugs. New research suggests these exclusive events were reserved for the elite.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I've heard a lot about, the way people use hallucinogenics in the past, psychedelics.
Hmm.
I've heard a lot about magic mushrooms, the ingestion of magic mushrooms, even in Europe in Celtic times, apparently, even in pre-Celtic times.
Yep.
Apparently, there's evidence, there's archaeological evidence of a lot of mushroom taking, apparently.
Oh
And
yeah.
a friend of mine said, this is anecdotal, but he said that a friend of his is does archaeological digs or something, and they're often digging up the remains of kind of I don't know, campfires or something, places where people just sat around getting off their, getting shit faced on magic mushrooms and then fighting whilst high on
Oh
magic
yeah.
mushrooms.
Yep. No, that they often
Basically,
use the hallucinogens for warriors for
yeah, yeah. I
getting
heard
in the
that
mindset.
the Vikings sometimes used to take drugs before they went into battle. Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah. No.
suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the big one that gets me with that is I would be willing to bet there's this drug that archaeologists and historians are trying to find for fucking decades now, soma. And soma is a drug from the Vedic religions, from Hinduism, and
Isn't
it's
that what
actually
they called the drug in A Brave New World?
I think that is, yeah. I think I'm
Hmm.
pretty sure that might. I think you are correct. I think that's the drug in Brave New World. But anyway, this Soma drug was given to the gods for euphoria and for like life extension, if I remember correctly. I don't know, fucking gods, life extension, what the fuck? But that's what it was, immortality. For euphoria and immortality. But apparently it found its way to the earthly realm and people had access to it and
Hmm.
the archaeologists and historians have been trying to and all the herbologists or what are they, the people that classify the different herbs, the little trees of life and stuff, what I'm talking about.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
they've been trying to dial it down, and it's fascinating when you look at all the different theories of, just everybody's come up with some wild theory on what soma is. Some people are like, oh yeah, well it's this plant that's equivalent to something like chamomile. It's like, wow, that's not very hallucinogenic. And then some
Hmm.
people will be coming up with some, oh, it was this crazy concoction, or some mixture of these different things. It was like some Indian ayahuasca and just all the different theories. It's fascinating.
Yeah, yeah. I've also heard that there is evidence that our hominid ancestors in Africa used to walk behind, I don't know, whatever they had there, the wildebeest or whatever they were
Hmm.
running around on the plains, and they used to pick up the prehistoric cow pats that were dried out or whatever, and
Oh yeah, yeah.
there would be fungus in them or
Yep, the
something,
magic mushrooms love the cow patties.
some kind of mushroom perhaps, and they used to eat them. And basically they're saying that a lot of our spiritual development as a species came from us as hominids that had just climbed down from the trees, going out there and having experiences on psychedelics that expanded our minds to think things that we wouldn't normally have thought. And they said that this perhaps shaped our evolution and gave us perhaps insightful thoughts that we would not have had otherwise.
No, I know
Uh,
exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about Terrence McKenna's stoned ape theory.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, I find that fascinating because the more I dive into all this, the more I start agreeing with, Terrence McKenna's stoned ape theory. But it's one of those things where, the scientists are just so stuck in their, rigid, thought patterns, some of their dogmas
No,
that
there's a
they.
lot of evidence. There is evidence for it. There's
Oh no, I know
archaeological
there's
evidence.
evidence. That's where
Yeah,
I'm saying that there's like
and
archaeological evidence for this, but the actual scientists that are in charge with studying these things, with making
hmm.
the studies, they won't refuse to make the studies. They're basic. I think it's one of those things where they're like almost saying
I
it's a
mean, it may not have
notability
been on
problem.
purpose originally. It may not may just have been. It probably was just accidental initially. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just they were
Oh,
eating the
totally.
mushrooms,
Yeah.
and yeah. It's a
Yeah.
bit like
Yeah.
the reindeer in the North Pole, or in Lapland. They go around and they eat magic mushrooms as well, and they get off their nut on psychedelics as well. Apparently,
Yeah, no, what the
uh,
reindeer eat, they eat the Amanita muscaria, the Mario mushroom. And
yeah.
the Amanita muscaria, that one has a long tradition with paganism and with Christmas time. Apparently they say that's where the idea of Santa's reindeer flying, that comes from them eating the Amanita muscaria.
Wow. This is all very interesting, and who knows? All these stories I was telling tonight, as I was researching eschatology, and they talked about the white horse and all that. That might have come from someone being off their nut on some kind of psychedelic, and then it spread out into all the different cultures around the world, because it might have been, as I said, one prehistoric group of people that are the ancestors of all of us, and they had some kind of trippy experience one time, and they came up with the logos for
Yep.
humanity. That has spread forth into all the different nooks and crannies of the globe. um, yeah, I mean, even in the present day, Guy, I read an article recently about chimpanzees gathering to eat fermented fruit and getting a little
Oh
alcoholic
yeah.
buzz. Getting a little alcoholic buzz. Again, not necessarily on purpose, but it still has some kind of social cohesion effect, and causes I suppose a lesser level of aggravation and a more chilled out atmosphere, at least while they're eating it, and they're experiencing the kind of low level, what we would call a beer buzz.
Yep.
Obviously,
Have you
apparently
seen
it's
any
not.
of the
Apparently,
videos?
apparently it's not like drinking like gallons of whiskey. It's just a very low, light kind of alcoholic experience. But yeah, they do. That does happen, and apparently it does help with the chimpanzees getting to know each other. Maybe they do get laid now and again because of it, but who knows what they're like when they have a hangover. Sorry, Guy, what did you say?
Oh man, I just got splintered off into a new little epiphany because you were using chimpanzees as the example, and I'm
Yeah,
thinking about
in the modern
chimpanzees.
day. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about chimpanzees versus bonobos, and
Oh, right.
chimpanzees versus bonobos, they're literally practically the same species, but evolutionary, they split because there was a river in between the two. And the
Interesting. Yeah, yeah.
bonobos ended up becoming more peaceful, and the chimpanzees ended up becoming more violent. And I'm
I heard
going,
it's. I heard it's like the chimpanzees are kind of patriarchal, and the bonobos apparently matriarchal.
yeah, no, that's very true
And
too.
yeah.
Yep. No, I was
Anyway,
just thinking though, yeah, give the alcohol to the violent species, like what?
Noodles. Noodles is back. Noodles, brother. What was at the forefront of your mind that you feel the urgent need to express?
I was thinking when you mentioned the Vikings and psychedelics, I was thinking about the berserkers.
Yeah, I've heard about
Yep.
them guys. They used to strip down naked and take all these psychedelics and just run
So
into battle without.
they took Amanita muscaria, and
Is that the
that
same
was
thing the
like,
reindeers eat?
the,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was the last. I think I'm not positive, but I think it was like the battle that wiped them out. They were like surrounded, and they were like high, and they took off all their clothes, and yeah they
Well,
ran into the enemy.
apparently, they used to take off their clothes anyway. That was one of their fear factor things that they used to do, because imagine you go into battle in those days,
And
but it was
you get
it was
and some dude's fucking junk ends up like flying off on your
yeah. No,
Jesus.
no. It's just when there's people there with when there's people there with shields and like helmets and shit. And then you see this terrifying mad bastard running around naked with a sword. I mean, that's going to be terrifying for anybody.
Don't forget covered in blood and naked.
You're going to be thinking this motherfucker doesn't
For
care.
reals.
This fucker's capable of anything. Like, yeah, it would be a
Like, dude,
terrifying
that
thing to
dude's
face.
butt crack is exposed. That means he could like fucking poop on me or something.
Who knows? Who knows what could go down? Yeah.
And if they were high on Amanita muscaria, then you know.
So it was
Not
both
far-fetched.
their power and their undoing in the end. Then they overdid it.
I have.
By the way, we have a modern day Viking here. Grim Opus is from Norway. So, Grim Opus, how you doing, brother?
I'm currently holding a seminar at the Opera House in Oslo. It is about it is the Grim Opus.
Okay. You're currently
And I
holding
have
a seminar.
I have knowledge about the Amanita muscaria and its psychoactive effects.
Go on then.
It works through, I believe, it has a delirium type of effect, and it works by antagonizing, I believe, the muscarinic receptor, which is an acetylcholine receptor, and it has some interesting effects. One of them is that it makes people go into these loops that they do repetitive things over and over again. The, they could fall down, and they don't remember having done that, so they do it over and over again. They could have walked up a tree or climbed up a tree, and then they're just not aware of having done exactly that. So imagine that in battle. I guess the opponent could do the same repeated moments over and over again, which
Yeah.
could get them killed. That's why I don't believe Amanita muscaria would be practical in battle.
Well, it also depends on the dose. You know, if you take a lot of Amanita muscaria, it switches from more of a dissociative, atypical psychedelic to more of a deliriant, as you were describing. And deliriants, they actually a few decades ago, some of the governments were experimenting with using deliriants as biological warfare. Because if you spray a whole bunch of deliriants on the population and everybody is smoking invisible cigarettes and doing all these things that they don't know and don't remember, then pretty easy to take over a country, you know? So, yeah, that was a really interesting perspective you added there, Grim.
The most terrifying delirium that I've read about, and I've seen other people on it, is the stramonium, and it actually can give people brain damage to the point where they're permanently stuck in the delirium, and like that's pretty scary because it gives the hallucinations and the high that the trip people have is always like a nightmare. So it turns like everything into like basically a like a horror movie, kind of like a supernatural kind of horror movie. Blood raining from the sky and giant, carnivorous bugs everywhere, and
Yep, plagues of
people's limbs
locusts.
falling off, and
For reals.
zombie people becoming zombies and everything. And yeah, like like
Sorry, I just added a sound effect because that sounded terrifying what you said. So I just needed the sound effect.
and the thing is, people still like take this shit and still experiment with it. And yeah, like people, if they overdo it, if they take too much, they'll get stuck like that permanently, and they have to be on like antipsychotics for the rest of their lives. And
Wow.
yeah, it's just
Wow. Remind people of what exactly that is, what they should avoid taking again, please, just so they know.
it's called the stramonium.
Has it got any
Yeah,
street
there's
name,
no
or is that
reason to ever take.
Just deliriants in general.
Florida.
Do not take
it is
deliriants.
Yeah,
Deliriants.
delirium. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
gonna all do that shit.
Yeah.
Can you give us some common deliriants that we might know of by kind of street names or whatever? What are they?
Benadryl.
Benadryl. Okay,
You know Benadryl?
I've heard of it, but I don't know what it
The,
is. Yeah.
It's
Benadryl.
an
It's an
allergy. It's an
antihistamine.
antihistamine.
But if you take too much of it, it turns into a deliriant.
Oh
And
my
there's
god.
tons of young kids in the hospital, overdosing on fucking Benadryl, getting high off of that shit. And the thing about deliriants, too, is that, first of all, they're a literal poison compared to the other hallucinogens. They actually are a poison. It's not no folk knowledge. It actually is a poison. The other thing about deliriants is that they've proven that it increases the likelihood of dementia in later years. So it's terrible for you messing around with deliriants.
Yes,
Stay away from that
that's
shit.
right. And even fly agaric, which we talked about, uh, that is like some sort of toxin that has to be converted
Yep,
into muscimol, or maybe not.
the
Maybe not.
ibotenic acid into the muscimol. Yeah, I know what you're
Yes,
talking
that's
about.
it. Yes.
You have to dehydrate the mushrooms. You have to parboil them, do things like that. If you just eat them raw, they're very bad for your body and your brain.
There's
Yeah,
also
like
people that have gotten muscimol from drinking reindeer piss,
Yep.
which is a
I
very
remember. I remember that when I was a teenager, there was these kids. They had found a datura plant, and they would they were like, yeah, they were like eating it. They were eating the seeds, and they were like selling the seeds to people to eat. And one of the kids ended up, I don't know, blacking out for 2 days. And when he came to, like, he was saying that he thought he was at a baseball game the whole time. But
Jeez.
these people had found him and like brought them to their apartment and like called, I don't know, called the police. And he went to the hospital and it was just crazy. Like, and there's a lot of experience with the Turo. If you look up Tales from the Trip, and that, I think it's like a YouTube channel. A lot of stories about the Tura, people using the Tura. It's just wild to think that anyone would want to experience that kind of trip.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
yeah.
sometimes it's from a place of ignorance. They just don't know how bad it is or how bad it can be, right?
Yeah, I think so. There's no reason to ever take Datura for any reason. And that kid who took Datura and had some delusion about a baseball game that surprised me. Usually, Datura induces some kind of cosmic horror sensation of extreme pain, fear, and dread. Yet this kid that took it thought he was on a baseball game, so I'm not sure what he could have experienced. Maybe it was his favorite team losing.
I don't know, but I'm driving around to pick up a 1964 Silvertone combo amp, and my phone is gonna die soon so I have to let it charge. So I have to get off the
Okay.
stream, but
Okay, buddy. Well, hopefully you
I'll
can come
talk to
back.
you guys later.
All right. Take care, buddy. Good luck with that.
But,
yeah,
Thank
no
you to
two.
Noodles.
Yeah, it's nice hearing from you, Noodles. Now, the two other things about deliriants that are fucking sketchy is one is that they're a surefire way to get yourself arrested because unlike the psychedelics or dissociatives where you have some level of grounding, pretty much no matter how high you get, you're able to recognize what reality is, where you are, what you're doing. Deliriants, you don't have that ability. So basically, if you're anywhere in society doing that, it's just you're setting yourself up for a bad time. And the other thing that fascinates me about deliriants is that people often see shadow people on deliriants.
Oh my
And the thing
goodness
that
me.
fascinates me about that is that the other thing people often see shadow people on is when they enter stimulant psychosis. You know, some meth head that's been smoking way too much meth, they get stimulant psychosis. They start seeing shadow people. And I just find that fascinating. Completely two different kinds of drugs affect completely different receptors, but they're both causing the same conscious phenomenon of seeing shadow people. And I
That
think
is
that it's
interesting.
also, you know, some
Can
aspect
you
of brain
can you
damage.
describe shadow people, please?
Well, shadow people, they're literally just a silhouette, a shadow of a person that you see. You know, often in the corner of some room or moving in the corner of your eye very quickly. You know, and so shadow people. That's what the phenomenon of shadow people is. But the fact that people are seeing these both off deliriance and off of stimulant psychosis suggests that this phenomenon arises from a toxic nature, that you can't see shadow people off of, just any old mushrooms or acid. You have to be taking something that's literally causing brain damage for you to see these things.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It is. Again, terrifying. Best
Oh, yeah.
avoided.
Oh, yeah. Just avoid the deliriants. Yep. Pretty much everyone's in agreement with that in the modern world, thankfully, though. Except the only people that seem to be taking the deliriants are the young and ignorant. But that's where we need to work on education, harm reduction, teach these people.
Yeah. Yeah. Without a doubt.
It's like I'm not advocating for any drug use, but at the same time, I'd rather see a whole bunch of young kids smoking cigarettes than fucking overdosing on Benadryl and, fucking causing brain damage and increasing their likelihood of dementia in later years and all this crap. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Ooh. What a world, eh? What a
What a
fucking world.
world,
What a fucking world.
right?
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
Matt would cause people seeing the shadow people, since even though the primary purpose of the drug is to just induce a lot of neurotransmitters, a lot of release, even though that's the purpose. It does so much, I guess, that it would by accident also stimulate the muscarinic receptors, maybe lead to some sort of crash.
I think I
Hmm.
sort of know what you're talking about with the pharmacology, because the pharmacology of deliriants are actually sort of. It's scary how similar they are to nerve toxins, like nerve agents. Freaking full on, biochemical warfare things. It's
Oh
crazy.
my god. Like mustard gas.
Yeah, no, like more like sarin gas or VX, But yeah, it's wild because apparently the molecule that has to do with memory in the brain, acetylcholine, also is the main molecule for muscle contraction or like for keeping your muscles healthy. So there's
Oh.
this correlation between memory and your muscles functioning. If your memory doesn't function, your heart doesn't function, your lung doesn't function, nothing functions. And that's fascinating in and of itself. That sounds like that could be used for a pharmaceutical holy grail, trying to find a way to extend our living.
Hmm. Yeah, or at least cure Alzheimer's.
Yeah, or at least cure
Yeah.
Alzheimer's. But
Hmm.
think about it. If you're literally your body, all the things that your body requires, and every time someone dies, for the most part, it's always because of your heart stopping or your lungs stopping. The system breaking down, and that's where that system seems to be inherently dependent on acetylcholine and the memory and the
Yeah.
muscles. So
Someone,
it's
someone said to
fascinating.
when someone said to me the other day, and I thought, yeah, actually, they're right. You always die of a heart attack, no matter what way you die. Like
Yep.
you hear people saying, "Oh, that someone died of cancer." Yes, it's true, but in the end, everybody dies of a heart attack, right?
Yeah, heart failure.
Mm,
Yep, the heart failure causes the lungs to stop,
mm,
causing oxygen. Lose the oxygen in your brain, causing, the signal to your heart to keep beating. So suddenly everything goes fucking haywire and breaks down.
yeah, and hopefully, peace will be with us then. Hopefully,
Right? For
I hope
sure.
for us all.
Well, I think if we're working toward, I think the most we can aspire to is just working toward that positive path. My big thing on the afterlife is really have no clue, but I sort of do have some, underlying feeling that that your final thoughts imprint on your afterlife. If you're dying in a horrendous way, and you don't process it in a healthy way, you might come back, in the afterlife and, have to learn more things or do things different. You don't just get the straight shot.
Mm, mm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that it's funny you should say that, because the Tibetan Book of the Dead even talked about that, dying in a state of mind where you aren't afraid.
Yep. No, it's funny. I've gotten to a point where I always have some mushrooms around with me for two reasons. One, for my mental health. If I just, know that, oh my God, I'm going to shit and I need something to keep me from unalive myself. But two, in case shit ever does fully hit the fan, the nukes are dropping everywhere. I'm just going to take all of this and I'm going to die while I'm hallucinating because I know I'll be comfortable that way.
I don't know though. You might not be.
I don't know. It's just I've had so many experiences with hallucinogens and so many ego deaths, and I've even had ego deaths involving sleep. For years
Right.
I had a hard time going to sleep because I recognized that every time I was going to sleep I was dying, and my ego was so strong that it was like, no, no, I can't go to sleep. I need to live forever. I need to stay awake forever. So it was very difficult. And actually, matter of fact, I literally had an ego death the other day waking up. It was the worst waking up experience I ever had in my life. I had some alcohol for the first time in like a month the night before, and I took some melatonin. And apparently, the alcohol and melatonin were working in two opposite directions. And when I woke up, I went straight into instant death, ego death. The second I woke up, I was like, holy shit, if I don't wake up in the correct process, I'm gonna somehow lose my fucking mind and in essence die, and nobody's ever gonna fucking know that I died because I'm gonna still be here just fucking crazy. So
Cool.
yeah, fucking ego deaths are a difficult fucking thing to process, whether it's under the process of an hallucinogen, whether you're completely sober and you're just meditating, or whether you're going to sleep, or whether you're waking up.
Yeah, mate. You're actually kind of scaring me tonight, to be honest with you. There's a lot to
Oh.
take in, Um,
Hmm.
no, no, no. I don't mean that in a bad way, guy. I just mean
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
a lot to think about.
No, it took me a second. At first, I thought that you were saying that in a bad way, but then I got that. Yeah, just the complexity of things.
Yeah,
It's a lot to
that's it.
take
That's it.
in,
It's more that. It's more that the complexity of it all. Yeah,
right?
and it's not just the complexity. It's the feeling that you should somehow. It's that kind of juxtaposition of feeling that you should somehow actively try and get involved in that complexity and try and analyze it, or just let go of it all. It's that juxtaposition, which is the right thing to do, to
Yep.
analyze it or to let go. you know
I think it's a balance, like because over time, sometimes you need to dive deep, but sometimes you really do just need to give yourself a break. That's something
yeah.
that forcibly, my brain forcibly did that to myself. I for years I was overthinking and I could never shut it off. Never shut it off. And then
Hmm.
all of a sudden I got to this spot where my dissociation that was plaguing me became a meditation, and I found out a way to dissociate in a way to where I'm just not thinking. And I figured out that, whoa, this form of dissociation isn't some mental illness form of dissociation. This is a form of meditation that keeps my sanity, that keeps me
Mm.
grounded because I'm not, burning out every freaking day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a constant balance act.
Mm.
Everything in life seems to be about, and maybe even in death, but everything in life seems to be about energy and balance. Energy,
Salut,
momentum, and
salut, Green
balance.
Sky 17, ça va, mon ami? Où habitez-vous? Hopefully they'll come on and talk to us. um, David says, I know this sounds scary, D&W. It used to scare me. Less so since psychedelics. He says, I've been in your shoes here, D&W. Well, thank you, David, for the empathy. I appreciate it. He says it's all just a show, a cosmic giggle. There you go. He's at peace. Well, I'm glad David's at peace. I really am. It's nice to hear people at peace. You know, Guy, you're one of those people who seems to be at peace. I know you struggle at times, but it's nice to know you do find peace. You know.
Yeah.
Divine says like, share, and subscribe. That's always good for the algorithm. I would appreciate it if you do that. Thank you, guys. If you want to come on, the link is in chat. Please do. This is a conversation. Oh, sorry, I've just shared the bloody link to the video that we're actually on. I'll just share the link to the StreamYard now, so you can come on. There you go. So yeah, where were we? I've shared the link on Twitter. Maybe that will bring some people in. We'll see. At some point, Guy, it would be good to maybe and Grim and Yvonne, Divine, to have a kind of editorial meeting, maybe to get together to discuss maybe forthcoming shows, what we should talk about. You know,
Yeah.
to have a little brainstorming event at some point in the future. I was just thinking that, you know, get all you guys who come on here just to what do we want to think about? You know, what topic should we pursue? You know,
Oh, well, what I love
they,
about this, what I love about this channel is that, like I was just saying about the energy and momentum. You know, I've noticed that since joining your channel, it's giving me more energy and dive and momentum into my own channel, and then making the videos on my own channels, increasing my drive to engage with this channel and engage with you guys. So it's a
wonderful.
really good positive, you know, reinforcement loop.
I'm glad there is that, you know, symbiotic effect that's beneficial for all of us. You know,
Totally.
David says people think you need to dive in the deep end with psychedelics. You don't. Microdose is just fine if that's how you want to dip in your toe. You know, that's what he says. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
Should
know.
is it
Lot of people are
important to
into
do
that.
them?
I've
I mean,
never had much
do
luck,
you
but if
have
it
to do them?
works for you, go for it.
Okay.
I'm into the macro dosing, you know, just enough to provide
Yeah,
a
yeah.
effect. I don't need ego deaths every day. I just need to keep my sanity, my mental health. So I go
Keep
with
your
sort of macro
sanity.
doses. But some people love the micro dosing, and again, you know, everybody's brain, you know, chemistry is different. So some people it really truly might help the most.
I don't
I don't
do
know.
any psychedelics, so there you go.
Yeah. Oh
I'm
well,
raw
that's
dogging.
so actually speaking of something interesting, you know, everybody thinks about, you know, the
Yeah. It
psychedelics
can
of the
also.
ancients, you know, the burning bush, you know, the acacia tree, you know, oh, it was DMT, the burning bush was DMT.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
the thing that cracks me up about that is nobody talks about you know, the aestheticism a lot of these people went through. And you know, and this isn't modern day aestheticism, you know, oh, I'm not going to go and, you know, pick up some fast food, I'm just going to go fasting, you know. No, this was ancient aestheticism, you know, and ancient aestheticism was, you know, subjecting the body to such pressures that it hallucinates in its sober state. You know, and if you think about it, you know, there's people around the world right now that are starving so bad that they are out of their head. You know, they are completely out of their head, and it's
Yeah, yeah.
sort of the
That
same
is a
thing that was going through a lot of these people back in the day. You know, and these ancient aesthetics, they were pushing their body so hard it's not even funny. So it always cracks me up. It's like, you know, maybe some of it was drugs, maybe some of it was aestheticism, and the
yeah.
rest of it was culture.
Talking about deliriums, you can also get, you know, delirium from just other, you know, natural phenomena, can't you? So, like, I suppose temperature, starvation,
Yeah, yeah, getting a
um,
fever. Yep.
fever. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm
And
talking about, you
do
know.
those people see kind of similar things like shadow people and stuff as well?
Oh, yes, definitely. My aunt had a fever dream when she was a kid, and she was trying to blow out the light bulbs. She thought that light bulbs were candles, and she was trying to blow them out. You know, it's the same kind of effects. You know, a lot of people that when they get into that, you know, that sick state, they enter a state of delirium. You know, where they're doing things they don't, you know, that logically don't align up, and their memory doesn't make these links. You know, the short term and long term, they don't link up together, and just
Right.
everything's a mess.
Mm, yeah, yeah. I know alcohol. I've heard of like delirium on alcohol. What do they call it? The horrors? Is that what they call it when people get the? There's a phrase. There's another term for it as well. when people just start seeing things, you know, they get a kind of there's a term for it. I can't remember what it is.
Only
I'll
thing
look it
I
up.
could think of is maybe like alcoholic delirium.
Yeah, but I've heard it called the horrors. It is alcoholic delirium as well, but there's another term for it as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've heard of a man who had that in a village my friend is from, and I think it was something to do. His mum died or something, and he went to her grave, and he was drunk at the time, and then he started seeing basically, I don't know, entities like spirits, and he ran up and down the town screaming his head off, like, you know,
Jeez.
because he was seeing like spirits, you know.
Yeah.
But he was off his head on alcohol at the time, so he can do that, you know. But I think
Oh
he was an
yeah.
alcoholic as well. So I don't know whether that's a long-term thing or you can get that from short-term alcoholic abuse, or if it's, you know, when you're well into it. I don't know.
I think it's just one of those things. It's when people are truly abusing it. You know, maybe if somebody was short term abusing it, you know, they didn't fall into some coma, but they were, you know, just about that state. You know, they could probably get
Oh,
into
the
some effects like
DTs, the
that.
delirium
But
tremens. Yeah, as
yeah,
you
but
call it,
I
the delirium
definitely know it
tremens.
happens with withdrawals. I know that definitely happens with the withdrawals with like chronic
Yeah.
alcoholics. They'll go through withdrawals and, you know, having little episodes of delirium.
Yeah. Sorry, it's the DTs, but you were right. It's the delirium tremens. Yeah.
Mm.
And it's also called the DTs. Yeah.
Geez, they
Yeah.
have a
Yeah.
booze by that exact name.
Sounds horrible, man. Sounds horrible.
I'm just laughing. I'm like, why the fuck did you name a booze after that horrible state?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Seriously, that's like
The DTs.
anti-advertising.
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. So here we go. Can you see that? There's a picture of a man in a state of DTs, unfortunately. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's an average day in France.
Oh, I think that was the alcohol I was just saying.
Was it? Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
think. Yeah, I think there was a picture of that alcohol I was just telling you about. The one by the same
Oh,
name.
yeah. Delirium tremens. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
That's like calling a brand of beer acathesia, or
It's a Dutch
it's on
brewery.
that level.
It's a Dutch brewer. Okay. That's quite a strange thing to call your alcohol, but anyway.
Totally.
But I guess they're
Apparently,
honest. It's
these
like
seizures can result in death as well. You know,
Oh,
if you
yep.
you could die in that state of yeah, because you're going to get heart problem. You're going to get increased heart rate, and temperature perhaps as well, seizures. So basically, delirium tremens typically occur only in people with a high intake of alcohol for more than a month,
Oh, it also.
followed by a sharply reduced intake. Okay, a similar syndrome may occur with benzos and barbiturate withdrawal.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are barbiturates are depressant drugs. Okay, so I suppose that's for people who have mania, right? Or
Yeah, those are the
anticonvulsants.
original benzodiazepines. Before
Oh yeah.
benzodiazepines were existed, you know, barbiturates were around. Those are the things that what was that pill that man, what was his name? Freaking the black guy that had that big show, Cosby. Cosby. You remember Cosby? How he was talking about Quaaludes. Quaaludes. If I remember correctly, Quaaludes were a kind of benzodiazepine.
Yeah. Autonomic nervous system hyperactivity. Okay. Oh God. I mean, this is all horrible.
That's
Yeah.
nasty.
I mean, stay away from too much alcohol, guys.
Seriously, that's nasty.
Yeah.
Jeez, just thinking about all the people in the fucking Wild West that had to been going through that.
Yeah. And I
Because
bet you
they
there's a lot of
drank a
people.
fuck ton back then.
I bet there's a lot of people killed in that state of mind as well. You know.
Oh,
because
yeah.
they were running around. People were scared of them, probably.
Yep. No, I think they said it was like the average American drank 2 gallons of pure alcohol a week, like the equivalent of 2 gallons of pure alcohol a week. It's like, Yeah, they must have had a lot of that fucking problem back then. Holy crap, that's terrifying. Oh shit,
Okay, so
Jack Kerouac had it.
Jack Kerouac details the experience of delirium tremens in his book Big Sur. Yeah.
Yucky.
Okay. A pioneer of the Beat generation. I didn't know who he was. There you
Oh,
go.
you never knew about Jack Kerouac?
No.
Oh yeah, he's basically the one that influenced all of modern, American bikers. You know, like the Hell's Angels, all these bikers groups.
Really?
Oh
Okay.
yeah, none of them would pretty much exist if it wasn't for him. You know, he's the one that got them all addicted to the philosophy of the road and freedom.
Oh. Okay, so he wouldn't have Sons of Anarchy if it wasn't for this dude, right?
Most likely, yep, that's exactly right.
Right, okay. There you go. Would
Yeah,
the world be better without him? I don't know.
who knows?
Anyway, so we have Level Playing Productions is in the house. Hello, brother. Do come on and or sister, sorry, whatever. Do come on and talk to us if you can. Optogenetics can be used to study the neural circuits involved in memory formation, recall, and even erase specific memories. Interesting, yeah. D Prophet says he's telling me he's giving me an elocution
Kerouac.
lesson.
Yeah,
Kerouac.
that
Thank you,
sounds
Prophet.
better. I was probably
Teaching me how to
mispronouncing
speak.
it.
Teaching me how to speak. I love it. Thank you. D Prophet, do you want to come on here, mate? It's been a long time. It's been a long time since we had D Prophet in the house. I don't believe you've ever spoken to him, have you, Gaia?
I don't know. His name sounds familiar, but I might
Yeah.
have caught the last of one the first time I joined or something. I don't know.
He's kind of the bogeyman on the channel in the past, but we don't mind him. You know, he's a butcher, and he comes on here and he runs amok in his with his devilment. But aside from certain disagreements, he's not a bad bloke. You know, as
Yep.
bad as it sounds to say that about some of the stuff he believes. He's just a person who has his views, and that's it. And he's a very stubborn mule, as they say.
Ah.
A very, very stubborn mule. But that's his prerogative. We'll see. We'll see if we can change him to veganism. That is the hope, the slow burning hope on this channel. Some have tried to bring him over the coals, as it were, but he hasn't, as of yet, become a vegan butcher. Well, you know your stuff, Level Playing Productions. It would be great for you to come on and tell us about that. Level Playing Productions, whoever this is, they know a lot of stuff about the brain and how fucked up it can be, and it would be good to know a little bit more about it so we can protect ourselves. Perhaps Level Playing Productions. Divine Hazel says when she visited Tennessee, she had a sip of moonshine. Yucko, never again. Right, there you go.
No, I actually had a very similar experience just a couple of years ago when I was living in an RV. I had a neighbor from I think it was Tennessee come up, and he had a whole bunch of fucking bottles of moonshine that he brought up with him, and oh boy, that corn liquor that. Yeah, never again. I'm with you, Divine. That stuff was too strong. There, I don't know if it was just a tiny a tiny bit of methanol or something. Like I didn't go blinded, but oh my God, was I drunker never than before off the tiniest amount. Yeah, moonshine's that's crazy stuff there.
I said, Grim, you're very quiet, brother. Are you with us?
Did you ask me something?
Yeah, I was just saying you're being extremely quiet. Maybe you're doing some covert operation you don't want us to know about. That's fine. But is there anything you'd like to add to the conversation about anything? in relation to
Uh,
general themes, what we've been
it's
talking about?
just the internet was bad for a second. Can you say it again?
Well, just we were just worried about how quiet you've been. That's all.
Oh yeah, it's just the internet got.
No problem.
Uh,
No problem. Okay,
uh,
guys.
um,
We'll see
I
who
was
comes on
thinking
next.
of saying something about LSD since it,
Yeah, go ahead.
but since it was the topic, uh, the first I'd state that there have been people that have come on the stream now that are talking about this sort of cosmic power ups, Kundalini, awakening, awakening of the third eye,
Kundalini
pineal
awakening,
gland
awakening of the third eye. Yeah.
calcification. Yes, but there's another power up that's I guess the biggest cosmic power up of them all would be low serotonin, simply low since inhibits a dopamine and norepinephrine, so lowering it would increase dopamine and norepinephrine. And LSD, it actually downregulates the 5-H2A receptor. I guess that is what might cause the persistent hallucinogenic disorders.
That's confusing me. From my understanding of pharmacology, the downregulation of 5-HT2A receptors happens from chronic administration of SSRIs, and that's why when you take SSRIs for years, psychedelics don't often work, at least initially. Because I was on SSRIs for years as a child, had to go through that whole bullshit with the parents, going to the psychiatric doctors and having you go through every gambit of fucking drugs. And, the first few years when I would take psychedelics, nothing would happen to me. It took a few years for, of me getting off of the SSRIs for my, neurobiology to get back into sort of a state of homogeneous and get it back to normal so these things would work. I don't know.
I could be wrong, and I'm willing to be held accountable if it turns out to be wrong. I guess I could do another check, but there's also other autoreceptors, serotonin autoreceptors like the 5-HT1A that is meant to inhibit the release of serotonin. That could also be downregulated by SSRIs, I guess.
Yeah.
I will say, Guy, keep
was
an eye on the chat as well, because there are people trying to interact with you here and there. So,
For sure.
guys, Yerf Dogs, come on, mate, if you want to. David says, yeah, I relate to that guy. It took him a long time for psychedelics to really get to work due to SSRIs. Okay. I'll be right
Yep.
back, guys. I am listening. Anybody want to come on, please do. Link is in chat.
No, I feel you with that, David. The first few years, whenever I'd take psychedelics, I'd get them from somebody else, and everybody else would be getting them, and they'd be taking them, and I'd be taking them with them, and all of a sudden, they'd be feeling it, and I wouldn't be feeling it, and I'd be getting angry, and they'd always be going, "Why are you getting angry?" And I'd go, "It's not working," and then they'd do their fucking, I swear to God, mushrooms get you in that non-dualist state of mind, because these people were preaching non-dualism when they didn't even know it, because they would respond to me that, well, that's just because of the mindset you're in, you don't actually want it to work, and that's why it's not working. And it was just like, are you kidding me? Oh yeah, that was frustrating. I feel ya.
I'll do a fact check to see if I was right about LSD down regulating 5-HT2A. There are some articles. Um, I guess. But I guess I could be wrong, but from what I remembered, I thought it also down-regulated 5-HT2A.
It could possibly, it's one of those things, the dose and the, time it's administered and just all these different things, So who knows? It could be, and we're always learning more things about the psychedelics too, and we just don't know enough about them because even the way we research them is just so, it's not as good as nearly as good as it could be. Yeah, because no, I know what you're saying with that sort of in the sense that like I swear to God, ayahuasca, they're always coming up with new they're always finding new things about the pharmacology with ayahuasca. Although that's sort of an interesting one though, because even if you're finding new things with the pharmacology of ayahuasca, the second you alter the ratio of what you're doing with the ayahuasca, everything's gonna change on the pharmacology. Yep.
I'm not totally sure how SSRIs would.
Oh, here's something. If Divine's still there, Divine, you'll find this really interesting. Guess what popped up on my feed yesterday? A Course in Miracles read through the Ho'oponopono lens. I thought you would find that quite interesting. That apparently there's somebody on YouTube reading A Course in Miracles through the Ho'oponopono lens.
What's that? Some kind of Native American or something?
Hazel introduced me to this the other day. It's a Ho'oponopono. It's a traditional Hawaiian practice of reconciliation and forgiveness. So it's
I
sort of this
think
little, ritualized prayer mantra, that just really vibes with the Course in Miracles. And apparently, I found somebody on YouTube that was reading A Course in Miracles, but through the lens of the Ho'oponopono.
I think it's isn't that some sort of clearing or energy clearing process where one tries to let go of the past.
I don't know enough about it yet. I'm still, researching into it. But yeah, no, it seems to be sort of, an energy clearing and, trying to get us in alignment with our logos and our logos in alignment with Dharma. So it's really fascinating because it may be Hawaiian, but my goodness, this has a lot of, cross-cultural utilization.
Yeah, it's
Freedom from karma. In 1976, a healing priest regarded the Ho'oponopono as a form of freedom from karma, and that's where I'm saying, man. Okay, karma, that's inherently involved with Hinduism and Buddhism. I'm amazed that I haven't heard no Hindus talk about the Ho'oponopono.
I guess the energy clearing thing, it does seem somewhat of the opposite of a modern day psychotherapy, of going into some sort of stale or bleak room and telling one's life story to someone every week and then never letting go. And I guess what Ho'oponopono does differently is that one forgets all about that. One just lets go in some outside, in some sunny beach or something. Yeah, I guess it could be done in an outdoor setting since it's. I guess it would suit it since I guess it's
There you
supposed to
go.
be
Keep an eye on
clear.
those comments there, Gaia. Level is explaining something there that he every time he blinked it was like a full minute between blinks. each blink was a movie reel or shutter of all these images of memories, and this headspace was like Astro.
Oh,
There you go.
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. No,
Well,
that
I have to say, when I smoked weed once, right, whatever effect it had on me, it was like I was walking down the road and with my friend, and I was basically, say you see 1,000 frames per second or something, yeah, when you're
Yep.
looking around the place. I was seeing reality in like 3 frames a minute. It was really weird as I was walking along. Have you had that experience ever?
I've had that experience off of cannabis when I first started. I only get that experience off of psychedelics now that I've had about a decade of use with cannabis.
Yeah, okay, Level. I subbed to your channel and I'll look at your community post. It looks like an interesting channel. So, guys, go ahead and sub to Level Playing Productions. Hopefully, they'll come on. So, where are you, Level? You said you're going to work. So, are you in the Southern Hemisphere, Australia, perhaps, or somewhere in Asia, maybe? Yeah, maybe you work nights on the graveyard shift. F Dogs is here. Maybe he's coming on. Divine is here. We're missing Brother Marcus tonight, unfortunately. I hope he's okay. Chickpea's not here, unfortunately. But maybe she will grace us with her presence at some point. And anybody who's new here, do feel very welcome to come on and introduce yourself. We're a friendly bunch. Somebody's doing a bit of typing there.
Yes.
What are you doing? You're typing your memoirs.
I'm typing the 50,000 words. I'm typing the 50,000 word memoir.
The summer of 1994. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Keep it going. Keep an eye on the chat, as I said. If people can't come on, they are still involved in the chat.
Yep,
So
totally.
yeah. I'll be right back, guys.
Ah, somebody having a late shift out in Cali. Yeah. Yep, graveyard. Yep.
I just muted you, Grim, because we could hear the thumping. So feel free to unmute yourself whenever you want to talk, bro.
I was just typing the 50,000 word memoir. Something I found interesting, something I thought about, was how a lot of these energy clearing processes, like Ho'oponopono or Ho'oponopono or however it's pronounced, I guess it could tie back to pruning that we talked about, Brother Dean W. I guess if one clears all these traumatic memories or connections, it would be considered some sort of form of pruning, right?
There you go. Gaia, you weren't here
Which
then, I don't
is,
think, but we did a study on synaptic pruning. I don't know if you know what that is.
which
Grim
is
will explain it, but I'll be right back.
All right.
so. Well, I guess I'm not. I guess there's the. I guess anybody could. I guess conceptualize it as well as I can, since I'm not a neuroscientist. I guess. so I don't feel like
I feel like
have
I got
enough
sort of a good innate
awareness.
concept of what it might be. You know, it's sort of a one of those metaphysical technologies or whatever that alter the way of our consciousness, the way of thinking. You know, if we're doing some neuronal pruning of some, you know, unwanted or unhelpful memories or something like that. You know, that's sort of the vibe I get out of it, or what it might be. Am I sort of correct?
I guess the pruning would be the removal of a necessary connection that occurs in neural development, such as I guess shortening of axons, or I guess there are some ligands or some jargon I don't really know about. I don't really know too much about how the process actually works, but I
Okay, here we
guess
go.
there's the removal of unnecessary connections, removal of
Oh, this is just
synapses.
sort of the, you know, you don't use it, you lose it kind of thing.
Yes, but in this case, the I guess pruning tends to be beneficial, as I guess too much of these connections could lead to some like neuronal noise, that one has too much connections, and that could cause a lot of problems, such as
Huh.
conditions
As a
people might have.
neurodivergent person, I have very mixed feelings regarding this.
How so?
Well, being a neurodivergent person, you know, as I was explained to me, my filters don't work like normal people. You know, like when I was in elementary school, I would never talk to anybody during lunchtime because I could hear every single person in the cafeteria, and I couldn't, you know, if somebody was right across from me talking, I literally couldn't hear them and understand them because I could just hear all the noise at once. I couldn't filter it out. But as I've gotten older, I've found ways to adapt, and I've found ways to turn on those filters. So, you know, and all this extra noise that was once pure fucking hell on my life is turned into pure bliss. You know, I once saw all this, you know, overwhelming sensory information as just pure hell, you know, and now I'm going, no, this is actually fucking amazing. I experience so many things that most people don't get to experience, and I love that I get that, you know, that privilege in my life to be able to experience these things. So when I hear this synaptic pruning, in the sense that, you know, that okay, there's too much noise and it might be beneficial if we shut off some of the noise, to me it sort of sounds like, you know, either a way of dumbing down people or a way of homogenizing people, making everybody sort of think the same. And that's where, as a neurodivergent person, I'm like, okay, this is interesting. I have many different opinions on this.
Yeah, I guess it's intended to. I guess it's evolutionary there for, I guess, for the purpose of increasing efficiency. I guess since I guess it's not meant to be some bodybuilding, where I guess the largest brain would lead to someone being the most efficient.
Well, it's
I
just
guess too
confusing
much
too,
connect.
because like a big part of the reason they say that that hallucinogens are so good with helping the depression states, like the magic mushrooms, is that they're not saying it's the pharmacology. No, it has nothing to do with the serotonin. What they're actually saying that's helping people with their depression is it's actually increasing their synapses. Their, you know, they get neurogenesis, and the synapses in the brain start growing and making new connections when you're under the influence of these things, and that increases your adaptability and your openness to all these different ideas that you otherwise wouldn't be, you know, have the right mindset to experience. So, you know,
Yeah,
that's a very interesting thing. You know, that's a very interesting one. Very interesting, very complex, very controversial.
that's right. However, I guess overall serotonin reduction is a very underrated part of improving mental health. There seems to be some mechanisms involved where hallucinogenics also reduce serotonin. I guess even more synapses lead to upregulation of receptors which could outcompete serotonin's inhibitory effects.
Yep. Now, the thing that trips me out about people, always studying the pharmacology of hallucinogens, especially the psychedelics, is that uh, 80% of our serotonin is in our GI system. Yet they're focusing on in the serotonin on the brain. You know, it's like I find that fascinating. I'm like, well, maybe you should focus on the brain within our GI system, not the brain within our heads. Or maybe you should study. Preferably you should study both. But of course,
Yes,
regulations and money. Nobody, actually wants to study and research anything.
absorption occurs through I guess it happens when I guess tryptophan hydroxylase is absorbed in the gut, and it the precursor to
Yeah, you're talking
serotonin.
about 5-HTP.
Hmm.
Is that what you're talking about?
Uh, I guess
Because
I was talking
tryptophan.
about tryptophan.
Well, there's tryptophan, but then there's 5-HTP. Let me see 5-HTP because
I'm not so
5-HTP.
familiar with 5-HTP.
5-HTP. I'm just looking. I freaking hate acronyms, so I just want to say, okay. 5-hydroxytryptophan. It's the naturally occurring amino acid and
Oh
chemical
yeah, I see.
precursor used in the biosynthesis of the neurotransmitter serotonin.
Oh yeah, I see. They're the same thing. It seems like, if I'm not mistaken, it seems
Well,
like that's the
tryptophan by
same.
itself is just an amino acid, but 5-HTP is the specific form of tryptophan that turns into the serotonin.
Oh yeah, I see. No, no, I know. Hmm. Yeah, I guess there are some other pathways tryptophan can can go into, like the curinin, which I'm very unfamiliar with. But there's I guess tryptophan, serotonin. Um,
That's really interesting there. Level Plane Productions. Yeah, no, that three different phases or whatever. I've gotten that with acid, but I've never gotten that with mushrooms before. That's interesting. But the whole unraveling the brain, my goodness, don't get me started. Dang, that's pure salvia divinorum, man. Salvia divinorum's a crack up because the archetypes that people go through with salvia is you start turning into furniture or living as a cabinet, things like that. So you really start to get a perspective on, okay, well maybe there's some spiritual something purveying everything, that even the non-living are somehow living. You have a good one, Level Plane Productions. Deck of cards. Oh my God, yes. That's like the what is it? The zipper. Yeah, the zipper from Salvia. All of a sudden you turn into a zipper and zip up, zip. Oh my goodness. Deck of cards. Yeah, no. The what's it called? Uh those little flip books, with the images that, hundreds of little pictures just slightly different, you flip through the pages, and it makes a little animation. Oh my goodness, your whole life turns into that flip book when you do a high dose of some of these things. It's ridiculous when you start seeing your life like that. You're like, wait a minute, I'm a cartoon. So if I'm a cartoon, then some higher dimensional being is watching me. We're just entertainment for them.
I guess that would be the way of breaking the fourth wall.
Yep, breaking through the black box. Breaking through the tesseract, getting into the higher dimensional realms.
Yeah, maybe the reason people die is because I guess the show got cancelled, and then people think it's some cardiovascular disease.
Huh.
It's just that I believe the gene for the serotonin transporter is called SL604, maybe.
Yes, I totally feel you with that one, David. Time is not linear like people think it is. It is more complex. I don't even think it's circular. I think it's more of a spiral or a vortex. Still just trying to find enough about the sacred geometry to
Is it not? Is it not
differentiate.
just? Is it not just an expansive block that is everything?
I think that's more the universe, but time
No, but
itself.
the time is it too, right? It's like the time is just a continuous block of that the space exists with it.
Yeah, well, that's where I would sort of say it's like uh it's sort of like a quilt or something, like you look at a quilt and how you uh make all these threads line up and they interweave on each other, figure eights upon figure eights, and if you look from a distance it's one solid piece, but you zoom up close enough and you see how there's all these little gaps in it, but there's all these little spirals interlinking and intersecting, connecting into this grand web of things.
Yeah, it sounds very phantasmagorical, but there are also dark implications. I guess is if time is interconnected like that, as everything is just one time, then what about the time was yelled at by a Karen? How would that fit into the narrative? Would the time one was yelled at by a Karen
Hmm.
also be like fit into that?
I don't know, just the way I see it is it's all it's this complex network, this web of connections that we're looking too closely. We're seeing it all connected together, and instead of seeing how it's separated and connected, and how that okay, if there's loops going back and going forward in every single direction, then time is moving backwards as well. We're not just moving forwards in time, we're moving backwards in time.
Yes, so I guess if one was just relieved to escape the wrath of some Karen, or one had some drama about a shopping cart or something, then I guess unbeknownst to the individual, it turns out time is also going backwards. Does that mean one would relive that in some way? I'm not sure how what the implication is.
You don't know what the implication is if time is moving backwards as well.
Y- Yeah.
Oh well, that's where we can still be moving forwards and backwards at the same time. It's sort of like those thought experiments where you're driving a car and somebody throws a ball in the car. Is the ball going to move backwards because you're moving forwards really fast, or is the ball going to sort of stay the same spot because the ball's actually moving as fast as the vehicle is? It's one of those things where the way we think is often not the right way, because most people instinctively go,
Mm.
well, the car's moving fast and we're still inside of the car, so when we throw the ball up, it's going to shoot back to the end of the car at 50 miles an hour or however fast we're driving. But then you do it and you realize, wait a minute, this ball is moving as fast as I am, it just looks still from my perspective.
Hmm. I think Brother D&W just shot someone. I'm just kidding.
Oh my goodness.
I'm kidding.
uh Yerf dogs and his epistemology. Yep. No, I would agree with you to a point, because when I first got into hallucinogens, I was young, I was ignorant, and I will admit I was abusing these things. Now that I've gone through this process and gotten more matured, gotten more refined, gotten more healthy, it really just depends on how you're approaching these things. To be honest, whether you're on hallucinogens or you're not, epistemology is still a fucking problem that we still need to think about and deal with, because what do we know that how do we know what we know? Whether we're on hallucinogens or we're sober or any state of being, that is still a problem that we, need to deal with. So, I don't know, maybe we don't need to deal with it. But at the same time, even if we're not dealing with it, we need to make sure people aren't losing all their rationality. You know, I don't care if you're all subjective, but if you're fucking killing each other, then then that's not cool. But if you're all subjective and we're somehow advancing as a species and everything's cool, then it's all good. That's my viewpoint.
Yeah, I guess there are the practical problems that can be had with thought experiments, such as how can we know anything to be certain? But I guess that creates an uncertainty.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You need some level of pragmatism.
Yes, and pe- the way everything eventually becomes known through suspecting something. First, one doesn't know to be the case. I guess
Yep.
a lot of the frameworks in which people come to discover things is through assumption. I think they don't have any evidence of yet.
Well, that's the thing is, even the scientific method isn't, perfect. It's not 100% objective and perfect. There's still things that we discover. Oh, we made an error in this calculation, or oh, there's a replicability problem, or oh no, just that this was the wrong framework to utilize on this subject. We were trying to use science on something that is completely ineffable under the lens of science. It's like, why are we doing that?
Yeah. Hmm. But I guess hmm. I guess there are practical use to question why one thinks the way one does. I guess a lot of people get trapped into a certain mindset where they think the world works as a certain way. But I guess. Um, uncertainty that can arise from thinking about meta ethics. I guess that could induce a more open mindedness. Uh, I guess it could help people remove subconscious limiting beliefs. Could question it, but there's also the dark side where they can question things they are very familiar with that are helpful
UF
to
Dogs is
them.
here. Welcome, UF Dogs.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just taking
I'm cool.
a
I just
chilling out here.
just heard Gaia say hassle my epistemology, so I just had to come on and say, "Hey, dude."
Gaia, UF Dogs came on especially for you, brother.
No, I'm just pulling your leg. No worries.
Yeah, I know. There you go, David. David, come on, mate. The time is now.
I guess from a practical perspective, a lot of things one does. I guess it's things that it's decisions that happens very fast. There is no other way around it other than to just assume a lot of things or a lot of decisions or in business or even in combat. It happens so quickly that there is no time to sit around and think about what is the true nature of reality. In a moment of urgency, I guess one needs to act. But while there are limits to thinking about metaphysics, there are certain advantages.
I got a question for you, Yerf Dogs. Have you ever heard of Crabtree's bludgeon?
I've heard you mention it before. But you'll have to say it again. I think it's no, it's that. You go again. Repeat it again.
Okay, Crabtree's bludgeon. It's a philosophical adage that states no set of mutually inconsistent observations can exist for which some human intellect cannot conceive a coherent explanation, however complicated.
Have you got that in writing somewhere? That I just want to look at that. I didn't quite grab the whole thing.
Yeah, no, there is that on writing. They used to have it on Wikipedia. It's not, or at least it wasn't there when I last checked. But no, it's a really good counterpoint to Occam's razor. Because they actually have a medical equivalent to Crabtree's bludgeon in the medical field called Hickens dictum, and that one's a patient can have as many damn diseases as he or she well pleases.
Okay, so hang on a minute. Where can you put a link to where it is? Hang on.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find a link. I last time I literally had to ask the AI to pull up the
So
explanation.
it's
I can't.
possible to create a coherent explanation for any set of observations, even ones that are mutually. So do you mean a coherent explanation for a set of observations can contain contradictory statements? Is that it?
That sounded about right. Yeah, would you like me to repeat it or?
I no writing. Sorry, because what you said I don't think I can grok it. And
Actually,
just
yeah, no, actually, I think I find out. I can copy and paste that. Here, give me a second.
thank you. That'll be
Yeah,
great.
yeah, no problem. Post it in the chat. it there? You see it?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, that Crabtree's bludgeon is a philosophical adash that
Okay,
states.
so what's the application of this?
I think the application is just to explain that. Well, the application is showing it in the explanation. You know that a lot of these absurd, or things that we think of absurd ideas that come from other people. To them they're not absurd. They came up with this crazy fucking complicated system that works for them, and to me it shows that epistemology is needed, but we need a new framework as well. We need to, or at least strive toward a new framework. We need to be open-minded and understanding on just the
Okay, so
complexity of things. That's my opinion.
you threw this on me when I came in. I'm just trying to get the context of why you said this to me.
Yeah.
Why? I'm sorry, because I've just joined the discussion,
Oh,
and then
okay. Well,
you said. I'm just wondering why.
I just view a lot of the epistemology is bound by the dualistic thinking, and the Occam's razor is a mirror of this thinking. That this dualistic
So
thinking where we,
why are you raising Occam's razor? I'm just wondering why you're
because
asking me this question.
it's logical reductionism, and it gets things down to the core truth, but sometimes the core truth, isn't. Sometimes the core truth isn't the needle in the haystack. Sometimes the core truth is the haystack.
Okay, sure. So I'm going. Why did you ask? Why did you specify me for this comment? I'm just wondering. That's all.
I just know that you think a certain way, and I thought that that this is a counterpoint to the way that you think, and I was curious on if you've ever even heard of that term before, that adage. It's that not many people have heard of Crabtree's bludgeon, in philosophical circles, or academic circles or whatever, and it's just one of those things where I'm not trying to change anybody's mindset or judge anybody. I'm just trying to share information, new ideas, new perspectives.
You don't need to be defensive or explain or justify. But how, what do you think my way of thinking is?
Well,
What
I'm not going to make assumptions, but beyond
you obviously are, because in your statement you just said you referred to my way of thinking, so
I,
you must have some conception of what that is.
previous assumptions. When I say I'm not making assumptions, I mean the current moment now. And you didn't let me finish. I was saying I'm not going to make any current assumptions beyond the assumption that that you really hold on to epistemology. It provides you some grounding or meaning in life. It provides some comfort. And that's where what I was sharing with you. It can be discomforting. But it's an interesting thing to think about. Even if
Everybody holds on to epistemology.
everyone does.
Well, everyone has different ways of knowing.
Yes, very true. Yeah.
So everyone has some kind of epistemological model.
Okay.
So to
I
say
like that. I like that.
Well, so to say therefore that I'm unique and saying that I adhere to epistemology, that I think that's false,
Oh
because
no, well, I didn't know you took it from that perspective. I didn't realize that you were open-minded with that epistemology. And that there's different.
hang on, whoa. It's, so so you think I'm closed-minded? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that you're comfortable with where you're at in life. With what you think, how you be. Are you? Maybe you're not. I don't know. I have no clue what your living situations are.
Can I just chime in here? From what
Yeah.
I understand about Yerf dogs is he kind of is of the mindset that you can't know anything, and that's he's not exactly comfortable, Gaia, with that. Are you, Yerf dogs? In my view, anyway. Maybe I got that wrong, but I mean, it's like the fact that the truth is untouchable. It isn't a comfortable thing. I mean, that's how I feel about it.
It's not that I'm uncomfortable with that. It doesn't bother me. Yeah.
It doesn't bother you.
Oh, I used to be extremely uncomforted by it, and I didn't get comforted by it until this spot that I'm at
Okay.
now. Now I'm comfortable with this insanity.
Okay, well, Yerfdog just recognizes that. Then he's not. It doesn't make him uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, it depends. I think you have to have a theory of mind, and my theory
Right.
of mind is that not everybody sees things the way I do.
Yeah. I mean, what as far as I was just listening as I made a cup of tea there, and you mentioned this bludgeon. Sorry, what was the term? The guy
Crabtree's bludgeon.
Crabtree's bludgeon. That was sounded to me just like another way of saying, well, everything's subjective. In terms of outlook. Everyone's like got a subjective experience. That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah. Well, that's where I was just confused, like I know some people view epistemology as, just this one overarching field that, if it doesn't work according to epistemology, then you're
I think it's a good tool for showing people that there are epistemology isn't to show the truth, it's to show that there are other ways of looking at things when you're talking to someone who's sure
no,
about
I
things.
got that. I
that's what I
you heard of the law of the tool, right?
The law of the tool.
Yeah, the law of the tool. It basically states, like, if you have a hammer, you're going to look at everything in life, like
like
through
a
the lens
nail.
of, can I fix this like a nail? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm just saying that, some people approach epistemology like the law of the tool. They literally think that that's the only way that something could be rational or logic, is if it's funneled through this lens of epistemology.
You said people approach epistemology like a law of a tool. I just told you, epistemology is not one way of thinking. Epistemology is the category of exploring how people think. You have an epistemology, and it's at odds with mine. It's not that I have epistemology and you don't.
Yeah.
It's not that there's one. It's not that.
No,
I
get that you get that. I just didn't understood that you get that. I got that at the time. So, like I said, some people don't get that. Some people think epistemology, that it's the only way to view through reality. It's like this.
You're still not getting it. You just said epistemology is the only way to view
No,
reality.
I said some people, not me. Some people view that way. Correct?
Yeah, but epistemology is not one way of looking at things. It's
I understand that.
Has an epistemology.
Yeah.
I don't think you do, because of the way you're talking.
No, I'm saying that some other people don't, and that's where the confusion came to me,
Well,
don't you sometimes get...
From my point of view, I think your epistemology is bunk.
Yeah, no, I get that, I get that.
The same about mine, which is I'm fine with that too. That's fine.
I honestly don't think it's bunk. I just think it's limiting. That's all. But at the same time, I think that there's hazards with my side of things. With going too far. It's a balance with everything. Well,
I think the hazard that your epistemology has is that you have no mechanism for finding error in your thinking.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm saying that it's a complex field, that. And
no. Okay, what's your mechanism for finding error in your thinking?
What's my mechanism for finding error in my thinking?
Yeah.
I can't answer that. I'd like to be able to answer that, but that's where I've inverted traditional epistemology. I mean, I still do have an epistemology, but it's a classically inverted form of it. And that's
doesn't it concern you that you've just admitted you have no mechanism for finding error in your thinking? Isn't that a concern?
No, not really, because that's where I attach that to the egoic mechanisms. If I feel that I'm following my logos and my dharma, that I'm sort of on autopilot most of the time, doing the thing I'm supposed to be doing. So I really don't have a concern for being wrong if if the right is guiding me.
I'm sorry, you don't have a concern for being wrong if what is guiding you?
If the rightness, if the order of the universe is guiding me, I don't have a concern.
If you have no mechanism for discovering error in your thinking, on what basis do you determine that there's rightness, that you're following rightness? How do you know?
It's the experience that you get, that you sense this feeling from the relationship you have with the ineffable. In the past, I worship chaos and I never got anything back from it. You know, I just was doing this absurd act of, you know, worshiping the chaos. I'm like, okay, well, we live in a chaotic universe. The Christians obviously have their shit wrong. I'm going to worship chaos. But guess what? Chaos had no level of understanding of, you know, of humanity. It had no bridges to gap versus, you know, finding source or finding God or whatever, that there's some level of connection where you know that, okay, I'm following something that aligns with the biology or the consciousness or something, that somehow we were wired as a species to be on this path.
You have no mechanism for finding error in your thinking, so why should anyone take you seriously?
Well, you know, that we all have our critical thinking, you know, capabilities. We all
No, I
see.
didn't know, but you're not answering the question. You've admitted that you don't have a mechanism for finding error in your thinking. Why do you take
I
yourself
said my
seriously?
ego doesn't. I said my ego doesn't.
What does that
But I
mean?
don't listen to my ego.
Okay, so what's your okay? So I'll ask again. What mechanism do you have for finding error in your thinking?
Okay, transdualism. It's a
What
different
is
form of
that?
math. I use math in a completely different way.
I don't. Okay, well, I don't know what that means.
I use fuzzy logic. Are you familiar with that term, fuzzy logic?
Sure.
Yeah, I use a lot of fuzzy logic in my form of epistemology. Everything is fuzzy logic. It's all fuzzy logic or fuzzy math, but it's all fuzzy.
Yeah, that you're still not answering my question. What's your mechanism for finding error? So, okay, if someone asks me that question, I can say that I know how to syllogize statements and I know how to find flaws in logical propositions
But how
and
do you?
arguments. I just told you I understand the
But how do
system
you
of log.
understand? How do you understand that you know that you're logically deconstructing these things in a logical, rational manner?
What? How do I know that I'm? What do you? I don't understand that question. If I have a mechanism that uses logic, the principles of logic, syllogistic logic, basically, and I use things like specifying and pinpointing the definitions of words to understand what people are communicating, and then to find errors in those positions, including that's how I analyze my own arguments. I try to I if I define a term this way, for example, what errors does that open me up to? If I have a syllogism and I crafted it in a specific way, okay, what errors does that syllogism expose or open me up to?
Sounds
That's
like
the
you're trying
mechanism.
to domesticate a living entity, which is language.
No, not at all. Do you understand what the principles of? Do you know what logic is? Like, and not in the lay terms of I have a reason that justifies something, therefore that's my logic. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the discipline of logic as it comes from Aristotle and all that kind of stuff.
Hmm. Yeah.
Do you understand what that is?
No, I understand. You know what traditional logic values
No. I
are.
didn't. Not traditional. Okay. Do you understand syllogistic logic?
Synergistic logic,
Syllogisms.
syllogistic. I've never heard of that
Okay, so you don't understand. All right, so you don't understand what I'm talking about. Okay. So you don't, just from listening to you, you don't have a mechanism for finding error in your thinking, and that to me, I I find that incredible.
See, that's
That's
where I see epistemology as an absurd, you know, irrational form of finding
no.
meaning
But
or
now you're
finding
using the
logic.
word epistemology as saying that it only applies to my way of thinking. That's not what epistemology is. You're
No, I'm
using that
saying it
word wrong.
applies to everyone's form of thinking, that everyone's stuck in this, you know,
No.
this psychological splitting that arises from this dualistic form of thinking.
Explain how the syllogisms to Guy Yerfdog, because I think it is a useful thing to
See,
know.
syllogism. It's a kind of logical argument that applies deductive reasoning to arrive at a conclusion based on two propositions.
Hello
Two
to Lindis.
propositions.
No, you don't
Dualism.
understand. You don't
That's
understand.
dualism.
There are different types of syllogisms. There's inductive, there's deductive.
Well, this was
Look,
the
man.
first sentence right off
Yeah, I
Wikipedia.
know. Okay. All right. I'll leave it there. It's kind of like if I walk into an IT conference and I talk to people about my understanding of IT, they're just going to kind of smile graciously and usher me out of the room.
Oh yeah, no, I totally
So,
understand that
so
one.
that's where you're at as far as this discussion is concerned. Oh boy,
What's
the
We
up?
all
Christians
have our
back.
viewpoints.
Yeah.
I viewed it.
Just in relation to syllogisms, Gaia, and you know, you have your own views, Gaia. That's okay. But you know, Yerf Dogs is very much he's very good at providing frameworks for argumentation and doing things in a methodical manner.
Oh yeah, we need
And
people like him in our society. I'm not trying to down on him in any way
no,
or
but
change
it's
him.
beneficial for all of us to learn
Yeah,
that kind of
totally.
methodology.
So you guys want to hear my 2 cents on the subject?
Oh, hello to Brandon is in the house. Hello, Brandon. Go ahead.
So, and this is something I with people just, in hopes that it plants the seed that when you see this event, you start taking the Bible seriously. So, the next thing on the prophecy list, as far as I can see, is when Damascus gets destroyed completely in ashes. That's when World War III is going to kick off. Into total chaos we go before
In
the man
Lebanon.
of peace can show up. Yep. In
Now,
Damascus
where
is
does
in
this?
Syria. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course. Where does it say that in the Book of
In the
Revelation?
Bible?
It does. It
No,
does
it's
say that.
actually, yeah, it's not in Revelation, no. Because in Revelation it just says,
But isn't Syria
you'll
doing
hear.
okay at the moment? I mean, isn't Syria doing okay? I mean, they just had. I mean, they're being welcomed back into the arms of USA trade. Their tariffs have, or their sanctions have been lifted. I mean,
Well, that's
they seem.
because of everything that's going on. See, I'm amongst Trumpians, and of course I prefer Trump over a retard. That's the whole, that's why they staged it that way. There's really no such thing as, there's no two-party government here. It's a facade.
Oh, so you think it was a stage? You think they put Biden there
I
to
think
make it look
all
so
of it's
bad?
been staged. Even little, I even argue that Trump's little assassination attempt thing was staged.
All right. Well, Brandon, you jumped on at a very
Yeah.
particular point of conversation when Gaia and Yerf Dogs were talking about, just trying to figure out our thoughts and testing our thoughts, epistemology and looking at how others test their thoughts. Yerf Dog's a great man for trying to test his thoughts and to look at errors in them, using syllogies to compare and contrast.
Syllogies, I like that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Thank you.
syllogism.
No, that's a keeper. That's great.
Yeah, that's a good one. You're going to clip
Well,
that.
I know that. Yeah, I know that Yerf Dogs, from his perspective, does not like the God of the Bible, and that's
Yeah.
probably because it's been grossly misrepresented. He's been grossly misrepresented. Represented through, really, it's a show.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I mean,
for money.
as
You know
we
what I
went
mean?
through last
It's
time, as
it's
we went
always
through last
money,
time,
sex, and
Brandon.
power. Yeah.
One
As we
second.
went through last time, Brandon, as we went through it last time, you make assumptions about what I am. So I'm now gonna make an assumption about you. I think you are very similar to William Lane Craig. William Lane Craig, one of the quotes from him says this: should a conflict arise between the witness of the Holy Spirit to the fundamental truth of the Christian faith and beliefs based on argument and evidence, then it is the former which must take precedence over the latter. And I think that's the problem with your epistemology, that everything must conform to what you believe the teachings of the King James Bible is or are. And therefore you have a pure confirmation bias that anything that doesn't conform to what you believe the King James Bible says, that cannot be accepted as any kind of correct way of thinking, which I think that's defective in my opinion.
Sure, I understand. I can appreciate your point of view, but this is where the key is: prophecy is what proves the Bible is actually God's word, This isn't,
Yeah,
some
we
book
did
of
this.
fairy
We did
tales.
this last time. We did this last time. I mean, all you do is preach, and it's the same thing I find with Ethelists as well. It's the whole thing of preaching what you believe rather than defending your understanding, defending your
Okay.
claims. They're
So,
different things.
okay, well, so I mean, what are you? Are you a relativist? I mean, as far as you believe everybody just gets to have their own truth, that it's not.
Well, I'm a relativist in the sense that everybody obviously does have their own ways of perceiving things. That's a descriptive. That's a descriptive. That's a
Sure,
description.
but
I'm not saying
if we're going to talk about the nature of truth itself, it's, I mean, it's either true or it's
I don't know,
untrue.
but truth to me is an elusive concept.
What do you mean it's an elusive concept?
Well,
It's elusive.
well, my way of approaching things is to eliminate error rather than seek truth. Now, and even I would say, I'm not even sure that eliminating error gets me any closer to truth, but I do know that eliminating error, if I can eliminate error from the way I perceive things and the way I think and the way I argue and the way I make my claims and form my opinions, I think that's great.
Huh.
Truth, I don't know what truth is. Truth to me is, I don't know what it is.
Well, it's what's actual and true, and versus what is not, what is false. So I mean, I don't. I think
But in order
over
to claim that something is
philosophizing it.
false, in order to claim that something is false, you need to be able to falsify it. And when it comes to your belief in God, that can't be falsified. So how do we know? You can't know whether it's true or not. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. My position is, take all of the religious nonsense and gases to the side. I just want to examine what were the claims that Jesus of Nazareth
Yeah,
made.
I know you did this
Yeah.
last time. It's the Lord
Okay.
lie
Well,
lunatic thing. Yeah, and again, it to me,
it's not
yeah.
Lord Lunt. You see, you automatically try to
But that's what
categorize
you no.
it without actually
That's what you said last
listening to
time.
my perspective.
But that's what you said last
Well,
time.
that's
So I'm
because
just
that's
using
what
your
you're
words.
doing, though. You repeated it, so that's why I'm pointing out again. This is what you're
I'm
doing.
repeating what
That's
you said. I'm repeating what you said. So I don't know how you can deny it. I mean,
okay. So, well, I mean, I don't understand how you cannot have a desire to know what the actual truth is. Like, why are we here? What is our purpose? Those kind of
He does though.
questions.
He does have that desire.
I think what
Okay.
Brandon is saying, he doesn't understand why I don't have a desire to seek out his particular God.
Okay, yeah,
That's what
yeah,
I
yeah.
understand from what he's saying.
Well, all
Brandon, another way of looking at that is you don't see why he doesn't just sit down on your particular way of seeing things.
well, I do, and the God of the Bible
No.
says,
You're basically asking why doesn't your Earth Dog sit down with your particular way of seeing things and accept it without questioning it?
well, think about it. Weigh the evidence and judge correctly. That's all I'm trying to encourage is
You
to,
see, but you listen to what you're saying. Weigh the evidence and judge correctly. In your epistemology, judging correctly is whatever conforms to what
no,
you believe the God of the King James Bible has said.
no,
That's what you mean by correct.
no. I mean, like, use the judicial process of, admitting
Right.
evidence, what qualifies as evidence. Investigate it like a detective. Or a judge would interview. Look at all of the evidence. Talk to the witnesses, that kind of stuff. That's what we want to look at.
What about if the judge dismissed the case and said there isn't one? There's no substantial evidence here, guys.
Well, that
There's no,
you might arrive at that conclusion. Yeah,
the
yeah,
balance of
yeah,
probability hasn't been reached.
yeah,
What
yeah.
what what if Yerf Dog says that and like isn't that his right to come to those views? And
Absolutely, absolutely. He has the free will to go. I've examined all of the evidence, and I'm making my ruling. My personal ruling is this is all a load of crap. That I can respect if you can
Well,
be
no.
honest.
Let's be
Yeah.
specific. My personal ruling would be, I can dismiss the claim on the basis that sufficient evidence hasn't been proffered.
Well,
Not that it's a
that
load of
yeah,
crap. I don't know. I don't
yeah.
know if it's a load of crap. It could be true, but I've not yet seen or come across
that's a good point.
anything that
Yeah.
would that pushes me over the line.
Okay,
And I
well,
think for God, it has to be beyond reasonable doubt. It can't just be balance of probabilities.
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I
yeah.
would agree with you, and this is what is cool about the God of the Bible, is that he's
See, you're
totally.
presuming what needs to be.
Let me.
See,
I,
please,
I
you're
well,
appealing to the God of the Bible,
I'm
which obviously isn't going to have any effect on my position.
okay,
If
but
you,
I have to be
because I can
clear.
refer to Casper the Ghost. That's
I
what it sounds like
okay,
to me.
but please just hear me out, because I do have to, point to the subject of my sentence and make sure that you're clear that I'm not just talking about, the God of Muslims or the God of Mormons. I'm telling the God of the Bible, according to the God of the Bible. That's where He set uh, lots of evidence. If we really want to know what the truth is, if we actually examine things uh, as a judge,
Yes, but
people.
again, you're just circling. You're just saying you're basically saying if we examine things as a judge in court would, we would inevitably arrive at your conclusion. That's
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
saying.
But the thing is, the
I
judge has
I
some
think
kind.
it. I would say it's highly likely. I'm not
The judge
saying for
has some
sure.
kind of. The judge has some kind of jurisprudence, Brendan. He has some way of looking at things, right? What's yours?
Well, that this is where even a lot of so-called Christians don't like my point of view, because I exposed their what I like to
So,
call
what's
their.
the mechanism we can use to show whether it's you or them who are in error?
It's all
Well,
very well. It's all very well saying look at the evidence, but what are you? In what way are you analyzing it, Brandon? That's what I want to know.
through a legal lens. Like I view the Bible through a legal
So, as Steve
lens.
said, you're probably using beyond reasonable doubt. Then, how are you getting to that level of?
I think he's using balance of probabilities. I use if we're going to talk the legal stuff, I'm going to use
Yeah, I
beyond
think I
reasonable
think
doubt.
Earth Dogs is right though. You do need to go to beyond reasonable doubt because
Yeah,
it's such an
yeah.
important matter. It's not a civil claim here. It's
Absolutely,
universal.
you're correct. It is an important matter, because Jesus did claim that this place called hell is for real. So yeah, that's why if his claims were true, then I want to know, because I'm not interested in going there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not at all interested in that
Yeah,
Fucking
but
the
stuff.
concept of hell.
other historical figures in history, whether they be true or mythological, have also claimed they've also talked about hell.
Sure,
It's not unique to
but
Christianity.
let me say,
Hell is
let
so
me just
unbiblical, it's
show.
not even funny.
So let me just say.
That's also a possibility.
Hold
Yeah.
on, hold on.
It's all from the
So
Greek culture and from Dante's Inferno. The modern concept of hell, it's complete hogwash.
no, no, it's not. According to the Bible, I've read Dante's
Gehenna,
Inferno
the
and all of
The
that.
Jewish hell that they got the Christian hell from, the place of fucking
Okay, let's not
quietness.
get sidetracked real quick, because we're on an important topic. We're talking about the claims that Jesus made, and I'm talking about the way he
No,
Claims
had
that
that's not what
Jesus
proved.
we're
made or
talking about.
claims the
Hold on.
Bible made. That's really
We're not talking
important.
about the claims Jesus made. We're talking about the ways of knowing.
Yeah, okay. This is what I'm trying to lay out. I'm trying to lay out some evidence for you. Okay, Jesus made these claims, and this
You're
is
talking.
where
You're talking about a different topic. We're
I
not talking
see.
about what
Every
Jesus
time I
claimed
try to finish my sentence, you get
because you're
me.
not
You interrupt
addressing the
me.
topic. How do you
I am.
know? What's your mechanism for knowing?
Here,
What's your
listen, listen. This
epistemology?
is what I mean. If you'd let me finish, then I could explain my mechanism of thought here. That's what I'm trying to point out, is Jesus always had a prophecy that was written, 800 years or better before he was even born, that he would point out in each miracle. So he doesn't just show up and claim I'm God like another nut job, because there's been lots and lots of those throughout history. He
So your
actually has
mechanism for knowledge
prophecy to back
is
it
whether
up.
or not Jesus said something. Is that your mechanism? And also your mechanism for determining error is whether or not Jesus claimed something. Is that it?
Well, the Bible is supposed to be a record, eyewitness testimonies and
Okay. So
everything
I'll
of
ask the
what.
question again. Is your mechanism for understanding truth or mitigating or eliminating error Is your mechanism whether or not Jesus claimed something?
No, I mean, I use logic and reason and everything too. I mean, does this make logical sense? And when you examine it, it sure does.
I mean, that just opens up the door to, okay, what do you mean by logical sense?
As far as this, are these events and the messages behind them, so to speak, is this logically coherent to
How can
believe?
how can we determine whether or not what you're saying isn't confirmation bias on your part?
It's again, I mean, that's a whole nother issue now. I mean, that's
No, that is actually the issue. How do we know that what you're saying isn't just retconned reasoning to confirm your biases?
okay. As an example, the Septuagint would confirm that all of the Old Testament scriptures were written a minimum of 200 years before Jesus was even born. So some guy writes down a prophecy and dies 200 years later. The event happens exactly as described. Well, that's not just a prediction now. You know what I'm saying? That's impossible, like mathematically impossible for it
What if
to.
I was to find another prophecy that's not in the Bible and has nothing to do with Jesus, but
Hold on one second.
I could make a
Everything
case.
about Jesus it's about the Egyptian. It all comes from them. Like Horus, Ra, it's all from the
That's
pagan and
that's
all
not.
the other religion mixed all together to create the one
It's not.
God.
It
Eh,
really,
eh,
dude. You're talking about
it
astrotheology.
all came down to the
This is
Egyptian
total
God.
garbage information. This is
Yeah,
this,
because you don't you
Yvonne.
every religion.
Dude,
No,
I've researched it for myself. I've read all of the Egyptian books of the dead and everything. There is no
because you
one
don't understand
that
the code.
resurrected. That's a totally unique concept to
It's talking
Judaism.
about the sun
Racing this time, and they're
resurrecting.
off. And Brandon's coming around the back, and then everyone's coming around the edge of the gallery.
They are
Well, I
talking
mean,
about
when
the
you're just
sun
spewing
resurrection,
misinformation
the sun in the
ignorantly,
sky, not the real sun as a man.
dude, you're
You
totally
don't know
speaking
your religion.
ignorantly.
You don't know the code
I
behind the
do.
code.
I've heard all of this fucking zeitgeist
You
bullshit.
cannot you
If
cannot
it
read
were true,
between the
then I
lines
would
of the
believe it.
Bible.
There's no truth in what you're saying right
No,
now.
the way you're
You're
talking, you
talking
have no
about
clue about the code.
astrotheology, the idea that
Now you
Jesus
just keep
stole the
talking just
story.
to
Well, you're fucking
like
speaking nonsense now and getting
yeah,
everything off track.
exactly. You don't understand the code.
Uh,
It within the book.
the
It's a
code
code of
with it.
they
So
hidden the code
you,
inside because of
how many
the
times have you
corporation.
read the Bible? Just to ask, so that you can break down the code
It's
for us.
not important. It's not what
Yeah,
we're
no,
talking
Have
that's
you
not
about.
even read the
important.
Bible, Brandon?
I have many times.
But
And
you
when I'm
don't
saying read it,
understand
I
the
mean
code
not reading one verse
inside.
from the
You're not
church
even
at a
talking about
time,
it.
in
Cover to cover.
context. I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
cover
but
to
you don't
cover.
understand
what
what it
Lecto
means.
Divino?
What was that?
Lecto Divino?
What about Lector Divino?
You're not doing you're not reading it. You're not doing the fucking the practice right,
I'm
man.
not Catholic, dude. Catholics are not Christians, so don't get it twisted. I'm not a
I
Catholic,
don't care
buddy.
who's believer or not. We're only talking
Lectio
about
Divina is
the
not inherently
teaching.
Catholic, dude. I don't get why you just threw Catholicism out like
Well,
that.
I don't know what La Divina is. I don't
I
even,
didn't say La
that
Divida. I
sounds like,
said Lecta Divida.
whatever, dude.
Divina.
It sounds
Like
Catholic
I'm
to
full of
me.
shit all the time. Like,
It's
come on.
meditating while reading it. It's not just reading it. It's actually, communing with the text itself. The text is a living word. It's not just meant to be studied and read. You're supposed to actually engage with it.
So, in
It's,
Second Timothy 3:16, where it says that the words of the Lord or excuse me, let me just look it up so I
you
don't
have to
botch it.
understand what the word means. You
What?
cannot just read literally the book. That's not how it works. The book,
Yeah.
you cannot read
You have
it
to invert it. You
literally.
can't read it literally. Yeah, literally,
All
it's
scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for
The
correction,
mind.
for
inspiration is
instruction in
fine. Inherency
righteousness.
is where things get fucked up, man. You know, inspiration, I can believe that that scripture is inspired by God. Totally, no problem. It's when, you know, people get into that inherency of scripture, that there's no problems at all, that all this complicated, you know, gathering of scriptures through thousands of years, you know, that all that this was all it's just, oh my God, I don't even know how to
Yeah,
communicate
because
the
you have no
craziness of
understanding of
this.
what you're talking about right now. That's cool. I
Well,
get it.
none of us do. That's the whole
No,
point, you know.
no,
I
I've
think I
actually
do a little bit
studied.
more. I just don't know how
Yeah,
to tell it to you guys. Come
Like none
on
of
now.
us knew the person, you know, in 200 AD that was grabbing these freaking manuscripts together and saving them for the collective species. None of us actually were there and saw this. We have no clue
yeah.
about,
No,
you know, the
I'm
whole
writing.
process of
Yeah,
how.
I'm writing a book on that very subject. So because in Genesis 3:15 is where everything actually begins, and this is where people don't understand that Adam was the trustee of a trust, and that these are all covenants and legal proceedings from day one. And this is why you guys are watching this ridiculous display of Christianity and going, if that's the truth, I just want no part of it, because
Brendan,
you're just looking at a bunch of religious nonsense.
I
Brendan,
know that you guys living in sweet little lies. This is what happened. When you tell your lies too long, you're gonna believe it.
No, no, no. I'm
Brendan,
trying to tell
Brendan,
you the
can you demonstrate that there's a supernatural?
well, how for example,
I'm not
how
even
to
talking God or Jesus.
Aye,
And I'll tell you the basis for my question. There needs to be a
I
supernatural
know.
in order for the God that you claim exists to exist. So, can you demonstrate that there is a supernatural?
well, when you look at DNA, DNA code, it's a code, it's in a language. That's so how can you look at that and say there's no such thing as the divine when the word code itself implies a designer?
Okay,
What
on that I can add. Do you know what is a code and where the code come from? We made it up. The
we
nature do
made it
not
up.
need a code. Nature does not need a language. It just be. If there's a language, we made it up as human.
DNA. DNA code.
No,
The DNA code tells every single cell in your body how to
Okay,
construct and where.
so I
So
just want to be
where did
clear on my
that
understanding. I want to make sure
information
I'm
come from?
understanding your answer correctly. I asked you to demonstrate that there is a supernatural, and your answer is DNA proves the supernatural. Have I
Well,
understood you?
that's the thumbprint
uh,
for sure of a designer.
Okay, so is my representation of your response correct? DNA demonstrates the supernatural. Do I understand you correctly?
Sure. If you want to try
Okay.
to play little
Well,
games, sure.
well, no, okay. Well, if you think I'm playing games, I'm happy. Please correct me on what I've. If I'm misrepresenting you, please show me how I'm misrepresenting you.
Yeah. Or I'm
How am
trying to say that this is something that proves that there's some type of designer, which then, of course, this creation itself, the fact that guys used to navigate ships across oceans using the stars, that a weatherman can calculate when the sun's going to rise in 100 years from now, because this whole thing runs like a Swiss watch.
I?
Well,
Okay.
it's true though. I mean, I'm not just making that up. I mean, that's real, dude. How are you going to explain that?
I just want to, before you guys continue, Ian's just joined. Ian, hello, brother. How you doing?
Good
Oh,
morning.
what's up, my friend? Thank you.
Yeah, how you doing?
Appreciate it. Great.
So yeah, Ian, did you have anything to add, brother, to the general kind of topics being discussed here? Were you,
um, Well, it's just a bunch of he said, she said, and a bunch of stories that they want us to believe and to resonate with, to not create our own story and write our own book. That's what these books are for. So we follow
Well,
other
so
people's
you
stories,
can be your
internalize
own
it,
God.
For
memorize.
real, this is
Hold on 1 second? So we
Brandon, let him
memorize
speak.
it, we repeat it, and we don't and write our own book. So I'd rather write my own book than read another's and someone else's story. I have my own story to write. That's kind of how I feel about some of the things discussed at this moment. But thank you.
There you go, Brandon.
Sure. No,
Okay, Ian, thank you for that.
this is where it's learning how to the law be good if a man use it lawfully, and all law on this planet is religious. Their laws are centered around their religion. So they're really law itself is a spiritual thing, that we're moral beings. You don't see any other animal having court sessions. You know what I mean? You don't see monkeys charging another monkey for killing the other monkey. You know what I mean? So we're moral beings. So where did that come from? How'd that evolve? You know what I mean?
Well, it evolved. You can explain those types of things without God.
You
Like
could you
God
could
is
argue
God.
any point.
God is not necessary for anything that you've stated, like even the DNA thing.
Really, that again. So let's hear it then. How did
That's
DNA?
actually very interesting. So your response to what I
Believe
just
me,
said
I've
is,
heard all of the arguments, dude. So you're claiming, so do you believe that all of life, crawled out of a puddle of mud, and that basically you're
well,
related to an
don't
avocado?
I don't claim to know how. I don't know what happened back then. I don't know.
It's
But I'm not
obvious.
going to use my don't know
I know.
to jump to God. I just
Well,
don't know.
if Jesus' resurrection actually occurred in truth, then it would confirm that he knows.
Well, I don't think Jesus got resurrected. So,
Well, I know, because I understand that you don't think that he has.
and
I,
I think I
I,
explained to
I
you
don't,
last
I
time.
don't,
I've
yeah.
been through what you're. Everything you talk about, I've already explored. Like about 20, 25 years ago, I went through all of the stuff that you're talking about, and
Okay.
more recently with the new atheist movement,
Then,
I kind of
and what
got
was
it.
the legal transaction that took place on the cross? Because you
Why don't you
already
tell me what the legal
no.
transaction was?
There you go. See what I'm saying? You claim that you already know. I'm just regurgitating information as far as you're concerned.
Legal transaction. I mean, I think you're using
You don't even
legal
know.
terminology to in the same way that Deepak Chopra uses physics.
Brandon assumed too much.
I'm just. I asked this. How did it? How's that asking a question and assumption? I asked. Do you understand the legal
Okay, I
transaction?
don't know what your question
Okay.
means.
Yeah,
What
but
do you what?
Brandon, you already
Okay.
refused my hypothesis, and
You
I'm
you refuse my hypothesis
because this
because
is
it
where
make no sense, right?
all right. Because this is the other problem. If you don't believe in God, then you're probably not believe. You don't believe there's a devil. That there's somebody that's offered you this buffet of shit to
Okay, you have
believe.
to explain what is a god and what is a devil. Back then, they had their own word to explain nature itself and the emotion and the action and reaction of men and women towards nature and towards themselves.
Oh, I feel you with that one. No, that's actually why I read
Yeah, even with
the
fire, construction, literature, writing, language.
well, that's where it blows my mind that many Christians don't read messianic translations, because messianic translations, take in the Jewish culture of the time and actually have it in the text. You're going to read
Where does
words that
all that
Jesus
come
himself
from?
was familiar with.
So, anyways, yeah, I'm just trying to tell you. If you look at the, they Paul talked about doctrines of devils, and devils definitely have a doctrine because they all have one thing in common: this underlying idea that you can become like God. You can be your own God. You can write your own script.
That's
Eh,
Jesus's message, dude. What are you
no,
talking
it's
about?
what do you not know?
What are you talking about, brother?
You're
That's Jesus's message.
too much. That's Jesus's message, really?
Hell
You
yeah, that's exactly Jesus's
you
message,
are
man.
on
It's
track,
this
brother.
it's this ethically it's like Nietzschean worldview, but in an ethical manner. You have the Ubermensch, but he's not some fucked up
Repent,
dictator.
or
He's
you
actually
will
helping the
likewise
world.
perish. You're better to pluck out your own eye and enter into eternal life maimed than to go to hell with all your body parts. You're telling me that Jesus taught you can unlock the inner Christ within you? No, that's
That's his
nowhere
whole
in the
fucking
Bible.
message, man. Have
You
faith,
are
trust
on.
in Lord,
Then
trust
you
in
have the
God,
worst
man. Like
reading
you will be
comprehension
healed if you
skills
trust in
on
me,
the planet.
Be the fucking thief that is on the cross,
Yeah,
fucking,
in the
giving me love. Don't be the thief on the
Show me
cross
in
rebuking
scripture,
me.
buddy. Show me in scripture where Jesus said you can be like God.
It's all throughout the New Testament, buddy. All throughout it.
Now, you can just make this
It's not
blanket
just one
statement,
verse.
this
It's not just
blanket
one
assertion.
scripture.
It says it all over the place. No, it never does, ever. It never, ever says you're going to be like God, because that's a lie.
It
He's a
says that, but it
creator.
also says take an
We
eye
are
for
the
an eye.
creatures.
You need to look at both sides of the
You'll
coin,
never be
brother.
like him. That's the
You
whole
need to look
point.
at both sides of the coin,
I've
and then
looked
you'll
at
see
all
that,
sides
oh
of the
my goodness,
coin,
there's
thank you.
two
And
Jesuses
I'm not
preaching two
somebody that
different
just comes and
messages.
talks out of the side of my neck, pretending that I know a subject when I do not. If I
Actually,
don't know a subject, then
that's
I
actually
will.
exactly what you do, Brandon. You do exactly that.
No,
You
I
Let me
really
pretend
chime
don't.
in.
you make knowledge claims when you can't actually demonstrate that you
What are you
have
talking
knowledge.
about?
You
How?
definitely
I'm
do that with
talking
the
about
Bible. You
you.
were saying that hell is, a real literal place, that it's theologically accurate, and you didn't
Well,
give any
if
history to
it's
back that
not,
up.
then God is not just. Then he's,
Hey,
Excuse
Brandon.
me, you.
Brandon, I got to ask you something.
Yeah.
I only came in to address you and then I'm leaving. You're saying, where does it say that scripture? How about this? How about Jesus literally quoting Psalms where it says, you are like God's sons of the Most High? Now, when I actually went back and read it, it doesn't even say you are like, it says you are God's. That's what it says in Psalms. So what are you talking about, bro?
Okay, so we're talking about adoption. This is what
No,
you're.
no, no. You're making the argument. You're making the argument that Jesus doesn't tell people that they can become like a God. But he literally quoted Psalms to them. He says, has it not been said to you, gay are like gods, sons of the Most High?
If you here, let me just pull up the scripture, just so you
Go
can
ahead. It's
you.
Psalms,
Psalms
bro. It's
82
Psalms.
6.
Yeah.
Psalms 82 6.
All right, let's go to
Pull it up,
Psalms
bruh.
82:6 real
Pull it up,
quick.
bruh.
Yeah, and
Jesus says
I want
nothing.
to explain it
Jesus
to
says
you,
nothing
but
about
this is
worshiping
where,
him.
especially in contract law, every word matters. So you got to pay attention.
So do you use an
They
interlineary
know
Bible?
not. Okay, so I went to Psalms 82:6. You said I have said, ye are gods, and all of
Ah,
you are children of the Most High. So let's look at this in context real quick, because who's
uh-huh.
he talking to? He's talking to Israel. Okay? This is why a born again believer gets adopted into the commonwealth of Israel. So when you hear all of these Christians talking about, we're the bride, we're not Israel. Then you don't understand what you're reading.
Bro, you're going off. See, this is what every Christian does. They always do this nonsense about, oh no,
No,
this scripture is referred to this. This scripture,
because you
bro.
don't understand that
Listen,
God.
listen. It's plain and simple. You are God's sons of the Most High, right?
This
So
is no.
what we're talking about is you have the Most High within you.
So
You
let's
have the
read the very next. Let's read
well.
the very
Let me
next
finish my
sentence.
point because I
Yeah,
got to get going. I got to get
yeah,
going.
sure. You got to
What
pop
we're all
in.
saying to you is we're saying we believe that we have the power of the Most High within us, the power of God within us. You, on the
Yeah,
other
that's
hand,
a satanic
hold on,
lie.
let me finish.
Go
Let me
ahead.
finish.
Can
I'm
we
It
get
saying
is.
to that?
just let me finish because I gotta go. I gotta get going.
Sure.
We are saying God is internal. God is within you. You are saying God is external.
Yeah,
and that
it's
he
called
needs,
pantheism. I know full
I
good
know,
well
and
what
you
it is.
think he needs
Yeah,
to be worshipped. I get
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I get it. But I
But
just gave you
the
scripture.
very next sentence of
My friend,
ye are
my friend,
gods. Yeah,
my
listen,
friend,
just
the
listen.
literal
But ye shall
scripture.
die like men and fall like one of the princes. See,
Yeah,
you
that's
don't
talking.
understand this in context. You took one little verse way
Uh-huh.
out of context because you have no idea
It's
what
out of
you're
context
reading.
to you because it doesn't conform
Okay,
with
so
your
what's the
confirmation
No,
bias.
context
no.
that you're talking about?
You understand that pharaohs, used to refer to themselves as gods, right?
Okay, and
And
so what?
here in Psalms 82, he's actually talking to spirits. He's talking
Yeah,
about the
he was
principalities.
also
That's why
talking to the
Paul said,
Father.
"You
He was
wrestle not
also
against
talking to the
flesh and
fathers.
blood, but against
I, bro,
principalities."
I've argued with
He's
thousands of
talking.
Christians,
You've
bro.
argued, but you don't understand that
Bro,
he's
I've
sitting here
argued with
talking
thousands of
to
Christians,
spirits.
bro. Here's another one for you. He was up on the cross praying to the Father. You know why? Because he's not the Father. That's why. My
You're
God, my
absolutely
God, why do
correct.
you
I would
forsake me?
agree. You never ever. You have
Then
to
why do
point
you
this out.
worship him?
Listen, you have to
Then why do
point
you
this out.
worship him?
Can you fucking let me talk?
Ah.
You just want to keep rambling so that you can pretend that you're right.
And you do the
You
same
No,
don't
thing
no,
to
give a
the
shit about
people.
truth.
listen, we're all tired of listening to Christians shoving their beliefs down our throats. That's why I
Well,
came
the
on here
truth
to
is
muzzle
what
you.
it is, man.
No, it's
That's the
not. It
thing.
is what it is. It's
Is
not. It is what it is. It's you
we've
have
been
no response.
commanded to warn you of the wrath to come.
Yeah, the
We've
Uh-huh.
rap
been warned.
that
That's
you
The
what
the
wrath
we've
guys
been
has
make.
already
commissioned
come.
to do.
You
Oh,
want me to tell you what the wrath is? You want me to tell you what the wrath is?
Let
The
me say
wrath is
this:
when the
when
wrath
you
is when
see
you find
Damascus get
yourself.
destroyed,
The
listen.
wrath
When
is
you
when you
see
find
Damascus,
yourself, my
can
friend.
you let me talk? When you see Damascus get destroyed and the whole
Uh-huh.
world turns on Israel and makes Israel the villain, then you'll know, hey, maybe
My
that
friend,
Irish
it's
guy
not
was on to
external,
something.
I say to
Maybe I
you.
ought to grab a
It's
King James
not
Bible and actually
external.
read it instead of fucking repeating all of the
It's
talking heads
not
in this world.
external. It's all internal. The,
You're
the the
tripping.
Bible is, bro. The Bible is talking about the
See,
internal you.
listen.
You keep
Let's
talking
put
about
let's
Israel
okay,
and
can you
Egypt
can
and
go now.
Palestine.
Go ahead and
It's
go
got
now
nothing to do with
because you're just going to
countries.
keep on fucking talking and you don't want to listen.
you do
No,
the
That's
because
why
same
I've
if
thing,
listened to thousands
Brandon.
of
no, no,
Just shut the
no.
Christians.
fuck up, Brandon.
Cuz
I've listened.
listen, this
Okay, go
motherfucker
ahead,
comes
Brandon.
in
Go ahead.
here. Yeah, goodbye. This guy comes in here, pulls out one verse totally out of context.
No, I
If
got
you read
more,
no,
Brandon.
shut up. If you go to
Uh
Psalms 82, it says,
huh.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, he
Uh
judgeth amongst the gods. He's talking to fucking angels, retard. And then you want to
huh.
fucking have I said ye are gods? See, he says we are all gods. You're an idiot. And
Because,
you don't
bro,
know how
this
to
is what I'm
fucking
trying to.
read.
This is no, I do, because this is what I'm
No,
trying
Because
to
you have
tell
Brandon
you.
said the same
no
Okay,
thing to
reading
you,
Brandon.
Brandon.
comprehension
Brandon,
skills
can I get a
if you
minute?
think he's saying
Brandon,
you
you're
little
gonna.
human can be a god.
Brandon, you're
That's the
barking
only
on me
thing
and it's hurting my
Satan lied.
feelings, bro.
That's
I
straight out
got
of
feelings,
Satan's
Oh,
mouth.
Brandon, I got feelings, bro. You're hurting my feelings. Let me say this, and then you can bark more at me, okay? What I'm trying to tell you is the Bible is a book about the internal you. It's nothing
No,
external. But
no.
you're the one taking it out of context, and then you want to tell
This is
me
where
I'm
you don't this is where even most proclaimed
bro, what do
Christians
you
have
think I am is? Every time you say I am, which is how you used to say God back then,
listen.
you are talking about you. You are I am.
You've been
You are
seduced
God,
by
bro.
all
You
this
are
new
God.
age
But
bullshit.
you're
I'm just
brainwashed by
trying
your
to tell
religious
you.
nonsense, brother.
It's
I'm
not
It's
trying
I'm
to
not
not
save
into
new
your
age,
soul.
religious
brother. It's old
nonsense.
I'm trying to
fucking
save you,
This
bro.
is
framework being brought to
the
life.
whole
It's
thing
the
is a
truth of
legal matter.
Christianity being
Bro, you
brought
are
The
forth.
worshiping a sky daddy, and I am telling you that you are the sky daddy. What don't you
no.
understand, dum dum?
I believe me, I grew up with my fucking mom and grandma were total witches that
Why do you
believed
gotta swear
all
when you
that
say your
shit.
mom? Why do you gotta say that when you talk about your mom, bro?
Don't try to discredit the witness here, buddy, because that's what you're trying
I'm
to
not
do.
discrediting
You
you.
don't
Just
know.
put
You don't know
some
my
respect.
mother at all, so you
Put
should
some-
just leave her out of it. I'm just telling you, I grew up around all that New Age bullshit. And then when I turned 35, when I read the Bible for myself, I realized, you know what? All this shit is religious bullshit.
So you figure out how to play
I'm
the
back.
victim.
One at a
that's
time.
what-
One at a time, guys. It's actually quite a good conversation because there's a lot of passion, and you know, if we can keep it respectful as much as possible. I know it's an emotional thing, and you have very strong opinions on it, and that's okay. We just try and speak one at a time. Yeah.
Well, Brandon, how long have you been you've been a Christian all your life? I'm assuming.
No, for about 16 years now.
Okay.
And that's where I grew up in an absolutely non-religious family. Like I said, they were into all of the new agey crystals and healing and all this bullshit. And anyhow, that's where I my parents were alcoholics too. So I mean, they were either in a coma or not present most of the time. So I was free to do whatever the fuck I wanted when I was a kid. And anyhow, that's when and things were kicking ass for me. I was making a shit ton of money in Dallas, Texas, in the oil business, and that's where the Lord luckily kind of blew down my house of cards because I was all into The Secret, law of attraction, positive thinking, and vision boards and bullshit. And shit was cracking for me like gangbusters, dude. The devil was just rolling out the red carpet for me because anybody would have asked me at the time, how's your relationship with God? Oh, he's my buddy. He's my pal, man. Me and God are good. He's hooking me up with all this money and pussy. Woo! Things are great. I love the Lord, but I didn't know him one bit. And then anyhow, he blew down my house of cards, brought me down to reality, and I realized, you know what? Everything I believe is bullshit. I want the truth. I want to know the truth. And then over the next couple of weeks, through some strange coincidences, all of a sudden this King James Bible enters into my life. And I didn't hear any audible voice, but God was making it perfectly clear. I'm right here, kid. If you want to find me, I'm right here. This is where you look. You don't go wandering around in the world. It's not deep within you. Paul said, I searched inside myself and found no good thing. The Apostle Paul said that. So
yeah.
the
So
gist,
what?
Was it Saul that said
So
that?
what? So
Paul,
what? Because
yeah.
because
Sounds
Paul
like it was
said it.
Saul. Or Saul's
Because Paul
leftover
said it. It's
consciousness
credible.
from
Because
stoning
Paul said it. It's
Christians.
credible. That's what you're telling me, bro. Like I'm
I'm
supposed
telling
to
you
care
what.
what the hell Paul's got to say, bro. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Whoever knows
So
himself
listen,
shall inherit it.
let me
All
just
right.
see.
I don't care what Paul says.
I'm gonna
I don't
just
care
as a
what Paul says, bro.
okay. Well, you might not right now, but someday
Yeah,
you
but
might.
Paul is not God. Like, bro, you guys, you
Okay, but this
Christians.
is where you
Okay,
gotta
you
understand.
Christians really amaze me, bro. You like to worship the Father, then you want to worship Jesus, who's a human, who you refer to him as a son, but then
He's
you
a
want to worship
fairy.
him, and then you love worshiping Paul. Like it's not even Christianity anymore; it's Paulianity. You guys
No,
make it
I'm
all
not.
about Paul, Paul,
See
Paul.
now you're dragging out the same bullshit
Bro,
Muslim
you're saying
argument.
Paul looked within and he
Dude,
didn't find
Oh,
God. I
Saul
say
literally
that's
stoned
bullshit.
Christians.
Yeah,
okay,
Saul literally stoned
Saul,
Christians.
yeah,
yeah,
Saul's
yeah.
testimony.
I don't care that he didn't find God within. There's a lot of us that seeked within, and we did find God within. So I don't give a crap what the hell Paul says, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
All right, well,
You stoned
roll
Christians
with that
never actually met
Kundalini
Jesus.
nonsense, buddy. That's
I
all I can
gotta
tell you.
say, Paulianity, that made me laugh out loud. Thank you for that one.
Well,
Right?
it's
Pauline
Oh,
Christianity.
anytime,
It's a mess.
bro.
but it's not though. This is where you got to
No, but that's
understand it.
where you
It
come in
all
with your
ties
religious
together.
nonsense, and you want to shove it down our throats.
But
Like we
guys,
gotta
guys,
believe it.
what I don't like is bashing Christianity too much because We've got to
Right
remember
on.
there are other religions to bash as well. Just to remember that, yeah.
That the problem
There's also good in
is
all these
what
religions too.
what you guys have seen with your eyes and your ears is all this religious bullshit, and nobody, I guarantee you guys have never seen any preacher that knows how to rightly divide the word of truth.
And again, I'm going to remind you, Brandon, to be very careful about the presumptions you make about what we do and don't know.
Okay, well, I'm just saying though,
I'm just telling you.
Well, like for example, you didn't understand
That.
the legal transaction that took place on the cross. That's why Jesus said, "It is finished." Those were his last words before
Again,
he gave up the
I
ghost.
think
That's a
he used legal
contractual
terms the same way that Deepak Chopra uses physics terms. It makes your woo sound more credible.
Believe me,
Okay.
I've read all of Deepak shit when I was into all of that stuff.
Okay, but again, that's not you're not addressing what I just said. So whatever.
Yeah, you know that Jesus said, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" Because Jesus never thought that he was God.
Listen,
Jesus
hold
never
on.
even proclaimed to be God.
This is what I have to point out to the Unitarians, the oneness crowd, is that look, Jesus never, he many times he claims to be God, but he never claims to be the Father. Listen, he never claims to be the Father, and he never claims to be the Holy Ghost. And this is why
But
Jesus
he doesn't even claim to be God.
He sure does. This is where when he does it, let me just explain. When he does it, he's mocking all of the religious, hypocrites, the Pharisees, because they don't even realize. Like when they asked him, why don't your disciples wash their hands before they eat on the Sabbath and everything? And Jesus goes, why should they fast when the bridegroom is with them? And if
Brandon, I'm going to explain to you the fundamental flaw in everything that you're saying. Everything that you're saying, it hinges on accepting and believing some certain propositions. One is that there's a supernatural, which you have said is proven by DNA. I reject that. I don't think that rises to a level of proof that's satisfactory. That's the first thing. You still have to prove there's a supernatural. You then need to demonstrate that there are gods, or there is a god within that supernatural realm. The third thing you need to demonstrate is to define what that god or those gods are. The fourth thing you need to do is demonstrate that your definition of God doesn't apply to any other definition of God that is not the definition of God that you believe in. And you have to go through all those steps before someone like myself is going to accept you using King James scripture or whatever it is you use as any kind of authority.
There. It's a lot of heavy.
And you also have to show. Wait, but you also have to show that Jesus actually said that he's God. Which quote is that?
All right. 1 second.
Yeah,
before you do all that, let's get one at a time, because Yerfdog hit him with a hell of a lot there. Yeah, it's all true. You do have to prove all that, Brandon. But we'll go with the first one. You said DNA is proof of the supernatural. Can you first of all explain that one?
Well, I actually said, my words actually were that it's proof. It's a thumbprint of a supreme being.
No, it's not.
There
You're
is
presuming that which is yet to be established. It's like asking who created the universe. How do you know it was a who?
I mean, me personally, I am baffled how you can look at like a circulatory system, a nervous system, a solar system, use the word system, which by default implies a designer.
Okay, I'll explain precisely what my position is so that there's no confusion. I look at this like the circulatory system, all that kind of stuff, DNA. It's incredible. It's beyond my understanding. I'm not a scientist. I don't, I'm not knowledgeable about that stuff. Now, I don't know how any of that came to be. I just don't know. That doesn't mean I'm going to use I don't know. I'm not going to jump from I don't know to a specific God, one God of thousands, if not millions, throughout history. Do you understand? Do you understand what my position is?
I get your point. Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
So I'm not going to make the jump from I don't know, therefore God.
Sure.
And so I don't know. I don't know how any of that stuff came to be. That doesn't demonstrate a supernatural.
Well, as far as I mean, it's.
As far as you're
I'm sure
concerned,
you're
it does.
the argument of irreducible complexity, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, that has been debunked, Brandon,
Oh.
by
What do you mean
biologists.
that's been debunked?
You just come through with all these cliche points, man.
How is irreducible complexity?
Have you looked at the arguments against it, Brandon?
I absolutely have.
Okay, what's an argument against irreducible complexity? Give me one argument.
As far as you're talking, because I've watched several debates.
Give me one argument against.
Hold on, I'm
complexity.
trying to roll through the fucking memory Rolodex at the moment. Give me a second, Mister Fucking. I feel like I'm being interrogated now. You know what I mean? Give me one now. You know what I mean? Like, whoa, dude, hold on.
Absolutely. If you're gonna make a claim if you're gonna make the claims that you're making, I will interrogate you on those claims. And if that bothers you, stop making the claims.
Well, no, it's not that it bothers me. It's just that you need to relax and make it less of an interrogation. Is what I'm getting at. All right.
We're not interested in the meta. Just come with the argument.
I just want you to explain to me one argument against irreducible complexity.
Okay, or I mean, on the flip side, you would have to explain to me, like what came first, the blood, the heart,
this shows that
the brain.
You are absolutely not familiar with the positions against your positions. And that shows, in my mind, that if you're not familiar with positions
then
against
you
your
give
positions,
me one. Then, if
no
I'm so unfamiliar with what the statement that I just made implies that I'm so unfamiliar.
You said that you said that you've listened to you've heard those arguments before, which is why you believe in irreducible complexity. And for the record, I actually don't know what that is, but I am interested in hearing you give the argument against it since you said you know them.
Sure. No, I mean, it's been a little while since I've been
All right, so give it. All right, enough with the meta. Just give it.
Hold on a minute.
You're looking it up?
I am. I have notes and shit. So yeah, but I mean, to me, that's a pretty strong argument.
This is the thing. Biologists have given a very good argument against it.
No, they haven't. Do you know who Dr. James Tour is?
I'll give you an argument against your position. The presumption of irreducible complexity is that evolution moves towards complexity, but sometimes evolution moves towards simplicity.
That's right.
By eliminating all of the defects.
It's just whatever fits in the time.
But my point is, Brandon, that the statement I've just made to you raises sufficient doubt against irreducible complexity that it can easily be put on the shelf of, well, it hasn't been proven. And it definitely hasn't been proven to the extent that it links to some kind of creator. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that irreducible complexity as promoted by your camp is wrong or false. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that sufficient doubt can be raised against the idea that makes it just irrelevant. It's now nonsense.
All right,
to use that claim to link to God.
So let's just define it so that we are clear on our terms.
So we understand. So basically, if any one little part of a system was removed, it wouldn't function, right?
Well, it says a single system composed of several well-matched interacting parts contribute to the basic function, wherein the removal of any one of the parts causes the system to cease functioning. Example, the bacterial flagellum, often compared to an outboard motor.
Sure.
So, what's his name? Oh shoot, I can't remember the guy that always argues against Michael Behe. Is that little atheist magazine guy? Anyhow, but his claim is components of an irreducible complex system may have served different functions in earlier stages of evolution. Example, the proteins that make up the bacterial flagellum are similar to those in type 3 secretion system. used by some bacteria to inject toxins. This suggests that complex systems can evolve from simpler systems that served other purposes. Counterpoint to irreducible complexity. The system wasn't always performing its current function. It was repurposed, but not built all at once.
There you go. That's a good argument, isn't it, Brandon? That the function that you're looking at, it didn't always have that function. It just so happened that that's the function it's running on now.
Sure,
because evolution, the way evolution works, that whatever changes happened, they proved to be adaptively advantageous, and so then
take care till we are awake, brother. It was good to have you with us, Ian. Thank you so much.
Holy,
I'd like to talk to We Are Awake a bit more. He seems like a good guy.
He's a good dude.
Anyway, yeah. So,
oh my God.
So Brandon, all again, the question is very simple as far as I'm concerned. Demonstrate a supernatural.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to demonstrate.
I mean, it's strange. It's strange. It's strange.
That's cool.
Listen,
Brandon,
I could ask
great.
you then. I mean, that's like me asking you, just what exactly is gravity? Please, prove to me that gravity is, a thing.
All right, jump up in the air. Jump up in the air.
Well, I'm not talking about like I
The
want
thing
you to.
is, you can actually.
I want you to put it in a jar and
experience
color
gravity.
it red. You know what I'm saying?
Measure gravity. It's a measurable thing. You can't measure the supernatural
Okay,
like being that you're talking about.
Brandon, you've just said that you don't know, that you can't demonstrate you've just admitted you can't demonstrate the supernatural. That's what you've just said. You can't demonstrate it. And I'm cool with that answer. But what it means is that you cannot claim certainty with any of the claims that you're making downhill from that. That's all it means.
I think, but life is pretty strong evidence of supernatural. Because
life.
I mean,
so you're saying the natural is evidence of the supernatural. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. Like, where did it? How did it get here? Where did it come from?
I don't know.
That is exactly the point I was going to make, you Earth Dogs. It's a strange thing to say, to prove that which is outside of nature. You're putting forth nature as proof of it. That doesn't make sense.
It's a paradox.
And Brandon, all I'm saying to you now is you can't demonstrate it, which means it's your personal subjective belief. It is not an objectively factual, true thing. That's all. That's all this is, which is fine.
What about transjective, though?
Yeah, I get your point. This is why I'm saying, my belief is, built on the claims that Jesus made, and that the fact that he backed them up.
Okay,
that's why.
Okay. So, but you've admitted that you don't know how to demonstrate a supernatural,
to you,
pivotal,
I can
which
prove,
is pivotal to your claims.
Here, I just said I mentioned irreducible complexity. I mentioned
it doesn't.
DNA.
Yeah, you're using the natural to demonstrate the supernatural.
But you don't want that. You won't accept that as evidence.
I don't want it. It's
in
just
your
that
court, my evidence is getting rejected.
It doesn't rise to the level of substantiating the claim that you're making. That's all it is. Your claims could
in
be
your mind.
Brandon, can I ask you one favor, brother? And that is to turn off the evangelical preaching and just talk as on a level here, yeah. And sure. I know you're preaching, and I know you truly believe this.
I'm not preaching, man. I'm trying to reason with you guys. So you don't have
any measurable evidence of any of the claims you're making. You're just saying, "Oh, I read a book and I believe it." That's all you're saying.
No, that's not all I'm saying at all.
Yeah, you're saying, "Oh, Jesus proved this. Jesus demonstrated this," but you just read that in a fantasy novel. You didn't actually experience that or have it. You don't have anything else other than that.
Brandon, for what it's worth, in terms of all the mythological figures that are influencing culture, to me, Jesus is a good avatar. But as I say, I can't prove that he is in any way connected to the divine any more than you or anybody, But that's just
Is it? Can you share videos on here?
you can if you want.
Yeah.
Present screen.
But
Present
Brandon,
the tab.
let me ask Brandon a more of a different type of question here. Okay, now when we talk about Jesus, I don't think anybody would speak negatively about Jesus, especially not me. You know, I actually really like I got a lot of love for Jesus. The spirit. Someone there?
But
Somebody talking?
unfortunately, I can tell you don't
I'm
know him.
I'm trying to talk. Is somebody over talking me or something? I'm just trying to ask you a question, bro. Let me finish.
Sure.
Thank you, bro. Now, here's what I'm trying to ask you, right? There are people such as myself who look at, you know, Jesus Christ, quote unquote Christ, as a spirit, right? The power of Christ, the spirit of Christ. Now, to me, that spirit in general, I don't really get any like green light or any authority or anything that tells me, hey, you should be worshiping it. Instead, what I get is it tells me that, you know, the power of Christ has a lot of great attributes and a lot of virtues, and these are just great examples for men and women to follow. Now, I'm just asking you, do you think that's the better route to go, or do you think it would be like just worshiping it instead? What do you think is the better route if you had to pick one or the other?
As far as me personally, though, I mean, you know, of course, I'm biased. That I believe that God is worthy of worship. That it's right to do so, because He is the Creator and the sustainer of life. He is life. You know what I mean? Because, you know, how can Jesus make a claim that He's the way, the truth, and the life?
We're getting an echo. We're getting an echo.
Yeah, somebody has the echo video playing in the back. But anyhow, yeah, that's what how can a human being claim to be the life? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a pretty bold claim.
I can answer it. You ask the question, I'll answer it.
Sure.
So what he meant, like you're you know, obviously you're gonna go with the Christian belief, but what I'm gonna say to you is, I believe that if I right now get to the level that Jesus is at, I too can go around and saying I am the truth, the way, and the life, just because of tapping into
no
that
man cometh to the Father but by me.
Let me finish, you blasphemer. Let me finish, you sinner. Let me finish. So what I'm trying to get at is, right, if you become one with the Most High, that crown consciousness there, the crown chakra, then just like Christ, you're going to be a spiritually enlightened being, and you're going to have authority to go around saying, I am the truth. First of all, you can't say you are the truth if you lie. That's something I had to work on. I stopped lying. I don't know about you guys on the panel, but I no cap, I stopped lying. And it must have been maybe like 6 months ago or 5 months ago. I don't lie anymore. I got rid of that. So what I'm trying to get at is,
You were having a pretty bad faith conversation.
Man, I mean, we don't get to have a
spoke.
conversation. I got to listen to his dialogue and then get jumped on whenever I fucking try to talk.
We've been listening to your dialogue. I'm just telling you, I'm answering you why Jesus said He is the truth, the way, and the life. Is that anybody has authority to do that once they too become enlightened. But you don't understand that.
I've heard all of this stuff. Believe
I know,
me,
and I've heard your stuff
I grew
too.
up. Yeah, I've grown up around all of the New Agey stuff. But see, this is where, like how I asked your dogs, do you understand the legal transaction that took place on the cross? I can ask most Christians that question, and they're stumped. They have no clue what it means.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Well, hold on a second. He's saying we have a contract. The contract.
Yeah.
If there's a contract, if it's a legal contract, Brandon. Yeah.
Let me give you.
Hold
a quick
on a
breakdown.
second. The two parties have come to some kind of agreement. Don't you think it was more one-sided? It was a lopsided thing. It was forced upon the other. It's not a true contract, is it?
This is what the calling is now
Who's echoing? Who's echoing? Because it's gonna make the stream not listenable. If you
I
keep
think it's
echoing.
Brandon. I think Brandon has more than one tab open on his computer or something.
I don't.
I think it's Century Seeker.
Okay, well, Sanctuary's mute
So
when
Brandon,
you're not talking,
Brandon,
guys.
you're correct. I do not
Yeah, I'm
understand what
already on
you
mute.
mean
I'm already
by the
on
legal
mute.
transaction of the crucifixion or the resurrection. I don't know what you're referring to. Can you please clarify that?
Yes, that's why he said, "I came not to destroy the law, but to fulfill." So he's fulfilling all of the legal requirements because God is a perfect, God the Father. He's the lawgiver. He is the, he's the legislative branch of the government
So
of
you're
the
presuming
kingdom of
again. You're
God.
presuming that which is yet to be established. I don't accept that
Can I
God
just-
exists.
I know. See, now we
Okay.
just left the, what's the legal transaction of the cross to double back to you
But
can't
you're
prove
using
God
your,
exists.
can you explain it without reference to God?
How can I explain God without reference to God and explain the supernatural and not be able to talk about God or the Bible? I mean, this is nonsense then.
Explain God. I'm asking you, give me the legal. There's a legal transaction here. What under what basis? What do you mean legal? Like what action
This
of
is
law?
why what Jesus said when he said it is finished on the cross. That is a legal term.
Under what law? What part of law?
Contract law. Contract law.
Okay. Let's talk about
law.
What's
Isn't it
the
covenant
contract?
law?
Please define the contract. Explain what the contract is.
The
What
way.
first of all, do you know what the elements of contracts are?
Yes, I do.
Please,
what are they? He's gonna fucking demand.
I am,
and
what
we're
are
not gonna get anywhere because you're gonna sit here and play this fucking interrogation game and
I am
not
gonna
let me explain
if I a-
anything
if
to
I
you
ask
that
if I
might,
ask-
do you know what a paradigm shift is?
If I ask you, what's the contract? Do you understand the elements of contract law? And you say yes. I would
Yes,
like to
meeting
confirm
of
that
the
you do understand
minds, and I'm an insurance agent. Hold on,
Cool.
hold on. I got a sick dog I'm dealing with.
So what I'm getting out of this here, dog, is he's telling us pretty much the Christian belief. He's not actually going to answer your question. He's just going to keep going on and on about his belief system. And that's all I'm getting out of this. It's the law because he believes it's the law. And then
I find it a very strange analogy because you can't have a contract
I think
that someone didn't agree to be in the first place.
Okay, this is what. Let me explain. Okay,
what was the
Jesus,
offer? What was the offer that kicked off the contract?
I'm trying to fucking answer.
Okay.
You don't have to ask me 3 times. Once ought to do it.
I bet you I do have to ask you again.
No, you don't. You're just being rude for no reason.
What was the offer? What was the offer?
Okay, here is the offer. Okay, because wages of sin is death. We've all sinned. That's why everybody is condemned and heading to hell.
That's
So
not an
this is
offer.
where. Well, hold on. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. If you if you've sinned and broken the law, then you're liable. There's no way around it. That's why. That's the problem with the property owner of the entire universe. Intellectual property rights and physical rights.
He who seeks equity must do equity.
Stop using this legal bollocks, mate.
Well,
You're full of
God the
shit.
Father
You're
is
so
the
full of shit.
executive branch of the government,
Oh,
which is
fuck
called
off,
the
honestly.
kingdom of God. And then you have Jesus, who is the executive branch who enforces
Says who? Says who? Says who? Says who? Says who? Says who?
Says who? Says who? I'm just going to sit here and talk over you. Says who?
What is
Says
the
the Bible.
Contract? What
Oh,
was the
so wait. I read a book that said differently. Why shouldn't I believe that book?
Yeah, show me
No,
your book.
but I do want to hear why he
contains
thinks there's a
prophecy,
contract. I want
Show
to
me
hear about
one
the
other
contract.
religious book on the whole world that you can show me a prophecy that has been fulfilled and you can prove it. Show me
All
one
right,
other
Brandon, show me the contract. I want to hear how two parties came to some kind of agreement where one got something in return for something given by the other, and it was agreed to.
Okay, so this is the whole point of salvation, is that you
Don't
you
preach.
by your
What's
own
the
free
offer?
will, yeah, when the offer is eternal life.
Okay,
You
so
it's
so
more
I mean, it
valuable.
can be implied. It doesn't have to be signed. It can be implied by action. But what action did we do to sign a contract with God? That's what I want to
Faith.
know.
Yeah, by faith you sign the contract.
uh,
Yeah, but so if you don't
Okay,
sign the
and
contract, hold
what
on, hold
prophecy are you
on.
talking
If you
about?
Noodles, 1 second.
Which
If you
one?
don't sign the contract, Brandon, why should you be liable for its terms and conditions?
Because that's why Jesus said it is finished. That means the fine has been paid. The law has been satisfied.
you don't know what
Because
contract law is. You just don't
I
obviously
do
don't
know
know
what
what law is.
contract law is. I
How do
write
you know that's
contracts
what that
all
meant?
day
How do you
long.
know that's what that meant? How do you
That's why
know that's what that
I
meant?
know contract law. That's how I happen to spot this
You
whole
can't be liable
situation.
for a contract you're
If
not
you,
party to,
Yeah, but
Brandon.
Brandon, if you
This
want
how
is
to
do
do
you
a
know
better
that that's
analogy,
what Jesus meant? How do you know that's
if
what
you want
yeah.
a
Jesus
better
meant? How do you know
analogy,
that even
Hold on,
happened? How do you know
noodles,
any of
noodles.
this even happened?
We know, but
Brandon,
Because
if you want a
there's
better
more
analogy than
historical
contract law,
proof
I
for
recommend that you
Jesus
go
of
with public
Nazareth
or
than
administrative law.
anyone in the first century.
Brandon,
That's
if you
how
want
I
a
know.
better analogy than contract law, I recommend you go with public or administrative law. That's closer to what you're talking about.
it sounds more like
Whereas
tyrannical.
the
It's
legislature
not.
makes a
Listen, this
law,
is
and you have to
here's
obey that law by living in that jurisdiction. That's
yeah.
more what you're talking about. It's
See,
not contract.
the other problem is too is that we're dealing with jurisdictional issues because you guys don't believe in this guy named Satan that actually has property rights on you right now. This is why this whole adoption thing is important because that's the kingdom of which you
Show
are
me the
property of.
deeds, Brandon. Brandon, show me the deeds.
It's called the Bible. It's all in there, man. This is why you should read the contract before you just fucking blatantly cast it to the side
We're after
and
losing a few
believe in.
people. It was nice
Yeah,
to have you, Noodles and Gaia. Hopefully you'll come back. But yeah, go ahead, Brandon. Brandon, sorry.
yeah, that's
So
where
what you're saying, Brandon, is that God made me, and if I'm His property, according to your belief. This is what I'm.
no.
You have no
You
option.
just you see you
And I have
just
no option. My
you
option is that if
just
I have
misinterpreted.
disbelief, then I end up in
Said.
hell.
See, so now either you just misinterpreted or
It sounds like
intentionally
you're describing
reworded what I said.
duress, Brandon, not
As
No,
Pastor
contract law.
Hitchens said, it's North Korea. That's what it is.
if you want to sit
That's
here
what I
and
said.
try
It's a
to make,
tyrant.
yeah,
It's a
but see,
tyrannical regime. It's not
you don't
contract law. It's a
understand.
tyrannical
You're
regime.
trying to you're blaming the wrong guy. That's what Satan is doing to you,
I
my
don't
friend.
believe in
He's
Satan or
the
God.
tyrant.
No, we're just analyzing what you're saying, Brandon. I'm
Yeah.
not blaming anybody. I'm just analyzing what you're saying.
No, but you guys keep misanalyzing what I'm saying and trying
No,
to
no.
stuff
What we keep
words in my
missing,
mouth.
what you're annoyed about, is that the things we say don't
God
confirm
is saying,
confirmation
okay, here's
bias.
the deal. Just let me break it down for you in the simplest terms possible. Okay, the gospel means good news. So, what's the bad news? The bad news is that there
You're starting
is
off
a
with
God.
something that you haven't demonstrated, so it's useless.
Can I just make a fucking point, please?
Yeah,
Why?
You interrupted
Why?
what I haven't demonstrated. You keep using that as a crutch, man, and we can't
It's not a
even
crutch.
fucking get anywhere.
If you start off on a wrong footing, you have no foundation for the comments and claims that you're making. So why should you continue?
Dude.
If I said Casper the Ghost instructed me, I would expect someone here to jump on that and go, hang on, prove to me that Casper the Ghost said that. That has to be established before I go any further.
Okay, well, anyways.
Do you disagree?
You're using false equivalents. You're using things that don't make any sense, Brandon. That's the problem here. You're equating your views of religion with things that don't make any sense when analyzed.
How does this not make any sense? Because I'm having a real fucking hard time understanding your logic when I'm making the claim that my logic is based off of this guy named Jesus of Nazareth impacted.
Tell me how we got into the First of all, let's go back to basics.
Can't finish a fucking sentence, so.
Do you want to sit down? Do you want to sit down with the contract law as an analogy for what you're describing? Do you want to sit down with that for the time being?
This whole thing is legal proceedings. The whole thing. That's why it's called Judgment Day. There's going to be a court date. Everybody's going to have a court date. Jesus said it's appointed unto man once to die, and after this, the judgment. So there goes all the Eastern mystic bullshit of reincarnation down the tubes.
Well, Brandon,
this guy
Brandon,
Jesus
what
is telling the
It's not
truth.
about that.
Brandon, you seem to take a lot of you have a lot of love for the English common law. You know that works both ways. You can also take the government to court. You can sue the government. You can sue the authorities. All right.
Sure.
So
because rights are always bundled with property.
I'm just trying to look at why you think it's all one way. Okay. This system that you're trying to describe,
God
this legal
is not
system
playing games
is
with
one
your
way.
soul.
There's no choice involved in it, really. It is ultimately
the accountant.
It is ultimately, if you want to look at it legally.
Look, okay, can I just share this video real quick?
It's not illegal. It's not. It
No,
wouldn't even be deemed a legal contract.
You're because you don't want to listen. But anyways, can we just watch this video real quick? Because I just want to show you how ridiculous your fucking position is.
I don't want to watch video from you.
I know you don't want to, because you don't want anybody to take your fucking ridiculous ideas and show you how fucking illogical and stupid they are.
Press play.
Sure.
Turn the volume.
Are we all here? I need 100% participation for this to work. Yeah, everyone's here. All 12, 11 of us. What's the plan? Well, as you know, Jesus is dead. But stick with me, okay? Stick with me. I have a plan. We are going to steal his body. Okay, I'm tracking with you. What's next? And then we're going to tell the whole world that he rose from the dead.
Oh, you know I'm in.
I love it already.
All right, classic. Then what?
And then we're all going to get brutally murdered.
Wait. Come again. Could you go over that last part real quick?
Oh, what? We get murdered. What's the problem?
I like it. I like it. I mean, don't get me wrong, Pete. I love me a good hoax as much as the next guy, right? What's in it for us? Do we all get riches, fame, and fortune first? Right?
No, get this. You're going to be hated, persecuted, and reviled for the rest of your life.
Okay, guys. Okay, fellas. Look, I gotta be missing something here, right? Okay. I mean, why on earth would we do this? Can we start over?
Oh, okay. We'll start from the beginning. Everybody, for John, the beloved disciple.
So, okay. We go down to Jesus' tomb.
Sounds good. Yeah, really easy.
Then we pay off the Roman soldiers that are guarding the tomb with their lives.
Why would they do that?
Then
We somehow roll away the big stone that's in front of the tomb.
Obviously, you have to move the rock first. Yeah.
and then we steal his body.
Yeah, I guess.
Then we tell the whole world that he rose from the dead, and we get brutally murdered for our troubles.
Epic break, bro.
Peter, you rock. Okay, guys. Okay, and then what?
Then we all get killed.
This is ridiculous.
When do we see ourselves become
This is,
exalted and praised?
That's just the default position. This is if these guys just made this shit all up for they don't get no money, no parties, no pussy, no nothing. They just made this shit up for no fucking reason.
Brendan, how do you know they made it up? How do you know that it could be a conviction as solid as yours? They really believed it. Maybe they really believed it.
Well, Brandon, did you ever hear of Did you ever hear of?
Did you know how hard the Roman Empire what they did to try to find the body?
Brandon,
you know,
you know
if
that
you
you know
know
that
history
cult
and
that was
stuff.
you know that cult in the 60s? Was it in the 60s? The Helter Kelter dude. What was his name in America?
Manson.
The Manson, Charles Manson. He got a lot of people to do a lot of things, and people killed for it and everything.
Well, Jim Jones
I mean,
is another
there's also
example.
been suicide cults in the world.
Yeah,
I'm not
Dude,
saying
look at
Jesus was
Joel
that evil.
Osteen's church. Joel Osteen's
Yeah, I'm
church
just saying
gets
people will do
$150,000
things.
a weekend.
People will do things because of beliefs they have that are unfounded sometimes. And I'm just saying I'm just using that as an example, Brandon. It's not enough proof to say, oh, because the disciples preached this and were willing to die for it. It's actually, unfortunately for you, Brandon, it's not enough evidence, because clearly there's enough evidence to show that actually, yeah, people do that people have done that all the time in history. People have done crazy things. People have had convictions. They've been willing to lay down their lives for,
I really just don't think you understand, who the Romans were then. And I mean, I would encourage you to watch Joe Rogan's podcast that he had Wes Huff on there. So Wes Huff is telling them all about.
You see, maybe Brandon, they were so. I'm just putting this out there. This is not my belief. I'm just saying, putting this out there. Maybe they were so, if you like, brainwashed. They fervently believed that Jesus was God, right? And basically that he would protect them from the Romans in their hour of need. Maybe they believed that, and it just never materialized, and that's why they all got savagely crucified upside down, etc., etc. So maybe they did believe it, just because, even though they knew that the Romans were horrifically savage, maybe they did have that conviction in their belief. But ultimately, it didn't do them any good, at least in this world, Brandon. Do you know what I'm saying?
But this is what you'll see. If most people examined the contract, you wouldn't see all of the ridiculous Christianity you see today.
Brandon, you're doing
it. It's called a covenant. It's called a new covenant. A covenant
That's not
is
a contract. That's imposed.
A covenant is a contract.
A covenant is not a contract, really.
It was imposed. It was either you take this.
Is a covenant a contract?
The covenant was you either take this covenant or you're fucked. That means people are operating under duress, and duress makes a contract fail.
No, this is what you have to realize.
Two parties have to come to it in basically in agreement.
This is the point of the gospel, dude. And like, you guys are fucking missing it.
Yeah, but the gospel, the reason for the gospel is to cure the offense that God created.
No, God. See, again, this is where then you would just be
Brandon. I don't quite know how to word this, but you seem to have. You talk about your reverence for the King James Bible and also for English law, etc., etc. Now, have you ever thought that perhaps, both these things are influenced by the Romans and Roman law? Back in the day, there's all different branches from the past. The Bible was put together by the Romans ultimately. Obviously, yes, it was a Judaic. The people were Judaic, but the Romans put it together. They chose what went into it, and then English law was influenced by Christianity. I'm just saying, English law was influenced obviously by Christian ideals. Okay,
yeah,
but and sometimes they did look at the Bible if you want to try and get like an idea on how to progress it, at least initially, right? But the point is, Brandon, I'm saying you're looking at things using a system, right, that came from the same root, but there are other systems in the world, Brandon. That's what I'm saying to you. And you're basing the law, you have this reverence for the law because it seems to have come from a similar root as Christianity,
at
least they were bedfellows. They were very close together. They were intertwined. They evolved.
At the NW, I got a question for you.
They evolved together. Sorry, I'm just saying the fact that they evolved together, Brandon, and that gives you this kind of false confidence that because one matches the other or one has some leanings towards the other. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're right. There are other things going on in the world, Brandon. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's the confirmation bias I was talking about earlier.
That's it. Yeah, dogs. Yeah.
That William Lane Craig
I
says,
just got back from using the
between the Bible and argumentation and evidence. Well, then the Bible is going to take precedence over that. That's all this is.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I could use the same card. Yeah, I can totally use the same card, your dogs. As far as I'm presenting you
No,
with
you need Brandon.
evidence,
With respect, I
but
think you
yet
need to
you
zoom
you
out
you
with some
reject
humility.
the evidence.
Zoom out with some humility and see the cacophony of sounds in this world where people are saying different things, and just accept that you
Well,
don't
that's why
truly
the
know.
truth is in writing. You know what I mean? That's why it's a
Yeah, but
written
there's a
contract.
lots of
That's why
people
you put.
saying,
That's why
Brandon.
you put
Look, you say
contracts
it's
in writing.
contract, Jesus Christ.
Fuck yeah, this is
Well,
bad.
I
It,
find
it's a
find it
poor
covenant.
interesting you use the
Brandon.
word
It's a poor
Never
contract
analogy.
and
It's
mind.
a
not
poor
covenant.
analogy. It's a
It's
fucking
not.
dictate.
This is the
It's a
truth of
tyrannical
the matter.
dictate. It's a
Okay,
tyrannical
God
dictate.
is saying, okay, I'm going to offer you eternal life because obviously 10 out of 10 people die.
It's a
Death is a
tyrannical,
reality.
It's
tyrannical
free.
dictate. It's bow
Stop,
down,
Enoch
bitch, or
didn't.
I'm
Brandon.
going to
Death
Stop,
is
fucking behead you.
death
Brandon.
is a.
Just stop, Brandon.
Uh,
Stop. I'm tired. Fucking tired of the bullshit. You don't even understand your own word. The way you're talking, man, it's just come on, man.
Is death a real thing, Yvonne?
Where are you
That's like
going with
asking, is
that?
blue a real color?
It's like what's
I'm
called
asking you, is death a real thing? Because Jesus is promising
Well, for
of what?
for
eternal life.
Of
blind
what?
people, blue doesn't exist, but for us, it
I,
does. Does it exist?
but the
This
death
is
of
the
what?
worst.
Death is a perspective phenomenon. We can't truly know what it is, if it is or if it's not, or if it's both is and
Yes,
is
Sometimes,
yes,
not.
yes.
okay,
But when we
let's
talk
be
about a
clear.
thing,
Let's say,
many things could
at one
die.
point
Like a
somebody is walking
relationship could
around,
die.
moving,
People
and
could
they
die.
have life in them. And then when they don't have life in them, then their body decays and returns to dust. That's a fact. That really actually happens. So
But where are
now
you going
So
with
is
that now?
pre-existence death
that
then?
that
Is
now
pre-existence death?
this particular historical figure shows up and claims that by
Oh,
believing in him you will have eternal life.
can you explain the biology of death instead of explaining from, oh, the dude, the dude is
Can I
telling me every
explain?
goddamn thing. Read
Can I,
the book. It's the dude.
can,
The
can I
dude. But
explain
what
the
is that?
biology of
Huh?
death? Is
Look,
that
I'm
what
going to
you
grant you. I'm going to grant you that death exists. I mean, I
Thank
think
you.
that.
Thanks for granting me that. I'm glad that we could
I mean,
fucking
Cognos does.
compromise
I have
and
no
meet in
I
the
proof.
think, guys, you're
middle.
being disingenuous to say death doesn't exist as a phenomenon that we accept.
I think it's just as
I
disingenuous to
didn't
say
say
it
it
does
did not
exist.
exist. But where are you going with that now?
That this guy, this historical figure, that there's more proof that he existed than any historical figure in the first century.
Oh,
So to
that's
try to
bullshit.
deny that he wasn't a
Yeah,
real person is
Brandon,
totally
Brandon, Brandon,
disingenuous.
have you ever entertained the idea of the demiurge and the fact that
Ooh.
this world is actually a kind of soul trap, and you're worshiping, like, obviously in Gnosticism,
That
in
sounds like
Christian
Hinduism to me.
in Christian Gnosticism, Jesus is the good guy, yeah, and in your version of Christianity, Jesus is the good guy as well. But unfortunately, your good guy is worshiping the wrong God. He's worshiping Yahweh, who is actually evil
This
because
is
he
where
created this.
Jesus said, I and my Father are one. Okay, and this is where people don't understand the Godhead and
Yeah, but
why
he also
Jesus.
said something. He said something else in the Pistis Sophia in regards to the creator of this realm. So Brandon,
This
I'm
is
just
what.
saying you might need to explore a few more
I'm trying
books.
to fucking drop a nugget on you, but for some reason I just can't get it out. So maybe it just wasn't meant
Brandon, I
for
will
you.
say one thing. I do admire your tenacity.
Well, I'm all
I
into
do.
logic and reason, and what's
Oh,
the
Yerf
point?
Dogs doesn't think you are,
Yeah,
and
well,
I think
because
in
again,
fairness,
if
Brandon,
you
you've got to hand
if
it
you
to
want to
Yerf Dogs tonight.
pretend that fucking
Brandon,
DNA can make itself, then go ahead with
Brandon,
that fantasy.
Brandon, you've
And
got to hand it to
thanks a
Yerf
lot.
Dogs tonight. He was in top form, whether you like it or not, and I think he did overpower
I
you tonight.
disagree. No, I disagree. I think that every time he just butts in, interrupts, keeps bouncing back to the same
Can't you
bullshit
be
crutch
gracious in your defeat
argument.
just once?
You got to prove the supernatural. That's like, okay, then you've got to prove the material that gravity's made out of.
But I'm not making any claims in that regard. If I make a claim, then yes, I need to prove and establish
I'm
and
making a
substantiate my
claim.
claim.
My
You're
claim is
making a
this.
claim.
My claim is this: that this guy Jesus showed up, claimed to be God, resurrected from the dead to prove his claim to be true. Plus, he had, lots and lots of other proofs with his miracles and, all of the prophecies he fulfilled. It would be absolutely mathematically impossible to, make a prediction.
Please demonstrate that
800
it's
years
mathematically
before the
impossible to make the prediction. Please demonstrate that.
that it's
See, when you
mathematically.
talk, when I listen to you talk, you're very hyperbolic in your claims. And the problem with that is when you make these exaggerated claims, you
Okay, for
do
example,
attract
real
the
quick.
burden of proof to establishing those claims. Why don't you
Well,
just lower the volume on your claim? Just back off the gas pedal a bit.
Well,
Yeah, that's what
for
I meant about
example,
trying not to preach, Brandon. Just sit, relax a little bit, and talk about this kind of on a level with the rest of us. Like, because I'll be honest, Brandon, yeah, and this is just as an aside. Take this how you want, yeah. If your mission is to evangelize and show that Christianity is the truth, brother, I really think you need to try and do it a little bit differently, brother. Because shouting people down,
it doesn't.
not being willing to engage.
I,
You're the
I'm
one
not
making the
being willing.
claims.
Okay, I'm done.
No, Brandon. Oh, mate. He's gone. I kicked him out. Sorry. I didn't kick him out, but he left. Well, there you go. It is
Well,
what
but
it is.
they
Well,
those people only have one argument, and when you corner them, then there's no comeback to what they believe in. And when I try to take him on further from where is Christianity come from, then it's all garbage. It does not exist. It's not pagan. We all know how it was formed and for what purpose. And
I like the dude. I think but I do think, unfortunately for him, some of his arguments don't make sense. And the thing is, I don't know what it is, but this time around, it's like last time I thought, you know what, give this guy some credit. He's passionate. He's trying to make arguments, but I think he's a kind of one-trick pony, unfortunately. And because of this second conversation, it was kind of, I suppose, in a way, it was like hyenas tearing him to shreds, but it was very easy to do. It was very easy to do, unfortunately for him.
Yeah. But I think
So
he
for
should
me, I think
teach more. I just wanted to say, it's for me, like those people should like know more of what they're talking about, what the Bible is saying really. And he's talking about you need a lawyer to the contract, but the contract was made by the Pope when they register everybody. Like you got, like I was saying, like you got a birth certificate on the code in it. It's all going back to the Vatican. They own your ass.
Well, they don't own mine, but okay.
Oh yeah, they own your everything.
Really?
The
Yeah,
land,
no, I think
everything.
yeah, like ties into like the government records, if I remember correctly, like the IDs. You know how we all get like fucking the government IDs, the numbers and shit. I think I know what Yvonne's
They
getting
own
at.
everything, and I'm gonna add on that, law. Why they own everything? Because they are the custodian of God, and what that means, God own everything on this earth, you included.
Okay.
Makes me
Now,
curious on if there's a similar thing with the
by the way,
Orthodox and the
I
Eastern
might reach
side.
out to Brandon because I do enjoy the back and forth, and he is very robust. I mean, I'll be in fairness, I would apologize. I said something like he's not willing to engage. Now he didn't let me finish the sentence. Okay, what I meant is he's not willing to engage in a kind of reasonable manner. To
No.
really think about what we're saying. And listen, I hope he's not insulted by that, but he just didn't come across that way tonight.
But
He
I
came
kind of feel
across that
insulted when he's trying to, like, he say like "fuck you, let me speak." He get enraged so bad.
I don't mind that so much. I mean, I've done that before as well.
Yeah,
People
I
can
do
get
that too.
frustrated.
I
I think
yeah.
though, to me, a lot of it boils down to rules of engagement. And to me, this kind of stuff is not complicated. If you if you make a claim, you have to substantiate it. That's really that's it. That's all I did throughout that conversation.
Yeah, no,
Nothing
that's
more complicated.
that's valid.
I'm not offering an alternative or anything like that. And that is, and for what it's worth, that is how I approach things.
Yeah, and you make the conversation keep going towards the subject to come to a conclusion.
But if somebody says, if I asked you to demonstrate the supernatural and you point to DNA, I just, it doesn't work.
Yeah, the language of biology is complex.
The irreducible complexities. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these are not insurmountable. These are not insurmountable things. They can be surmounted.
And also it's basically a plea from ignorance, isn't it? It's basically saying, look, we don't know how. It's basically saying, look, there's these things we don't really know how they happen, but that's proof of God.
And it's interesting to me how he invokes legality all the time. Whereas if you're trying a case, you're not. It's not on the defense to prove falsity. It's just to raise doubt. And I think Brendan's Brandon. I'm sorry, Brandon, for getting your name wrong.
Brandon,
and not just Brandon, but believers in that sense as well.
I will say one thing. Although I think he's very skewed and I think he's incorrect and erroneous. He is a clever dude, but he's erroneous, if you know what I mean. I mean, this guy, I'm sure, is clever in other ways, but just on this thing, yeah, I can clearly tell this guy is probably good at his job or something. You know what I mean? But in relation to this,
I don't know what his job is. But I was just going to say it's not. If you make a claim, it's not on the person. The responsibility is not on the person you're talking to disprove the claim. It's for you to prove it, and if you can't, then it can be rejected. And I think that people like Brandon take the attitude, well, if you can't disprove what I'm saying, then I must be right, and that's not how it works. It's just not how it works. I mean, that's what Gary Moshe does. It's all the same style of approach. Right. If you can't disprove me, then I'm right. No, that's not how it works.
And it's also this Christian or Judaic view that this religion gave us our mores and values, and somehow that's influenced our law.
That's just bullshit. It's just
but that is, and they have great reverence for it.
Oh, there's a lot of truth behind that.
What?
Oh, I was just gonna say there's a lot of truth behind that. The religion, impacting the culture.
Oh yeah, no, it did, but that doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean just because it did that. But by the way, I don't think the problem with that is, as I tried to describe, is you're viewing the strands as isolated from each other. But the point is, we grew up in a culture where each strand was influencing the other. So it was, and that's the thing here, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I mean, I would argue we were probably spiritual before we were definitely spiritual before we had a legal system, right? Now we might have had certain expectations and modes of behavior that weren't written down in the law. So you could argue, there were kind of laws already in evidence. Like there was a certain way of, there was like the social contract, I would say, was there from the day dot, there was an expectation on you to behave in a certain way, or else, if you didn't, well, XYZ could happen to you. And if you didn't behave in a certain way, well, then there'd be anarchy and society would go in a bad way, and that wouldn't be favorable for you either. But I just think that these people, they connect things, like he's connecting the law to his religion, and then showing that somehow God caused that to happen. But he doesn't see that there's other cultures with other ways of looking at things, and they also have their mores and values that influence their religions and their legal systems.
Oh yeah,
they could say the same thing. What?
That's right. I mean, in Asia, basically murder is wrong, but Japan's an atheist country. It's not Christian. So, and again, that doesn't. Again, I need to be really clear on this point. That doesn't demonstrate that Brandon's wrong. What it does is it raises enough doubt to dismiss his case. That's all it does.
Yeah. Of course, their argument will be that God gives natural law. God gives the our sense of right and wrong.
Then that just brings us. You're just kicking the can down the road. Let's get back to prove the supernatural, prove God, blah blah blah.
I just find the whole framing fascinating. Here in America, you always hear the question, like, is America a secular nation or is it a religious nation? What was it founded as? And people, go back and forth. The secular people say, no, it was a secular nation. We have freedom of religion. And then the religious people will go, no, it was a Christian nation. All the early founders were Christian, but nobody mentions the fact that the early founders were Christian deists, not the Christian theists. They were Christian deists. and that brought in a level of rationality to their approach. And that's where I find that fascinating that nobody ever mentions the deism versus theism in there.
Do you
Yeah, but
guys know
I
about
think that
this?
no one would claim that being a theist makes you irrational. Like for example, I remember
But
when
there's
Hitchens
definitely
was
some
dying of
secular
cancer.
people that would.
Well, when Hitchens was dying of cancer, it was I can't remember the guy's name, the cancer specialist who he used as his primary doctor, primary physician. Francis, I think, is part of his name. He was like the number one guy in the world, but he's also an absolute diehard Christian. So I think I'm just saying, just because you believe that stuff doesn't mean that you're dumb or illogical or irrational. I guess it just means that you can compartmentalize things in different ways.
All right.
Yeah, but in general, you're pretty dumb. Like
I
everybody,
wouldn't go that far.
everybody is pretty dumb.
I look. I know a
Oh,
lot of
everybody's
Christians, and
pretty dumb. Yeah, I would
I
agree
don't.
with that. Even the
Yeah.
geniuses are absolute idiots.
Everybody.
For
So
reals.
we all have a level of understanding, but
Oh, guys, you got to you got to say, Yerf Dogs did play a blinder. I'm not an arse licker,
no,
but
that's good.
Yerf Dogs, you did do
It's
well
not
there
about
tonight,
that.
mate.
It's not about that. It's just in general.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing new perspectives to Yerf Dogs. I appreciate. He's definitely more not. I'm not going to say open minded. I'm going to say
But
he
if
dives
we,
deeper than I expected him
But
to,
I'll apply the same
and I
scrutiny you
appreciate
say,
that.
Maya. So this is the thing. I'll apply the same scrutiny, and I wish people would do it to me too. Apply the
yeah,
same
this is the
scrutiny.
thing. It is good faith. That's what we hope that this channel can see that. And anybody watching, if you want to come on and give your views ever, don't be afraid. We don't want to walk away from this as enemies. We always want to walk away from this as people who tried our best to get to some kind of truth, or at least, as Yerfdog says, correct our errors. And I think that's ultimately the plan here.
Yeah,
to try and develop our thoughts.
Mm-hmm. But it is the plan. But at the end of the day, if somebody is feeling hurt, what I was gonna say about that.
But I've been hurt before with opinions I've held that someone's just raked me over the coals for, and it pissed me off, and I got defensive. But then just to take some time out and go, well, you know what, they're fucking right, and this is ridiculous. So you take the L.
Yeah, and that is a kind of self-development process. And it's not easy. It's not easy because we all have our egos,
right?
But I was going to say I've been more wrong than right. I mean, that is actually probably true. But like in a way, guys, and I have to say this personally, eventually it's liberating to admit you're wrong. Sorry,
that's right.
No, that's
and
totally.
it's also,
I used to hate
can I just say something else on it? And I wrote a kind of funny little poetic thing there. I think it was what was it? Advice from the prison or a prisoner. Now, basically, I was trying to imbue in people curiosity, right? And just say, look at the world, use your imagination and use your mind to think about reality, even though we can't understand it. Just become a scientist and start thinking about it and questioning it in a way that even if you're going through horror, don't ask, why is this happening to me? And oh, woe is me, pity me, please. Ask, like, become a scientist about it. And at least that will give you some level of escape, like how is this happening, and analyze and start analyzing it. To me personally, when I started analyzing my life, my experience, and the world around me, it did help me carry the load. As I'm not saying it made it better, but it helped me carry my personal load through this hellish realm that we're in, because it gave me something probably more worthwhile to do with my thoughts, if you know what I mean.
No, actually, I know exactly what you mean. I know I can tell you a book that saved my life, and I've never even read it. And it just saved my life by introducing me into systems theory, And I was going through hell. I got into systems theory, and that was a really good distraction, and got me to new levels of understanding. And that's where I used to hate change, and now I love change. I love how adaptable I am. That's an amazing, an amazing power to have
And
within
just
yourself.
one other thing while I remember it. Funnily enough, today I came across an article where some neuroscientists were talking about the effects of I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's something to do with when we're confronted by something bad or confronted by something like that maybe could be egotistically challenging to us. And it was kind of like what I was saying, what we've been saying, but it said, you know, when you're confronted by something that aggrieves you in some way, generally you go into panic mode and you release cortisol, all these things, you know, because you're faced with something that is uncertain, you know, and that's fear inducing. Yeah. Because that's why it can be so basically what I'm trying to say is when people challenge your beliefs or challenge your outlook, when that first happens to us, you it can be a painful thing, because, and it literally is biochemically painful in the body, because you start releasing cortisol, because it's like you go into that kind of fight or flight mode, because you're thinking subconsciously, my survivorship is in danger here. Someone is questioning me. How fucking dare they? You know, do I need to fight this person or run away? Do you know what I mean? That is what is going on in the monkey brain. But this article I read today, which if I can find again, I'll share it. It was talking about how you can train your brain, all right, to react in a different way, and that is to become curious. Okay, so when you're confronted by something that changes the paradigm which you've been kind of living within, in I mean, you know, in terms of your thinking, if you're confronted by new things that challenge you, become curious about it, and start that can actually cause your brain to instead of giving you that cortisol spurt, your brain will activate its curiosity when you're confronted by a change, or when you're confronted by things that are, you know, previously you would have held as stressful, because they challenge you. And I if I can find that article, I'm not explaining it very well, but it did show kind of clinically that, yeah, if you can develop your curiosity, yeah, and your thinking, it will help you biochemically. It will help eventually your body will move from the kind of reflex action of being a lizard, you know, fighting or fight or flight, to thinking about things in a calmer, more measured way. And that will help you. That will liberate you. Okay.
Man, that spoke to the depths of me, man. I know exactly what you're talking about because I went through that exact process. You know, and that's where I literally say to people, I do what I hate nowadays. I do what I hate because that's what you know, my ego hates it, but my soul loves it. And that's what makes me happy. That gets me on the right path. And, you know, so yeah, when you're looking backwards, you're seeing this all negative, you know, this first starting point is a net negative. But when you're looking ahead, that starting point is actually a net positive.
Right.
That's fascinating. That was a
I'd
really
like to add something to that as well. I think it's important to become detached from your opinions. Don't let your opinions become part of your identity.
Right.
Because otherwise they can't change. You'll just get locked into them, and you'll end up in defending stuff that eventually becomes ridiculous. So and I think again, I think we all need to be really cautious about when we use terms like "the truth is," "I know." I think we need to be very careful with that kind of phrasing. How about saying something, I think, or I believe, or
I mean, I think this is the case. That's okay. You can say
What's the
that, but
difference between I know and I believe, though? I mean, they have such a
knowledge. Well, if you're
mind-altering
no,
ability to
I mean,
change.
no is like an ultimatum. It's like, you know,
No.
you're laying
Don't
down the
you
law.
believe the
I know
same
means
sort of
something you
thing?
can demonstrate. But if you can say if Brandon says, "Look, I believe," and it's just my personal belief that God did this, blah blah, that's a different conversation. But when he says, "I know it's truth," well, that's something different as well. And my impression of people who refer to my perception as truth, what they're doing is they're using those words as force multiplier to give their subjective beliefs power that they don't actually have.
But I could ask a question. If you know and you want to know the truth, is not supposed to be common sense?
Well, again, I'm gonna.
Like using your
I
common
don't
sense
like.
to
I
know what
disagree
is
with the
true or
framing.
not,
Okay,
and let
so
go. Know to when to let go of a conversation when you know it's true, but more you're gonna interact with that conversation with this person or this person.
Yeah.
But
then
again, I don't seek knowledge of truth. Again, it's just my paradigm.
no. I'm just saying that because you like to have a decisive.
But finally, sorry,
So
Yvonne.
interesting.
After you've spoken, Yvonne, then
You're
I'll say
saying
something.
idle. You're saying idle conversations.
One
what?
second, though. 1 second.
Oh,
Funny
Seeker's
enough,
back.
Yerf Dogs. There is a funny irony, Yerf Dogs, in what you say, brother, and that is you saying you seek error, as in you seek to correct your thoughts as best as possible, is a kind of true way of trying to experience the world. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's I'm trying to explain this now. It's almost like the truest way that one can sensibly orient the world. Do you see the irony, Yerf Dogs? You say you can't touch truth. What I'm saying is you can't touch truth, and I agree. I agree with your outlook in that regard. But I'm just saying the funny irony is you saying you can't touch truth. I agree, yeah, but you're saying the best thing to do is to try and look at your thoughts and correct error, right? Basically analyze your thoughts and correct errors, yeah. And it's like this is the best way to orient the world. What I'm saying is that the irony is that is the truest, truly the best way to orient the world. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would say that you're equivocating on the term of truth. Truth, and if I say this is truly the best way, but again, but following from what you're saying, I'll totally concede that the reason that I take this approach is because, from my experience in life, it is the one that has the best track record. And I'm saying that as an individual human being whose perception of reality is beyond fucked up, because I can only perceive what I think I perceive.
Right,
you know,
right.
This is what has the best track record, in my opinion.
I'm an expert. I believe life is experiential. That's why I don't judge people too much. You know, as in, like, I understand people are coming from their own perspective.
I mean, yeah, that's right. I agree with you. Like, if we'd had this conversation 10 years ago, when I was actually more up to date with the Christian thinking and stuff, I probably would have got quite aggressive at Brandon. Now I really understand why people hold these kinds of beliefs.
Yeah. And it is painful to let go. It is painful to let go initially, but eventually it becomes liberating.
Yeah,
but having said that, I'm not going to lie. Sometimes I do get those little pangs of existential horror when there seems to be nothing to cling to. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Yeah.
That's called being human, fallible human.
Yeah, that's called exactly. That's called being human. And then I realize actually they have that too. They're just not seeing it that they have.
So I mean, this might surprise, for example, someone like Gaia. I really love Meister Eckhart, who was the Christian mysticist, the Catholic mysticist. I really like the guy. Now,
we have to do a show on Christian mysticism, actually. Yeah,
it's really lovely stuff, and because I'm into the Buddhist stuff as well. Now, of course, logically, I could, anyone, not just me, but anybody could tear it to pieces. But it speaks to me on a certain level. Excuse me, but I won't ever say that's the truth. It just works for me. It's like meditation. Meditation works for me. Whether it's going to work for you or anyone else, I don't have a clue. But
right. I want to bring Sanctuary back in here. He's come back to say something.
Yeah. No, I had to leave a little bit earlier. This great discussion you guys are having. I just want to spread some positivity out to Brandon to just say, I personally wasn't trying to come at him the way he thinks. I in the past had a bad experience with a Catholic guy that was trying to get me to convert. And you guys can judge me now. You guys can maybe say I'm on a vengeful path to quote unquote cook any Christian that comes my way. That's not the case, but maybe I still have a little thing towards it where I'm like, anytime I see a Christian, the second they start telling me their beliefs, I'm ready to attack. But I like this was actually a very bad experience with that Catholic guy, and it's got nothing to do with Brandon. But I saw a little similarity, and I don't know. But I got nothing against Brandon.
Sanctuary, it's funny because I ebb and flow between what you experience there, as in sometimes I like to go robustly into an argument with Christians, and at other times there is part of me as well that, well, I'd rather a Christian than a Muslim or Jewish or even some in some ways Buddhist. I'll be honest with you. And that to me, that's funny, that's strange. But then when I analyze that, I know that's coming from, because it's what I know, it's what I grew up in, and it's also coming from my ignorance of others. I mean, there is some rational thoughts in there. I mean, I'm doing what is what's the word when you kind of fix things like just to suit your outlook, not confirmation bias, but you hand cherry picking. I'm cherry picking problems.
Yeah.
I'm cherry picking problems with which is a weird
But
description, because cherries are nice.
I think you're touching on something quite deep there. There's a deeper idea, and I'm going to quote the Bible of all things.
Yeah.
People without a hope, the people perish without hope. Yeah. And if you become a staunch atheist, a nihilist, or any of these descriptors that you want to use, you do lose hope in a sense.
Yeah.
And if you have a nation of people who are just secular, who don't have anything outside of themselves to look to, that is, I do think that can have detrimental effects.
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, people will think I'm crazy, right? But I have moved back in just a pragmatic acceptance of hope as a thing that we have as humans, right? Whether you like it or not. And it's just something we need to accept as part of it. It's as part of us as breathing air,
That's right.
And it's about crafting it in your favor. And some of that crafting is using frameworks of thought, that are sensible, like Yerf Dogs and Brother Marcus are always like evangelizing about here, their epistemologies, their frameworks for analyzing, thought and discussion. I mean, that is part of it. Like, to say there's no hope, I think, is a ridiculous sentiment, because I did that poll recently, and I haven't analyzed it, but I asked the question, please give your answer, and I think it was, the answers were like, answer the following. One of them was like, there is no hope. All right. One of them was, there is some hope. One of them was hope is all there is, and the other one was hope is irrelevant. Now, funnily enough, hope is irrelevant. Got answered the most. Now, I know this is weird, but my answer is hope is all there is. And people be like, I wrote a piece on this before, and it sounds ridiculous on the face of it, yeah. But I actually think even the ultimate pessimist, they may not like to admit it, but if they're true, if they're being truthful, hope is imbued in everything we do. Even when we're being ultra pessimistic about reality, yeah, we are inside hoping it's not true, that what we're saying, and we're also hoping that for example, if you kill yourself, right, you might say, well, that's the ultimate act of no hope. But I don't believe it is. I think it's someone ultimately hoping that's going to be the end of it. And
well, I think what you're talking about there, I think Samuel Beckett sums that up, and he's got this curt aphorism where he says, "I can't go on. I'll go on."
Yes,
I've lost all hope, but I'm just going to keep going.
Yeah.
Hope in nature is a gamble, because you hope to win. You hope to win, or you hope that on the other side of the mountain there's a better land. It's always like you hope for that, but you can't gamble on.
Yvonne, you're dropping out, mate. I missed all of that.
You're being attacked by the Archons there.
I've been attacked by the Archon. I was saying that hope is for the gambler, because you always gamble. Life gamble when it goes through.
But listen, but if we're honest, everything we do is imbued with hope. And you might say it's a gamble. Yeah, it is a kind of gamble. We're taking risks all the time. But whenever you do something,
lack of hope is a gamble. You're taking that side of the trade.
When you make an action, when you do a choice, you're hoping that you're taking the best one.
I don't agree with that. You're not, Steve. I don't agree with that.
Lack of hope is a gamble. See, to me, that's saying lack of attachment is a gamble.
But it is.
Sorry, I must have misheard you. All I'm saying is hope is imbued in everything we do. All we have is hope. I'm sorry. In everything we do, in every thought we have, in relation to the direction of our life, or even just sitting still and not doing anything, hope is center of everything. Unfortunately, whether people like it or not,
it's not love.
I'm on the opposite end of things. I throw away all hope and I grab onto all faith. Maybe that's where my version of faith is your version of hope.
Maybe, yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, I think you're still hoping. And by the way, guys, I don't like this tendency to like. Hope is not a dirty word. As I say, craft it in your favor, but just try to be sensible about it. You know, you use it in your favor. There's nothing wrong, even if you're a pessimist. There is nothing wrong with positive thinking for yourself.
No,
You
there's
know,
nothing wrong.
I mean that
No, I agree with
that
that.
sounds
Yeah, maybe
insane.
we
That
just need to
sounds
reframe
insane on
it.
the face of it.
Switch
But
away from hope and faith and more toward, you know, the movement of our words.
right, I want to welcome Divine here. Divine, welcome, darling. And Chickpea, if you want to come on, the link is in chat. Hello, Divine.
Yes, hello.
Have you enjoyed the show?
I enjoyed most of it.
Okay, yeah,
I'm not sure if you actually read any of the comments, DNW, but that man is not Christian. That man is not Christian. You don't sit there and tear apart. No, you need to hear me. You don't sit there and tear apart your community when you're invited into the community. He slammed me. He also slammed God. By slamming, I mean the way he spoke in the chat was inappropriate on every level.
Yeah.
He's not a Christian. I don't care what anyone says. He's a fucking snake.
Right. Divine, I did say to the man, he didn't like it. I said he's doing a poor job of evangelizing if he feels he's a representative for his faith. I mean, I didn't say it very eloquently, and it came across I stuttered a bit when I was saying it, but I was just saying to him from a PR perspective, basically, he wasn't doing a very good job, and he took it to heart.
You know what he does when he leaves here? The minute he leaves here, he approaches all of his like mind in the church, and they all try to argue the point so that he should say this instead of what he said. And then he comes back here and he thinks he's got a whole bunch of tools in his new fucking toolbox, and he has none. Because I know how Christians operate. They're all a bunch of goddamn idiots.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know. I'll be honest with you.
I have opinions,
John,
excuse
I don't
me.
agree with the language, but I understand the spirit and I understand the message, and I agree with most of it.
I can't say they're all idiots. I mean, one day, I mean, we listen. There are doctors and people who we might need in our life who are Christians, and they just have beliefs that are different to mine. That's the point, and I think they're erroneous, but it is what it is.
Yep.
No, I'm gonna go to the old lady in the woods.
I mean, they could clearly say I'm an idiot about many things, and they'd be fucking right about it. You know, it's just because we're hyper focusing on one area of their identity. You know,
Define. No, he was inappropriate on so many levels.
It's a major idea. By the way, I want to welcome Chickpea. We were missing you, Chickpea. What's going on?
No, you were. I find that hard.
We were. And by the way, I mentioned you, and I mentioned Brother Marcus. I know Brother Marcus had some sad news. We were all wishing him well.
Yes.
And I hope he's all right. We're thinking of him. And yeah. But yeah, we do miss Brother Marcus, and we did miss you as well, Chickpea.
I'm very fond of Marcus. Very fond.
Yeah.
Very fond of him indeed.
So, anything to add, Chickpea, to the conversation, or any thoughts that you had today regarding reality that you'd care to share with us?
Well, on the subject of Christianity, this country, England, was a much better country back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, when it was still a very, very Christian nation. And I was here to experience that. So to say Christianity is not a good thing, I'm not totally in agreement.
Yeah, this is the problem. When I've been around London, I have to say, some of the high Anglican church and even some of the new plants, as they call them, of at the Anglican church, they've been very proactive in the community. And indeed, in a world where in a city where society is dying, and they seem to be making a last stand for the human spirit.
Yes.
So, you know, as I said, regardless of what you think, sometimes I do take, it was Christopher Hitchens and his brother, his Peter Hitchens.
Yes. Yeah, I'm a great fan of this.
He was saying that, he didn't agree with his brother. I think he ultimately believed in God, but he also said something like, he argued for, that to eradicate Christianity would be a bad thing because it's good for us.
Yes, it would be. It would be.
I mean, but then again, Chickpea, there's another way of looking at it, isn't there?
Yes, I know. I do know. I do see it from both sides. But when I look back on my life, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, when England was still a Christian nation, a proper Christian nation. When I was young, I used to go to church because I was quite a Christian little girl.
Yeah.
It was a much, much better country, and we had more trust in each other. We treated each other better. If you were in trouble, you could go to the priest and they would help you. It was a much, much better world.
I mean, I will say one thing. Although I was raised a Catholic, right? But I will say one thing. No. I do think it matters. Although I discredit the Anglican Church because it was basically commenced by King Henry VIII, the psychopath. I will say in a practical sense, I like the way the vicars can get married. I think that's okay.
Yes.
The way they're allowed to have relationships.
Yes.
I mean, I think that's a good thing. And I think it stops a lot of the weirdness. That you get in the Catholic Church. At least you did it historically. I'm not saying it doesn't happen in the Protestant churches. It clearly does. But at least I think it's one step to take to try and prevent it is to let priests get married, let them have relationships, even if they're gay, let them have a fucking partner who gives a fuck, as long as they're not touching kids.
Fine, but I don't care. But also I missed about Christianity is we used to celebrate Christmas and Easter, and I really miss it.
Yeah.
Remember how we used to, remember we used to Christmas was. We still used to get together and there was cohesion. Well, all that's gone now, just like Christianity's gone.
I wish it was gone.
What?
Guys, I'm going to end the stream soon. So if anybody watching wants to join, the link is in chat. Do come on. But I will end the stream and you guys can chat backstage if you want.
Divine, what'd you say? You wish it was gone? Divine.
I'm here.
Yes.
That man was not a fine example of Christianity at all on any level.
He's a perfect example of modern Christianity, though.
Yeah, I guess so, huh? Because when you don't honor everybody else as to who they are and what they are, then what are you? There's got to be some sort of understanding of what everybody else is. You don't sit there and come at people and preach at them in their face and then slam them in the comments at the same exact time. It's like, wow, you are two-faced, mister.
Right, guys, I'm going to end the show soon, so
10,
countdown.
9,
Anybody wants to
8,
come on now, you can.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 10.